Dear God, don't let this be a complete disaster. Thus prayed Dame Sybil Pepperwick, the cellaress of Monkbury Abbey, just when things were going so well, just when I had things under control, such great plans. Man proposes, but God disposes. Ain't it the truth? Had she but known it, her thoughts about the finding of Lord Lisle Levitt's body strangely tracked the abbess's own. Such a silly man to have come here, to have brought this disaster on us, trailing his messy life into ours. It was hardly a Christian train of thought, but the cellaress's innate honesty wouldn't admit of any phony sentiment. The abbess had led them all in a special prayer this morning for the soul of the man, and that was that. In chapter, she had warned them not to discuss a single facet of the case amongst themselves. They could speak to the police, but only when asked, and only under strictly controlled conditions. They could speak to Father Max, but only when the conversation had been cleared with her, the abbess, first. So firm was this injunction, they all completely understood that to defy this order would mean expulsion from the nunnery, a fate worse than death for many of them, who, after all, had nowhere to go. Not after this long time, not after being out of the job market so long, not with so many of their families long dead or estranged from them, baffled by the austerity of the life they had chosen for themselves. Dame Sybil could not recall a time when such an edict had been handed down in chapter. Well, they'd had the food thief once, but that fell under the category of dormitory prank or one of the milder forms of mental illness. This was serious, dead serious. The cellaress looked at the stacks of invoices and bills on her desk, normally the fun part of her day. She loved making all the columns add up, when she could, and finding little economies or money-making opportunities for Monkbury when she could not. In her heart, Dame Sybil was a housefrau of the old school, a home economist, and folk who didn't understand what it took to run a house, especially one the size of Monkbury, were sadly underestimating both her and her sisters. It was a big position, the equivalent of today's CFO and COO positions rolled into one. Big mistake, thought Dame Sybil, to do that, to underestimate the nuns. They didn't call her the Owl for nothing, and it had as much to do with her acumen as her looks. She happened to think owls were beautiful, those wise creatures, but she knew she herself had just missed being homely. Since childhood, her perfectly round face and eyes and small beaked nose were a source of amusement to others, and she had long accepted that it was so. It was how God had made her, and God loved all his creations. Now she was in a position of authority, and somehow the demise of Lord Lisle Levitt made her feel, perhaps irrationally, that it was all slipping away, her place of safety slipping away. "For we brought nothing into this world, and it is certain we can carry nothing out," she reminded herself. Dame Sybil's mind tended to be a repository of useful quotations, some in direct contradiction to one another. Still, she would rather all her hard work not come crashing around her head like a ton of bricks in an earthquake. She picked up a bill for the guest-house insurance. The premiums had gone up again, although they'd never filed a claim. There were numerous bills for repairs and upgrades. That never seemed to end, and those repairmen from Temple Monkslip knew better than to overcharge the good sisters, for Dame Sybil was not above hinting that they might suffer eternal damnation if they tried to pull that one on her. Many of the repairs had to do with the wall that had collapsed in the south transept of the church. It was not the sort of repair that could be patched up with a few bricks and a coat of paint. Oh, no, indeed. Thank God, thought Dame Sybil fervently, for Clement Gorey, who had guaranteed a £75,000 loan about that time, which had allowed reconstruction to begin immediately. This wall collapse was what had necessitated the various fundraisers to retire the loan, most notably the one put together by Paloma Green and that ghastly gigolo of hers, that Piers what's-his-name. God certainly worked in mysterious ways if the salvation of the nunnery had come in the form of this lot of unlikely saviours. Still, and she shook her head, reproving herself, it is not for me to question why. It is but mine to do or die. One of her sisters appeared just then at her door, her wimple askew. Dame Sybil crossed the office and, first asking her permission, straightened it for her. It was a little service they performed for each other several times a day. Life without mirrors was freeing, but it could have some comic results. The sister thanked her and said, "Dame Cellaress, I am worried. May I talk with you?" It was a violation of the rule, this sort of sidebar conversation, which from her sister's expression could only be about the murder. She knew it was forbidden, and Dame Sybil knew it was forbidden. Private conversations, special friendships, excluding others, they'd have to confess to the sin in the chapter meeting. "Sure," said Dame Sybil. "Go ahead." Chapter 24. And Suspects. Idle hands are the devil's workshop. The rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. Xander Gorey felt she might just die if she couldn't get out of here. Die, curl up and die. Leaning over the fence, staring at the stupid cows who stared stupidly back in that totally brain-dead way of theirs. She might have been a tree for all they knew. That moronic exchange was the highlight of her morning so far. Soon there would be lunch, which always involved lentils, some sort of vegetarian pâté, cheese and salad. All of it homemade and fresh, but a greasy hamburger with fries would be so totally welcome right about now. The desserts were nice, though. Dame Fruitcake knew what she was doing. The thought of Dame Fruitcake brought her up short. If anyone had killed Lord Lyle-Livett, Dame Ingrid Fruitcake had to be the main suspect. She was the right size for it, too. She looked like she had bodybuilder's arms under all those layers of cloth. And she had to have been the one who tried to poison him. Stood to reason. Whatever. Xander found she didn't care, so long as they wrapped up this investigation and let her go. After lunch began the long slide of the day toward dinner and then bed. Bed at a time when she was usually just getting the night started. No TV, no Twitter feed, no Facebook page to update, no Etsy or Pinterest. Total shock to the system, that. No one to talk to, and she was running out of nail polish. She'd read the one magazine she'd brought with her like 1,000 times. It was no longer news, if it had ever been news, that Brad Pitt was hot, even if he was middle-aged and had all those kids hanging off him. The library was stuffed with books, but all of it was uplifting crap. She had tried to convince her mother to let her go into the village, and she'd agreed, and then, wham! The police practically lock us all inside just because that creepy perv finally went to his reward. The investigation into his murder, which might at least have been diverting, was another closed door. They, the suspects, had all been told to stay out of the crime scene and to speak when spoken to. There were a lot of officious-looking people huffing about the place, taking samples of this and that, and dusting the already dusty place. Xander had yet to be interviewed in any meaningful way, except by a humorless young constable her own age, who offered zero romantic prospects. All this because her father, in a throwback to the Dark Ages, wanted his soul prayed for. He also wanted to dictate the terms of the new guest house. It was just how he did business, cash on the barrelhead. She wondered, and not for the first time, how he reconciled his religious leanings with all the people put out of jobs when he folded up their companies, the faceless people who were just, to her father, numbers on a spreadsheet. Xander made a face at the one cow who kept staring at her, pulling her lips wide in a clown mask. No reaction. Big Durr. In a distant field, one of the nuns was walking, maybe gathering something, probably nettles or weeds for another wholesome lunch. The cows ate better around here. No, wait, the nuns seemed to be reading from that little black book they all carried with them. From the back, Xander couldn't see who it was. The nun walked with a swift, unbroken movement, her legs and feet hidden by the long draperies of her woolen skirt, which dragged unheeded over the grass. She might have been on a conveyor belt, or a carved wooden figure gliding in and out of the face of a cuckoo clock. What a life! Xander realized, not for the first time, that they were sort of interchangeable figures, these nuns. They always walked with their heads bowed, concealing their faces behind their cowl-like headdresses. It must be like wearing blinders. They couldn't really see. They couldn't really be seen. Again, what a life. Not for her. She wanted, not children, that was for sure, smelly, puking, clingy little things, but she wanted the freedom to go where she wanted, and certainly to dress as she pleased. Coming here had been a mistake, and now here she was, good and stuck. Xander had enough self-knowledge to realize her predicament had been brought down on her own head by her own self. She had come along for this ride in the vain hope that Derek back home would notice her absence, a fact she had never shared with her parents. That continued a long tradition of never sharing anything with them. After years of the religious thing at home, she had as a teenager become adept at finding escape routes, and the easiest was pretending to go along with their harebrained religious beliefs. If. The trick was to pretend to volunteer for some do-gooder thing Mom would approve of, then ask to borrow the family car. For a few months she had pretended to work serving meals at a homeless shelter. This was less than satisfactory, since the organizers of these meals tended to be adults, and adults tended to talk with one another. The chances were huge that some old dork would tell her mother how her daughter was leaving the soup kitchen almost as soon as she showed up to work. Then Xander had stumbled upon the youth group meetings at the local church via a big poster at the church that was headed, no kidding, Jokes and Jesus. It went on to describe how the church hall was given over on Thursday nights to these naff events of an indescribable dullness, aimed at keeping the teens off the street and out of trouble. They had no idea. While all the losers congregated to pray and watch movies about mission work, gack, she and her friends would take the car for a smoke and a whirl around town. It was harmless fun, but her mother would never see it that way. All right, she had to lie to her mother about her whereabouts, but lying was better than having no life at all whatsoever. It had set the course of their relationship for life, both of them sailing in diametrically opposed directions. Oh, God, here comes Paloma. What do you call that colour she's wearing? Spoiled asparagus? At least she's not with Piers, as per usual, but with that librarian nun, the pretty one. What an odd couple they made. Xander jumped off the fence and scuttled into the forested area, hoping to avoid detection. The cow watched her go. "That was Xander just now, wasn't it?" said Dame Olive to her companion as they approached the spot Xander had just vacated. "Had to be. No one else within 100 miles has hair like that," said Paloma. "I need new glasses," said Dame Olive. "You spend all day staring at a computer screen, and then one day you realize your distance vision is going too, along with your reading vision." "Try the laser surgery," said Paloma. "Worked for me." Dame Olive was surprised, and realized she should not have been. Paloma's eyes would have been the only parts of her body that hadn't felt the surgeon's knife, from the look of her. "I think it's just eye strain," Dame Olive replied. "All the planning for the guest house took a lot of research, and then to see it all snarled up like this. Even before the questions about money arose, there were difficulties. Building in stone is no longer practical." "I don't see why not," said Paloma. "These old walls have stood for centuries." "I mean, it would be prohibitively expensive, even if you could find trained stonemasons, which you hardly can anymore. In Italy, maybe." "Was there anything in particular you wanted to talk about?" Paloma asked her. Paloma, away from Piers, was edgy, wondering what he was up to. Even though they were in a nunnery, still, leave it to Piers to find the action wherever you plunked him down. It was the downside to having a lover so much younger than yourself. You always knew in your heart he'd leave you the first chance he got. You just didn't know when. She'd made the appointment with the plastic surgeon for next week, so it was really important they get out of here before then. "Think did it," Dame Olive was saying. Her tone was conversational, and only someone as distracted as Paloma could miss the tension in her voice. Who do you think did it? Killed Lord Lisle-Livett? Beats me. I just know it wasn't Piers, she said protectively. Or me, she added. How do you know that? Because he was with me all night. In flagrant disregard of the nunnery's rules, thought Dame Olive. Well, if I'm meant to be shocked, I'm not as green as I'm cabbage-looking. These two weren't the first, if the guest-mistress were any guide. Still, it was a good enough alibi, and it worked both ways, for both of them. Dame Olive eyed her companion. Today it was animal-print tights worn with lace-up booties and a plunging neckline. At her neck was a necklace that looked like bottle caps sewn onto a crocheted doily. She wore a low-cut green shirt, but had pinched a little black sweater across her outsized breasts. This in concession to Dame Tabby, who had had a word with Paloma about appropriately demure attire for a convent setting. Dame Olive was tempted to warn Paloma about Piers. In fact, he was one reason she had invited Paloma on this walk. With police running about asking questions, this did not seem a good time for Paloma to be offering an alibi for Piers that perhaps was not true. Besides, in the nature of things, Paloma couldn't really provide an airtight alibi for him for the whole night, unless one were to believe neither of them slept a moment. And in the nature of things, thought Dame Olive, neither could Piers offer Paloma an airtight alibi. She had nothing to go on but an inherent dislike of the man, of the type of man he so clearly was. She'd seen him trying to flirt with the postulant the other day, simply outrageous behavior. Dame Olive knew Piers would twist her instinctive dislike into a manifestation of some psychological failing of her own if she started issuing warnings with no proof to back them up. But Piers was lying about something. That was as certain as the sun's coming up. He was lying about something. This was going to play havoc with his schedule, Dr. Barnard thought. Not that that was the first consideration, but he was champing at the bit to get back into routine now. And someone had to feed his dog. Surely the neighbour or his nurse would figure out he had been delayed. As expected, the road had washed out with the rain. The nuns never seemed to understand that maintenance of the road at the bottom of the mountain rested with them, not with the government. More likely, they didn't care. This morning he'd looked in on Dame Meredith, and that done, with no one else on the premises showing signs of illness, he had nothing else to do. The police might have used his help, but since he was technically a suspect, he supposed that wasn't going to happen. Nothing to stop him from having a few words with that DCI Cotton and bandying about a few theories he'd come up with, though. He sighed, running his hands through his hair and straightening his tie in the mirror in his small, cramped room. How the nuns stood this confinement he couldn't imagine. It was what he had liked about America, all those wide, open spaces, once you got out of New York. The endless horizons, how he missed it. Maybe once this was over. It was taking a damnably long time for the police to get around to interviewing him, and Dr. Barnard was not a man who liked to wait. Max was headed toward the crime scene. He had planned to spend the morning offering the communion service before going over his notes, adding his impressions from his dinner with the abbess. He'd thought he might work on his weekly sermon in his little cell-like room as he waited for the nuns to finish their mandatory chapter-house assembly. All best-laid plans that now had gone astray, of course. At dinner he had, however, asked and been given permission from Abbess Justina to speak with the women in her care, a need more urgent now that a murder had been committed. The abbess had seemed agreeable, even anxious, that her nuns be seen in their usual day-to-day activities. Probably the sting of accusation from Lord Lisle-Livett still rankled, and she had felt it was in her best interest to eagerly cooperate with the bishop's emissary. Max wasn't going to treat the murder as a chance for her to withdraw her permission, quite the opposite. Passing the kitchen of the guest-house, he saw Piers Montague boiling a cup of Nescafé in the microwave. He decided to have a word. He had seen both Paloma and Piers mooching about, hugging the walls of the monastery, he looking ever so trendy and ironic, she looking like a Vegas showgirl whose feathers were starting to droop. What, Max wondered, did they find to do here all day? Probably they would have left right about now, but of course DCI Cotton had forbidden it. In truth, Cotton would have to let them go sooner or later. Today, tomorrow. Paloma could quite rightly say she had a business to run. He could claim, oh, who knew what, that the place was stifling his creative impulses. "This is one for the books," said Piers to Max as he walked in, "but I'm being philosophical about it for now." "How is that?" "Oh, just that there's inevitability about Lord Lyle-Livett's being taken out like this. It's like the sun's burning out. You know scientists predict it will happen, but there's nothing you can do. God is definitely running that show." Max hadn't suspected the man of harbouring this sort of long-view thinking, let alone this sort of patience. He'd rather expected him to be on the phone to someone on high, complaining about mistreatment. Then Max realized that, in all fairness, that was more the sort of pose Clement Gorey might be expected to adopt. "Oh, I don't know," said Max. "My experience has been that the good, the bad, and the ugly often live to a ripe old age. I guess." Today Piers wore blue jeans and a tweed jacket over a plain black T-shirt. His wavy dark hair curled nonchalantly over the jacket collar. He looked more the image of a trendy university professor than an artist. He might have been one of Rodrigo Borgia's sons teleported into the 21st century. He was very tan, but only on one side of his face. Max commented on this, saying, "You must have been driving about a good deal lately." "What a positively Sherlockian observation. What makes you say that?" "Lorry drivers get that look. It is, of course, from sitting behind the wheel day after day. Only one side of your face catches the sun." "Oh, of course, yes, you're quite right. I've just returned from a 2-week trip driving alone around Britain, scouting locations for a fashion shoot. Not my usual thing, or at least not the thing I love doing the most, but it pays well." Yes, thought Max, hanging around gorgeous models all day must be such a trial, and to be forced to accept money for it, darn. He smiled affably. "I thought you were looking at building sites," said Max, but Piers might not have heard him. "I will be allowed to go soon, won't I?" Piers asked him. "I'm pretty much booked solid this year, and this delay will play havoc with my schedule." Max heard him saying "I" and "my," but not "our." His friend Paloma was as inconvenienced as anyone, and certainly Lord Lyle-Livett was more inconvenienced than anyone. But not too surprisingly, Piers's concern seemed to be for himself alone. "Early days," said Max affably, "and it is strictly up to DCI Cotton." "And to me," he added silently. "It will take me at least a day to gauge your true north, Mr. Montague." Chapter 25. At the Cavalier. The kitcheness may be said to have the most joyous of tasks, for food is a sign of God's bounty and love, and its preparation is an occasion for joy. The Rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. The Cavalier tea-room and garden back in Nether Monkslip was alight with the news of Max's mission to the nunnery, news broken with customary efficiency and relish by Miss Pitchford, who had broken all land records trying to get to the Cavalier the moment Elka hung out the open sign. To her chagrin, the usual suspects had already gathered. "But I forgot my mobile back at the shop," Awena was saying. "I'll need it in case Max tries to call. There's been an incident at Monkbury Abbey." "Yes, I heard about it on the BBC," said Susanna. "Max is there?" "I'm afraid so." "What a complete waste," said Susanna, shaking her head in disgust. "Max Tudor in a nunnery." Susanna could not get her head around the whole monastic ideal. To give up the chance of a family life was just conceivable, she thought, if you could pardon the pun. Here a significant glance at Awena, now close to term. To give up sex? No. And shopping? What about the pure pleasure of a white sail skirmish at Debenhams? of a little refined scrapping over the last set of 400-ply sheets, for that matter having to give up the indulgence of sleeping on 400-ply sheets. "I would say the same about DCI Cotton," said Elka. "He is in charge of the investigation, I hear." "I would second that," said Susanna. "He's also quite a dishy person." Adam said, looking up from his cruller, "What do we really know about Cotton?" "Really, not much," said Susanna. "Wedded to his job, apparently. I do know his mother died after a long battle with hypochondria." Elka, not really listening, said, "That's hereditary, is it?" "I was joking. It was a joke, Elka. I meant that she complained all the time about her health." Susanna returned to her earlier line of thinking. Aloud she said, "What sort of life do those women at the Abbey have? What trouble could they get up to in a convent?" "Apart from the murder, you mean?" asked Awena. "That surely has nothing to do with the nuns. Someone broke in, perhaps looking for silver chalices and things like that." "Max would say the passing tramp theory of murder is passé. Certainly in literature it is. In fact," Awena hesitated, "in fact, I rather think he is starting to believe these cases he keeps getting involved in are related somehow, that they are not random." "Why would he think that?" Susanna pressed the tip of her index finger, its nail expertly painted in silvery pink, onto remaining pastry crumbs and transferred the titbit to her mouth. "Elka," she called across the room, "the blueberry scones, delicious." "I'm not sure," said Awena. "Something the Bishop of Monkslip said to him, I think, and maybe something he has started to feel himself. Of course, don't we all know that nothing is random, that there is a great net connecting all of us in this life?" Said Susanna neutrally. She was not always able to follow Awena down the more esoteric of her new-agey byways. "Let's just hope," said Susanna, "he returns in time for the next issue of the Herald. What a story he'll have to tell." Chapter 26. Dossiers. "Remember that it is commanded thou shalt neither steal nor even covet another's goods." The rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. "I am just not getting it," said Cotton to Max. "I'm starting to wonder if I'm the wrong man for the job." He and Max had once again convened to discuss the case, this time in the room granted to Cotton for his use while he investigated the death of Lord Lisle-Levitt. It was a room even more Spartan than Max's, but if the detective noticed it, he said nothing. More likely he felt right at home, thought Max. Cotton looked over at Max, sitting in the one easy chair in the room. Cotton, trying it out earlier, thought it might be stuffed with pine cones and nettles. He watched as Max shifted his weight uncomfortably before giving up and perching on the window ledge. "I mean, I think it is a wise man who knows his limitations, don't you?" Cotton continued. "I'm not a religious person, at least not in the sense people mean when they use that word." Non-denominationally raised Cotton, whose mother belonged to the church of It's All About Me, found great comfort in Max's presence. There was old film footage of Cotton's mother dancing naked at a rock concert that still haunted him. Occasionally it would show up on a BBC documentary on flower power or free love or the peace movement. Cotton never knew quite what to make of his childhood, raised as he was by a largely absentee dancing mother, whether to curse it or be thankful. School had been a particular nightmare. His mother's antics had made him such an easy target. But it also had made him resilient, tough, resistant to intimidation, and hyper-aware of his surroundings, giving him all the skills needed to be good at his job now. Cotton didn't understand Max's religious beliefs, but the powerful impact of a man largely at peace with himself and the world was undeniable. For Max, it clearly was far more than a religion of plaster saints. Cotton knew about Max's past, of course. He knew that MI5 had asked more of Max than he could any longer give, but in putting that past behind him and choosing a new future for himself, it seemed to Cotton that Max had acquired a sheen and a polish that he may have lacked before, when he was at the mercy of fallible men. Belief in an infallible deity must do something for one. Cotton only wished his skepticism didn't stand so firmly in the way. He'd nabbed too many con artists with their hands in the collection plate. There was also that old prayer of St. Augustine's, "Lord, make me chaste, but not yet." Not that Cotton was a wild carouser. Who had time for that, being on the police force at everyone's beck and call? But he wasn't sure he was up to the sort of personal sacrifices Max had made. With a sigh, Cotton returned to the task at hand. Max was staring out the window, not a care in the world by the looks of him. Maybe he'd already solved the case and out of politeness was keeping the solution to himself until Cotton stumbled upon it. Max turned from his reverie, eyeing Cotton with that calm regard. Cotton busied himself pulling several files from his elegant leather briefcase. "The background is trickling in," said Cotton. "You'll be surprised to know, or maybe not, that one of the good sisters has a somewhat notorious past. She killed someone with her car. She pled guilty to causing death by dangerous driving and received rather a light sentence, but the whole thing reads more as an accident to me than anything." "Which sister is it?" "The one they call Dame Fruitcake, the Kitcheness, Ingrid Castle." "Ah," said Max. "That might explain the bad leg." "Probably. She ran over someone who was drunk and staggering down the middle of the road, ended up in the hospital herself when she overcorrected and the car flipped over. She spoke to me of an employer who drank. She didn't mention this part of her own history, but then she was under no obligation to tell me. I suppose Abbess Justina knows about this?" "Yes," said Cotton. "Dame Ingrid laid out the whole story on her application to the place. There was no hint that she herself was driving drunk, by the way. She'd had wine with dinner, but she wasn't legally over the limit. The puzzle is why she pled guilty, but I suppose that is how she felt." "It suggests a rather complicated psychological history," observed Max. "Is there any other kind?" "No question that she left the scene. Nothing like that." "No," said Cotton, "but having caused the death of another human being, it may have pushed her into following through on a decision she had already made to come here." Said Max. "That more or less dovetails with what she did tell me, but leaving out some important bits." "It is the Gories who intrigue me," said Cotton. "That Horatio Alger can-do attitude. I've always admired their spunk, the Americans." Cotton drew forth another sheaf of pages, clipped together and tagged with sticky notes. "He's more a middle-class Midas touch sort of bloke, is Clement Gorey," said Cotton, reading from his notes. "He didn't come from nothing, that is to say, but his financial rise from where he began was meteoric. In 1993 he founded something called Excelsior Market Advisors. It's a hedge fund based in Omaha. That is somewhere in the Midwestern United States. Yes, I know. I have been there. Omaha is in Nebraska." "Oh." Cotton paused to scribble a note on his paper. "You know," said Max, "I hear hedge fund and my mind goes blank. I've never entirely understood what it is these people do for a living. I think it's the terms they use that baffle as much as anything. What is short selling when it's at home, for example?" "You're asking me?" said Cotton. "I can barely keep track of what's left of my pension. Once in a while I take out an abacus and try to figure it out. That's how some of them get away with murder, if you will pardon the expression. They count on the ignorance of the man in the street. Even with wealthy tech gurus or organic farmers or fashion designers you know where you are, more or less. But with captains of finance? Nah. Anyway, the joke that goes around is that Clement gets his insider tips from God. He's that rich. Some think he's got a more mortal pipeline. It rather depends on whom you listen to. But the corporate culture of his company is religious to the extent the law will allow. Employees are practically required to be churchgoers, although it's not part of the official mission statement. The employee picnic must be a real knees-up. Anyway, he's estimated to be worth $800 million in US dollars. That's about, let me see, about 550 in Great British pounds, said Max. Wow. too right, wow. Give or take a tax haven or two, that's a lot of private golf courses. Anyway, that kind of wealth is enough to throw the rumour mills into overdrive. But he claims to have made his fortune by hewing to a line of morality first, profits second. On paper, it sounds terrific. In actuality, let's say the SEC, the American version of what we used to call the Financial Services Authority, would love to nail him. They just can't believe anyone could have that sort of good luck legally. That seems rather mean-spirited of them, when you think about it. I gather the SEC is not famous for its generosity and humour. Probably just as well. Every pool needs a lifeguard. What about Clement's wife? Una Gorey, born Una Staunton of Omaha, Nebraska, is his first and only wife. They met at a church social. He likes to say he married her for her potato salad recipe, but in fact she came from money herself. Nothing like the amount she enjoys today, but her father helped bankroll his son-in-law. He was something in cattle, the father-in-law. Your team has been busy. Actually, I think this was pretty easy information to dig up. Clement is an object of fascination to those who toil in media outlets. He's often been encouraged to write a book about his success. Think of him as a religious Donald Trump. People want to know how he did it, so they can go and do likewise. Oprah would probably see him as a big get. I did gather he has some of Trump's steeliness, said Max. But would it be fair to say Una is the proverbial woman behind the successful man? Do you know, I can't get a handle on her, really. She's so behind him as to have no clear identity of her own. She agrees with whatever he wants to do and goes wherever he wants to go. Or maybe it's that he agrees with whatever she wants. Some couples are like that. You can't tell them apart at the end of the day. Certainly she's no simpleton. Just looking at her, one gets a sense of a strong personality. Max thought of Owena. They weren't exactly inseparable, and on the surface they might appear to be poles apart in the ideas that divided many people, but he could not imagine life without her. In many ways they were becoming one another. He had no idea what a psychologist would make of it all. Max just knew that in his personal life he was a most happy and lucky man. Perhaps Clement Gorey felt the same. "Here is what I also don't get about this setup here," Cotton was saying, "and perhaps you can enlighten me. For a place that runs on a time schedule like a railroad, with certain hours for prayer and certain hours for this and that, the puzzle is, how do they know what time it is? How do they know when it's time for matins, say?" I asked about that. Time is hard to pinpoint, since none of them wears a watch. Clocks, where they exist, are deliberately well hidden. Obviously, they can tell the time using that computer of theirs, but somehow I don't think they do. That would be cheating, you see. In the old days, they used a water clock or astronomical observation. It was never precise to the second, of course, but close enough. Or they used candles that were marked to burn according to the hours of the day. I noticed one was always burning in the church. Cotton looked at him. "You're joking, right?" Max shook his head. "Welcome to the Middle Ages. How on earth could that sort of system be accurate? A stiff breeze blowing through an open door, a faulty candle wick. I think after a while they just knew what time it was. There is always the body's own clock." Oh, really?" Cotton fumed. "That's just great. Just try explaining to a judge and jury that the bells were rung more or less on time when the nuns just knew in their hearts it was probably 4 a.m., give or take an hour. If we ever have a suspect, and if this thing ever comes to trial, that is." Max eyed him with that reticent smile, the smile that told Cotton he was overreacting. "We'll figure it out," Max said. "We'll get there, we always do. Anyway, the system in the old days was that 2 nuns would stay awake in pairs to make sure neither nodded off. Then they would go wake up the abbess. And in the new days, same story. Let me be sure I've got this straight. Rather than using an alarm clock, 2 nuns keep watch together all night and into the early morning hours to make sure no one oversleeps. So who were the night owls the night Lord Lisle Livett died? The night of the murder it fell to Sister Rose Tockett, the novice, and Mary Benton, the postulant. Sister Rose also had early duty keeping watch at Dame Meredith's bedside. I gather it often did fall to these two. Being low on the totem pole means you get the job no one else wants. They live in a constant state of exhaustion, these women. It's like a hazing ritual, said Cotton. I'm sure the nuns don't see it that way. They see it as discipline. And, yes, a bit of testing to make sure the newbie can withstand the rigours of the life. Max paused, thinking. They say St. Francis was awakened by a falcon every night to say the office. Yes, well, St. Francis was a regular Dr. Dolittle, said Cotton. He fussed some more, muttering as he scribbled something into his notebook, bearing down hard with the pen. Finally subsiding, he said, You've been here a little while. Any undercurrents you've noticed? Max replied, Among the nuns, there is a bit of clinging to the past versus charging into the future. The lines are pretty clearly drawn among those with an opinion. Dame Sybil, the cellaress, seems to be all in favour of progress. So did Abbess Genevieve from the mother house in France when I spoke with her. She sees great opportunity for partnership and expansion, and, in her practical way, knows that the Abbey is not going to survive without letting in a few rays of publicity and advertising. 1 or 2 of the other sisters, I got the impression, were not so happy with the way things were trending. They're content with doing things the way things have always been done. But they have mastered that whole obedience thing and are willing to go with the flow, once they figure out what the flow is, said Cotton. Max agreed that was likely. The disagreement among the nuns, if it rises to being a disagreement, probably is more over how to keep a balance between contemplation and charitable works. Income from their produce supports the poor and good works, and some of the sisters may want to do more of that, become more socially engaged. The other side may not want the world interfering too much with their original mission, which is to contemplate and worship the divine mysteries. If I had to guess, it's an age-related divide. The younger nuns want more social involvement. They are probably also the push behind the green and organic initiatives here. Max thought about that and then said slowly, Not really. Dame Hephzibah seems quite proud of the gift shop and how well it does. But Dame Cellaress, that's Dame Sybil, while hardly a kid, is younger than many here, and with her business background it is natural that she should think in terms of the bottom line. As far as the green and organic thing, that seems to be part of the fabric of the place. Young and old see the sense in conservation of resources, of leaving a small footprint, and so on. They all probably see it as part of their mission to be good caretakers of the planet. Max sighed in frustration. For all his upbeat talk, when he looked at this case, all he saw was disparate threads that did not lend themselves to a pattern. Yes, they would get there in the end, he believed that, but it was going to take a lot of interviewing of suspects over days or weeks, and Max knew he couldn't afford the time away, and couldn't stand the thought of being away from Rowena that long. "What do we know about the man who brought us all here?" Max asked. "Lord Lisle Livett. This poisoning business has turned into— I don't know what yet. More than we expected. More than he expected, that is certain. Certainly he seems to have been drawn by the treasure hunt aspect. I gather they all were, to some extent or another. But the misappropriated funds were the real draw for most of them." Max paused, thinking. Had Lord Lisle Livett donated money to the place? "A few £1,000, replied Cotton. "Nowhere near the amounts the others were in for. But enough that I'm sure the idea of being ripped off was galling for him." Max had met many such men as Lord Lisle Livett in his time, both as MI5 agent and priest. Men and women born to privilege and wealth. It gave some of them that aura of entitlement that made the working-class man or woman itch to reach for their knives. But in Max's experience, many rich, well aware of the role luck had played in their birth, devoted much of their time and money to worthy causes helping others less fortunate. He did not overwhelmingly feel Lord Lisle-Livett fit into that category. "Wasn't there some old business of a kidnapping at that manor house of his?" Max asked Cotton. "Yes, many long years ago. It was quite the sensation at the time. It still is, since the crime remains unsolved. My team has pulled some photos from the file on the kidnapping." Again Cotton snapped open his leather briefcase and produced a sheaf of photocopied pages. Together they studied a black-and-white newspaper photo of the kidnap investigator. The caption beneath the photo informed them, "DCI Bordeaux began to harbour suspicions when the silence deepened after the last ransom note." And there indeed was DCI Bordeaux looking quite sceptical. "I met him before he retired," said Cotton. "Sound man." "Still around?" "Alas, no. He was killed during some sort of hostage situation." Max, who had been involved in many such scenarios in his MI5 days, shook his head. He knew how quickly such a situation could go south. People with hair-trigger tempers and hair-trigger weapons did not mix. "Lord Lisle-Livett at the time," Cotton was saying, "the father of the current lord, was rather an upstart who was always thought to have married for money. He had the title, the wife had the money. He was rather looked down on by his peers because of it, but I gather he was also disliked because he was a social-climbing, treacherous git. It doesn't sound as if the apple fell too far from the tree in the case of his son. Can you get me some more of the clippings from that case?" "Certainly I can, whatever you need. But do you think there's a connection to the current situation?" "I think that family has lived under what we can call a curse for a long time. It may be a coincidence, maybe not. But I'd like to refresh my memory of events. I was too much a rookie at the time to be directly involved." "That's right. MI5 became involved. Everybody became involved. Scotland Yard, MI5, even MI6 when the trail led overseas." "They never found him, did they?" "No, poor little tyke. It was assumed it was another case like that of the Lindbergh baby, but in this case no trace of him, alive or dead, was ever found. I recall he had a birthmark." It had been, as Cotton had said, a media sensation, along the lines of the Lindbergh kidnapping or the disappearance of Lord Lucan. It was one of those stories that simply would not die, largely because it attracted conspiracy theorists from every corner of the globe, and on a slow news day the details and theories would be trotted out for a rehash in the tabloids. "What," Max asked, "if anything, do you have on Piers Montague? He looks like a man with a past." "Ah, yes, Piers Montague, all that shaggy charm of the midnight poet, mad, bad, and dangerous to know." "All that, yes," said Max. "True enough of Lord Byron." "Byron wanted to be buried with his dog," said Cotton, "so I've always felt he couldn't have been a complete rotter." "Did not know that," said Max. "Anyway, I'm not sure that's a tried-and-true measure of character. Well, what do we know of him? Piers, that is." "His parents ran a shop, working class and proud of it. Hard workers, nothing to be said against them except that they may have lacked imagination. I remember he made a comment in passing that he dreamed of an academic career, but they held him back. Still, photography is hardly a secure profession, assuming that the quarrel with them was about his taking over the family business." Cotton flipped through a few pages, finally stabbing one with his biro. "Piers's employment for a few years seems a bit vague. He hung around Parisian cafes, being artistic and drinking coffee and dating models. Nice work if you can get it. It's not clear how he made a living, but the rumour is he had, for want of a better word, sponsors, wealthy women, generally older than he. Patrons of the arts, yes. I don't see why everyone has to go to Paris to be artistic, do you?" Max asked, "when London is a perfectly fine city with its own demi-monde. They've held the monopoly so long, no one questions it." "Anything against the doctor? Barnard?" Max had asked Cotton to verify Barnard's credentials. "No, he trained both here and in the US, Originally as an ophthalmologist in the US. His credentials are all above board and shipshape. Why? Did you think he was a phony, an impostor? Max didn't answer at first. Then he said slowly, "Not in the sense you mean." Okay, so it's to be another round of Stump the DCI, thought Cotton. Still, he knew if he gave Max his lead, Max could lead him to the proper suspect, so he said no more. "You're thinking our suspect is a man?" Cotton asked instead. "If the body was moved, it was probably a man doing the moving. You'd need the upper body strength to haul dead weight like that around, even given that Lord Lisle-Livett was not a large person. Although all the nuns are fit from routine physical labour, still there would be limits on what they could drag or carry, particularly since the disposal of Lord Lisle-Livett involved hoisting the body over the ledge of the well, a height of about 4 feet, and pushing it down into the well. An awkward manoeuvre at best. So the questions become, if the body was moved, when, why, and how was it moved? Why is usually so the guilty party isn't immediately apparent. If the body were found in the abbess's front parlour, we'd certainly be looking at a narrower field of suspects. Max thought it was like one of the nuns' tapestries, the patterned cloth emerging slowly from the machine, the shades and textures light and dark, tightly woven. He turned to Cotton and said, "So this is what we have on the surface. 9 o'clock is Compline, preceded by a 5-minute warning. Here, let's make it as a chart." And taking a notebook from his inner pocket, he wrote, 8:55 p.m., bell for Compline. 9 p.m., Compline begins. 9:30 p.m., Compline ends. Great silence begins. 10:10 p.m., body of Lord Lisle-Livett discovered. So far, so accurate. What is missing, of course, is the time of the murder and the name of the murderer. The coroner's preliminary assessment was that he was killed between 8 and 10:09. That's cheating, that last bit. Of course we know the time he was found. Nothing scientific about it. I know. They always do that. But the man's watch had stopped. It was broken at some point in the violence surrounding his murder. And the time on the watch was 9:10, an hour before he was found. Handy, that, said Max. Cotton could tell by the distant look in his eyes that Max had moved on to examine another puzzle piece. "What do we know about these people, really?" Max said at last. "No one talks of their past in this place. And as far as many of the nuns are concerned, they have no past, in a sense, meaning their past lives happened such a very long time ago as to be meaningless for investigative purposes. We can't even run a credit report on them. It would come up blank, wouldn't it? Not one of them has a credit card, owns property, nothing in the usual way of things. It's as if they don't really exist, isn't it? Or that they ceased to exist when they joined the nunnery. Of course, that is the idea. To leave the past and all its encumbrances behind. It's going to make investigating rather a trial." "A little thing like that won't stop us," said Cotton, with more optimism than he felt. "We're on it, going as far back as need be." We quickly learned about Dame Ingrid's past trouble, in part because she admitted it on her application to Monkbury. Although the women have effectively disappeared behind these walls, we can't discount some sort of problem in their past lives catching up with them now. Not for a minute, but it will be a chore getting all the details. The devil, this time, said Max, really may be in the details. Chapter 27. On Leaving the Abbey. No one may leave the Abbey without the permission of the abbess, even on the shortest errand. Once outside the Abbey, a sister shall be on guard against seeing or hearing any evil thing. No sister on her return shall relate what she saw or heard outside the walls of the Abbey, for this causes great harm. The rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. DCI Cotton left some minutes later to interview and in some cases re-interrogate various of the Abbey's guests. The nuns had been collected to sit with a female sergeant in the chapter house. Cotton had agreed to wait to talk to them himself until after whatever prayer session they held at mid-afternoon. Max had convinced Cotton to include Sergeant Essex on this case. She had been involved in previous investigations with him, and Max had the highest regard for her tenacity, discretion, and honesty. "I don't know," Cotton had said. "She's got no rank, no clout. I can't just send her in there alone. Special deputizer or something. You could force your way in and throw your weight around and flash your warrant card at the nuns, but it's much better to finesse the situation. This needs a woman's touch. Trust me on this." Cotton, although scowling, agreed. Max had never let him down before. It was agreed the nuns would come in pairs to the guest-house living-room for the interrogation, a concession Cotton had made given the general horror that had greeted any suggestion the male police use any of the cloistered areas for the interviews. It was bad enough that room-by-room searches were being conducted, and if the abbess could have seen a way around even that small indignity, she would have taken it. The thing of it was, the obvious suspects were the nuns, who had easy access to all the areas of the cloister. But the other thing of it was, well, they were nuns. Difficult to get around that. Prosecution would be a nightmare. Cotton allowed himself a delicate little shudder. He later ran into Max outside the guest-house, just as Max was staring in frustration at his mobile phone, which stubbornly showed the no-service signal at the top of its screen. Max told Cotton he didn't know why he had hoped things might be otherwise, but it seemed worth a try. The weather had lifted, lifting his hopes for better reception. Cotton said, "You can pick up a satellite signal only at the end of the road, and then only when the moon is in Aries and Jupiter aligns with Venus, just as in Nether Monkslip. Your best bet is to go into the village of Temple Monkslip. There's an ancient pub called the Running Knight and Pilgrim, where Lord Lisle used to stay on his way to the Abbey. Not too surprising, that. It's the only inn in town to speak of. It's on the high, you can't miss it, and they have free Wi-Fi." Max's first thought was, "I can call a wiener." "I know," he said. "I stopped there on my way out here." He paused, adding, "I think the place to start may be, as always, at the beginning, to see where and how Lord Lisle lived, to talk to his wife, and to try to get a handle on who Lord Lisle was when he was at home. And I need to call the bishop, given all that has happened. Oh, and a wiener," he added casually, hoping it sounded like an afterthought. "I'll give her a call, too." Cotton, who knew how far from being an afterthought a wiener was in Max's mind, smiled and said, "Of course, and the manor house isn't all that far. You should be able to return from there this evening." So Max went back to his room to collect his jacket and car keys, glad to escape the confines of the Abbey, if only for a little while, and very much hoping a wiener would be available when he called, for they still had much to decide. He and a wiener finally had agreed, after much discussion, to approach marriage in stages. The breakthrough conversation had occurred on May 1, Beltane, and a very big deal in a wiener's calendar, halfway between the spring equinox and the summer solstice. It also happened to be the time of year to celebrate fertility, and looking at a wiener then, he couldn't think of a more apt holiday. Carrying their child, she was literally blooming with health and happiness, more animated and happy than he'd ever seen her, and, if possible, more beautiful. Max had reached out to touch her hair, pushing back the white strands at one temple. He wondered aloud if the baby would be born with that white streak. "Well, that would be a bit weird. Mine didn't appear until I was 21. "Ah," he said. "And besides, most babies are bald to begin with." He thought now of the child on the way, wondering if it were peacefully awaiting its time, or kicking against confinement, heedlessly eager to join the dangerous and wide, wonderful world. Every relationship in his MI5 days had been sabotaged by the secrecy of his life, by the lies told. What would marriage have been like then? Raising a child. How could you raise a child when you could never quite let on to that child who you really were? Max thought of his own father, a caring and decent man, if distant and distracted. Like every parent since the dawn of time, Max hoped to improve on his relationship with his own child. I wanted his approval, thought Max. He wanted my love. Why were these goals at such polar opposites? To ensure there would never be any doubt in anyone's mind how happily and surely this child of starlight, was wanted by its father, Max had agreed to go along with Awena's suggestion of having both a hand-fasting and a civil ceremony, and did not push her on the church service. Hand-fasting was a recently resurrected tradition, begun in centuries past when people in small, remote villages had to wait weeks or months for a visiting clergyman to consecrate their marriages. Couples would meanwhile announce their commitment in a public declaration called a hand-fasting, considered to be a legal, valid union at the time. Max's bishop had yet to be told any of this plan. Every time Max got near the subject, a murder got in the way. Or so Max told himself. He wasn't sure which part of his news the bishop would react to more strongly, the baby-on-the-way part or the no-church-service-yet part, or the whole New Age shebang. Surely the bishop would understand. Max couldn't force the issue. As it was, he was ecstatic about the ceremony as planned, overjoyed that he and Awena would legally be man and wife. As to the rest, baby steps. The bishop simply must understand. This was a man who didn't balk overmuch at a priest in his charge being involved in murder investigations after all. He'd learned to roll with it. But the bishop would have to be put into this particular picture before the ceremony itself, Max told himself sternly. It was not as if Awena's religious beliefs encompassed a galactic confederacy, but whose beliefs could stand up to close scrutiny? The virgin birth alone was a hurdle too high for many. The bishop would understand. He would have to. 20 minutes later, Max began the drive to Temple Monkslip. Mentally, he added 15 minutes to his trip, having been warned by Cotton that some of the road had been washed out and he'd have to detour around. Luckily, the rover usually could manage it. His plan was to stop in Temple Monkslip to use his mobile and then continue on to Nashbury Feathers via Monkslip Worthy to interview Lady Lyle Livett. He had not made a clean getaway from the Abbey, however. Xander Gorey, still teeming with ennui, saw him leaving, car keys dangling from one hand, and reminded him of his earlier promise to take her into town. "If nothing else," she pleaded, "I need a change from all of the orphanage food they serve here." She said this in the despondent tone of someone who has nothing more to lose. Max first cleared it with both Cotton and with her mother. Her father, as was often the case, was nowhere to be found. "Besides, I need to pick up some fags and some hair product." Orphanage food, thought Max. Like Xander would know anything of orphanage food, child of privilege that she was. "You can come on condition you forget about the cigarettes," he told her. I'm quitting, honest, soon." "Today would be a good day," he said. But they set off, Xander riding shotgun in leopard-print high heels. The dye in her hair must have been temporary, because today the ends were coloured sky blue and had been dipped in bronze sparkles, probably affixed with a shot of hairspray. The effect, Max thought, was strangely charming, like she'd been sprinkled with pixie dust. Perhaps it was a look to be outgrown one day, but appealing for now. He wondered that two ultra-conservative types as her parents had managed to produce such a sprite as Xander, but that was often the way the genetic lottery played itself out. She was rifling through his CDs in the console between the seats. "What? No Taylor Swift? Not even? And this... what is this?" She picked up his copy of Trio Medieval's album, which happened to be a gift from Awena, giving it a shake as if mothballs might fall out of the plastic casing. "That," he said, "is wonderful. Put it in the player, you'll see." She reeled back as if he'd asked her to spray hot sauce in her eyes. "Oh, all right," she said at last. "If that's all you've got." "It is." They drove a while without speaking, as the downward descent from the top of the hill was best not taken at full speed. He could see why trying to navigate it on a rainy night would be unwise. It was bad enough in daylight. Max was a great believer in listening to the younger generation. They so often had a perspective that might have escaped him. So, "Now tell me," he said to Xander, "you must have some thoughts about this murder, a theory or two." Xander paused, deep in thought, then shook her head. It was as if this were the first time she'd paused to consider the meaning of the recent events. "I've got nothing. He wasn't anyone's choice for Mr. Congeniality, but I don't see why anyone would kill him, or anyone for that matter. There are always better ways to solve a problem." "You think he was a problem for someone?" She adjusted the dial on the CD player, turning up the volume. "Don't know, do I?" She was a poor dissembler. Max decided not to press it, but he knew she was lying, protecting her father, her mother, or herself. He asked, "Did you ever see him? Oh, I don't know. Doing anything suspicious? Snooping around?" Actually, it was Xander he suspected of snooping around. As bored as she was, she had to find something to do. Of course, he suspected all of the guests of the same thing, her father and mother, Paloma Green and Piers Montague. "He was always skulking about the church," she told him, "pretending an interest in the artwork. Once I saw him feeling along the walls." "What?" "Like he was looking for hidden panels or springs." "The walls are made of stone and brick. That is most unlikely." "He was kind of an idiot, if you ask me. He'd probably read too many boys' adventure stories." Once they reached the village of Temple Monkslip, he dropped her off, having already explained that he needed to go his own way for a while. Their understanding had been that she would catch a taxicab back to Monkbury Abbey, or resign herself to finding something to do in the village while Max pursued his inquiries further afield. If all else failed, he had arranged for Mr. or Mrs. Gorey to come and collect their daughter, should she not reappear at the nunnery by 6 that evening. Xander spotted a cafe that promised American-style burgers and confidently sprinted off on the high heels, turning heads as she went. Max had parked in front of the public house, the Running Knight and Pilgrim, grateful for the free Wi-Fi promised by the sign in its window. The sign reminded him of that old joke, who was Wi-Fi and who was holding him captive? Above the entrance, which opened directly onto the street, were 3 carved panels, each bearing a coat of arms. He recognized the arms of Monkbury Abbey. A further sign near the door identified it as a Grade 1 listed building dating from the 13th century. Max knew that in those days English villages were often closely tied to their monasteries, that in fact the dissolution had been the ruin of many a village that depended for its economic livelihood on the jobs created by the sisters and brothers. Domestic servants, tradesmen and craftsmen, attorneys, doctors, masons and bricklayers. When the monasteries fell, the jobs went with them. Abbeys often had acted as landlords to entire villages, a lucrative and generally mutually beneficial situation. Particularly if an abbey attracted pilgrims to view its relics, those pilgrims needed lodging, food, and all the rest of it. As a system, it had worked well, although it had greatly enriched the monasteries, leading to greed, leading to envy, and leading to all the rest of it. Their success, and in some cases their arrogance, had led to their downfall. Temple Monkslip undoubtedly had grown out of such a symbiotic relationship with Monkbury Abbey. From the looks of the Running Knight and Pilgrim, things had quieted down a lot in the intervening centuries. Max had the place nearly to himself. Today the pub's landlord was working the bar. He had not been there when Max had taken his pub meal. The publican was a large, fleshy man with a high forehead and the sort of patchy red beard that made Max's fingers itch for a razor, as he suspected it covered up, or tried to, quite a nice face. As the man stretched out his right arm to serve Max a pint, Max could read the inscription tattooed along its length, "Stand fast, Craig Elachi." "Thank you, Mr. Grant," he said. "You recognize the motto?" the man said, pleased. He stuck out his hand, saying, "It's just plain Grant, Rufus Grant at your service." Max asked him for directions to Nashbury Feathers. Oh, you'll be wanting to talk with the grieving widow, is that it? Do you know, Lord Lisle was standing just where you are now, not that long ago, chatting up some local blokes for information about the nunnery. They worked there, you see." Max hazarded a guess. "Repair work?" "Precisely. Plumbing and masonry and such like. They were grousing because they and their pals had been promised a big job working on the new guest house for the sisters, you see. And then all that had ground to a halt. No money, the nuns said. No one really believed them. Monkbury Abbey's always had money. Since the dawn of time they've had money." "I see. And Lord Lisle wanted to know more about this?" Max was having a difficult time picturing Lord Lisle rolling up his sleeves and tossing back a few brews with the lads. But then he realized that was precisely the nature of a born politician, and that is exactly how Lord Lisle would have gone about collecting information. Lord Lisle's claim of being driven to visit the nuns in a burst of religious conversion was looking even less likely than before. The publican hesitated, looked thoughtful, and finally said, "It wasn't a casual conversation they were having. It was more intense, you know. Like Lord Lisle was demanding answers to specific questions, sort of grilling them, do you think?" Rufus turned and replaced the glass he had been polishing on the shelf behind him. Max thought he knew the problem. It was bad business to bad-mouth the local lord and the local nunnery when so much of the health of the village depended on both. But throwing caution to the wind, Rufus allowed, He wanted to know the layout of the place. He was asking about diagrams and plans and such like. And he said something like, 'I've looked high and low, I tell you, there's nothing there.' Then they saw that I could plainly hear the conversation and took themselves elsewhere." Max ordered a pint from Grant, then took himself off to a corner where he couldn't be overheard and where he wouldn't be a nuisance to other patrons as he chatted on the mobile. As he went, he noticed several people sitting in that prayerful posture, heads bent, that meant they were reading the screens of their mobiles. As he powered up, he saw with gratitude that he had automatically joined the Running Knight and Pilgrim network, and that he had a steady 3 bars to work with. Awena answered on the second ring. They exchanged rapturous greetings, interrupting each other with questions about the other's health and well-being, and generally revelling in the sound of one another's voices, nearly heedless of what was actually said. Max felt it as a balm to the soul to hear the lilting notes of her speech. "I've been following the news from here," said Awena. "You may not be surprised to learn the BBC has shown an avid interest, as have all the other news outlets." Max groaned. If it was news in Nether Monkslip, it was news everywhere. He had passed a broadcast van with its large satellite dish on top on the way out to the village. Too much to hope it hadn't been heading for Monkbury Abbey. At least the abbess could confine them to peering up from the bottom of the mountain to the abbey walls. It was private property, and she would be within her rights to bar them from the place. An enterprising reporter would set up shop here at the Running Knight and Pilgrim and see what news could be uncovered or invented in the face of the nuns' silence. "I think the situation can be contained, media-wise. But it would help very much to wrap this up quickly, help it to go away. What we don't want is a lingering mystery. Speaking of which, you are not going to believe this, but I want you to look up something for me in Frank's book." "Wherefore Nether Monkslip?" she asked, her voice betraying her astonishment. "Is there something in particular you're looking for? Please don't make me read the whole thing again." "I would not be so cruel." "All the Holy Grail and King Arthur legend, he makes it sound so crackpot," said Awena. "I don't think it is at all. There is always some truth in a legend that just won't die." "Doesn't he speculate that the Grail was made of gold and fantastically valuable, set with rubies and emeralds?" "He said the value was in the eye of the beholder. That I do remember." "That may be so, but I think this current gold rush to the Abbey is down to him." "But he also says, I think, that it could be a holy relic, that it became an object of veneration that drew people by the hundreds." "Right," said Max. "That is how many monasteries became wealthy."
But he also says whatever it was disappeared, and then along came the Reformation,
and that was the end of the pilgrimages to Monkbury Abbey.
You seem to remember quite a lot of it.
Frank brought the book in its various stages of creation to the Writers' Square meetings at the Only Begetter bookshop. I was forced to listen to it, over and over and over. I came to believe it is possible to die of boredom. Max asked a few further questions about Frank Cuthbert's book, which had inspired the more rampant speculation about Monkbury Abbey, ending with,
"I was thinking I should get hold of another copy of the thing from him, actually read it this time."
"Oh," she said, "Frank is on rather a grand book tour in the US. He has been sent there by his publisher."
Max sighed. "Of course, I'd forgotten. Our famous author is difficult to reach these days."
"Yes, Lucy says he was awfully excited. Where exactly is Des Moines?"
"It's in Iowa."
"Lucy says Frank has been Skyping into book clubs and libraries."
"Is that anything like parachuting?"
"He would if he could figure out a way, I'm sure. I hear he's working on a sequel now."
Max couldn't stop the sharp intake of breath. No. What more was there to be said on the subject?
"Are you all right?" she asked him.
"At least," he said slowly, "it solves the problem of what to buy people for Christmas next year."
"I thought you liked your relatives."
I do. Actually, my mother claims to love Frank's stuff. Her book club read him."
Max thought a moment.
"I guess I could call him, but I'm not sure what precisely I want to ask him. I don't suppose you could put his book in the mail to me, could you? Use one of the express services?"
"Of course I will, if you think it will help."
Awena sounded doubtful. Max didn't blame her. "Monkbury Abbey and Temple Monkslip are mentioned in his book, am I right?"
"From what I can recall," she said, "along with Glastonbury, of course. Not in any coherent way, though."
"Yes, Frank's style is his very own. His last performance at the St. Edward's Night of Prayer and Poetry will not soon be forgotten."
"Nor forgiven by Miss Pitchford."
"Please." "Yes, don't remind me."
Max felt Frank's ode on the birth of a hedgehog, complete with video footage, might stay with him forever. "So tell me," said Awena, "how is convent life?"
"Like being surrounded at all times by wise and highly competent women. Not all that different from living in Nether Monkslip, actually."
She laughed. "That makes me think of the old joke about the 3 wise women following the star to Bethlehem. They didn't get lost on the way because they stopped at an oasis to ask for directions. They brought appropriate gifts, like casseroles. They cleaned the stable and fed the animals, and they also brought peace on earth."
"That sounds exactly right," said Max, adding, "It's the eeriest place, is Monkbury."
"A thin place," said Awena. "Yes, after all these years it would be."
"Thin place?"
There are places where the physical world and the spiritual world collide or intersect rather than running alongside each other as they normally do. It's the thin place where we can hear the voice of the Creator. Usually it is somewhere deep within a forest or near a body of water. Some place where we stop the incessant yammering in our heads and just listen and wait for the goddess to speak to us."
"That's how the light gets in," mused Max.
"What?"
"Nothing. A poem by Leonard Cohen. Lyrics."
"How pretty. And yes, that's exactly it. The light gets in through the thin places," she said in her earnest way. Awena. How he missed her. Awena with her eyes as clear as the waters of the Sargasso Sea. He asked a few more questions about her health and the babies, and was told the doctor was delighted with her progress. Max scrounged a few more excuses to keep her on the phone, until finally she said in her gentle way, "I have to go and help Tara with the delivery of herbs."
"What's for dinner?" Max asked idly. While the food at the Abbey was splendid, it wasn't a patch on Awena's cooking.
"I'm making pesto from fresh basil. Then I thought I'd stop into Lucy Cuthbert's shop for some freshly grated parmesan and pine nuts. Will you be coming home soon? Please?"
Would he be home soon? What an excellent question it was. He had no idea. The investigation, such as it was just getting started, and he had appointments and projects of his own piling up back in Nether Monkslip. "I will," he told her. "I promise. Save some pesto sauce for me." Awena said, "You mustn't worry. It's bad for your blood pressure. Have some oregano tea, or tea made from wild rosemary. Do they have herbal teas at the nunnery?" Max laughed. "If there is a place on earth outside of your shop that's bound to have herbal teas, it's Monkbury Abbey. You would love talking with the herbalist here, Dame Petronilla. Dame Pet, they call her." Max briefly repeated the contents of his conversation with Dame Pet, the conversation concerning berries, the toxic and the merely irritating ones. Awena, naturally, knew all about the different properties of varying plants and their uses, so Max asked a few specific questions and they chatted a while longer. Mostly, Max wanted to confirm the time frame of growth for the berry-producing plants that had been found in the fruitcake, which time frame he had heard from Dame Pet, and Awena was able to confirm what had been said. The fall was almost certainly the time when the fruitcake had been tampered with and given to Lord Lislevitt. The yew tree, Awena told him, had great symbolic value to the pagans. Because of its longevity, really. The Christians simply adopted it, as they did so many things, to get the populace to go along with the new religion. Oh, and if you're looking at poisons, monkshood would be a very fitting one, given where you are. They call it the Queen of Poisons. If you saw it, it's obvious how it got its name. Suddenly Max felt that in coming to Monkbury Abbey he had stumbled into a veritable cauldron of poisons. A few more cheerful tips on what to watch out for. Deadly nightshade you can easily recognize by its bell-shaped purple flowers, also called atropine. Doctors use it to dilate the eyes before surgery. It's in bloom right about now. 15 berries can kill you. And then Awena said, "Max, I have to run. Once I've helped Tara, I'm expected over at the church. My turn on the flower rota, you know." Awena, it seemed, was always on the church flower rota, because the other women claimed the flowers lasted longer when she was involved. Max, like nearly everyone else, somehow had come to accept these quasi-paranormal attributes of Awena's as quite normal and only to be expected. "And then tomorrow there's the Ramadasa healing meditation, followed by a birthing class in Monkslip-super-Mare. Don't worry," she rushed on, forestalling his apologies. "This particular class is not something you'd need to attend anyway. Plenty of chances for that when you get home." Max had approached each birthing class session so far with a near-debilitating dread and apprehension, while the sessions only seemed to increase Awena's otherworldly calm. The natal facilitator, as she liked to be called, was a sweet, grandmotherly woman given to wearing lavender twin sets and fond of using pain management slideshows of a stultifying dullness, alternating these with videos of a graphic carnage that held Max, used as he was to scenes of massacre and bloodbath, spellbound in hushed, bug-eyed alarm. How in God's name was anyone brought into the world healthy and alive and whole, given what it took to get here? The father's-only birthing class he had attended most recently had ended in a wild, boisterous, hours-long session in a nearby pub, which to all the fathers-to-be seemed the only rational response to their looming individual crises. "But please do hurry home," Awena said. "And again, don't worry. You always get to the bottom of these mysteries. You haven't failed yet." There is always, thought Max, a first time. "And do take care," she added. "Remember Robin Hood." "Why should I?" "He was bled to death by a wicked prioress." Max laughed. "I love you," he said. He got her promise that she would drive safely to Monkslip-super-Mare and would look both ways crossing the street, having got plenty of sleep and so on. And finally, having run out of excuses, he rang off, and called his bishop. "You said it was a formal visitation," he was telling his mobile a few minutes later. The bishop's secretary, rather ominously, had put Max's call right through, rather than let him cool his heels or wait for the bishop's callback. "So it was part of a routine visit, planned well in advance?" Max asked his superior. "Well, it was not a surprise visit," said the Bishop of Monkslip. "They were given a heads-up by my secretary, but it was not, say, a thrice-yearly scheduled thing. I prefer a little spontaneity, so I get a sense for what is really going on. Especially, prompted Max, as the pause went on a beat too long. The bishop sighed. "Especially in the case of the handmaids of St. Lucy of Monkbury Abbey. It's not as if I was trying to catch them red-handed at anything dishonest, nothing like that. It was just, well, as I mentioned earlier, they tend to drift toward the conservative side of things. Even, one could say, the ultra-conservative. Or there were factions wanting to lean that way. I felt it was a situation worth keeping an eye on. I would hope I've created an atmosphere where it is possible to come to me with any topic, however unpleasant, and I would help them get it sorted. But they were used to running their own affairs, you see. Perhaps I should have been firmer with them, interfered more." He sounded exactly like a worried parent watching his teenage daughter rebel over her curfew. "I'm not sure," said Max, "how much there is to worry about. As you say, they have their own minds and very strong wills, and may just have found asking for your guidance difficult." "They take vows of obedience, Max," the bishop reminded him. Max, schooled in keeping secrets as he was, wondered if the nuns didn't have a few secrets of their own. The routine, the order, might they not chafe after a while? That lack of variety, with every day divided into hours assigned to the sacred offices, that lack of possibility of variety to the grave, and then, on top of it all, constantly being supervised and corrected. In chapter, the abbess would hold her staff of authority, and the cellaress would wear her ornamental keys, and the nuns would inform on one another for the most minor of transgressions, taking the last slice of bread without asking, not stopping work at the very second the bells rang for prayer. Everyone had to answer to someone at the end of the day. But this was extreme. Might it drive a person to keep a few secrets, to keep something back, to rebel? Might it perhaps drive someone, unstable to begin with, off the deep end into murder? "Was there any problem in the past that could account for the current situation, do you think?" Max asked. "In what way do you mean?" "I'm not certain, really. How, for example, did the abbess come to be the abbess? Was she a popular choice?" "Her predecessor died, Abbess Iris. Yes, and she had suggested Abbess Justina as her successor?" "No, now that you mention it. The cellaress is usually next in line. Rather an unspoken thing, you know, a custom. They all vote for whomever they want, but it is generally the current cellaress who is elected, rather like in the US, where it is expected their vice-president will always run for president once the president has finished 2 4-year terms. It's because the cellaress knows so much about how the place operates. The only other rival for the position would be the sacrist, for similar reasons, but that was truer in the days when being in charge of altar valuables and sacred relics and keeping jostling pilgrims in line was a much bigger job. So why didn't they choose Dame Meredith? She would have been cellaress at the time, right? I'm not certain. I think she may have been felt to be too conservative. Dame Sybil was mentioned also, but there was a faction that felt she was too progressive, too modern. Abbess Justina was chosen as the safer middle road. I must say I was relieved by their choice. Dame Sybil might have been a disruptive influence, pushing too hard for profits, you know, at the expense of the spiritual side. But now she is cellaress, and held in check to a large extent by Abbess Justina. Max wondered fleetingly whether, if anything happened to the abbess, Dame Sybil might finally get free run of the place. Could the poisoning have been about that? About discrediting the abbess and pushing her from her throne of office? "The politics are rather surprising," he said. "But then, whenever 2 or more are gathered, there are bound to be 2 opinions on some things, aren't there?" And quiet behind-the-scenes jostling for position. Max said as much about the jostling, and the bishop replied, "Quite. There is never anything overt. It's just human nature to have favourites, and somehow Dame Justina became the dark horse favourite. But of course, special friendships are forbidden." "Special? Oh, I don't mean that sort of thing. No, not at all. I meant that any hint of favoritism, of excluding others, is poisonous to communal life. It happens, and when it does, it has to be stamped out immediately. A too close friendship, private conversations, all the same sort of thing as you see outside the walls of a nunnery, gets magnified in a closed community with so few inhabitants. The slightest hint of that spells disaster, even among those committed to the ideals of peace and forgiveness and generally getting along. Max could see how easily, without a strong leader in charge, the whole thing could dissolve into petty feuds and taking of sides. Maintaining her distance from the fray did appear to be Abbess Justina's strength, that and the Teflon quality of the born politician. "I will need to step in at some point and instigate better controls," the bishop was saying. "They need security cameras around the place, I suppose. I never thought I'd see the day. Their reputation is hanging on this, Max. Monasteries used to hold valuables for people, rather like a bank with safe deposit boxes, because they were known to be honest, that they could be trusted." "I know," said Max. "We can't have them lose what matters most, their reputations for fair dealing and integrity." "Yes," said Max. The whole conversation was forcefully reminding him of what he had not yet told the bishop. Talk about a lack of integrity. "There's something I must began Max. "I have to run now," said the bishop. "A cab is waiting to take me to the airport. I'm attending a conference where I'm the keynote. The role of the Church of England in the 21st century. You know the sort of thing. I do hope they don't notice I'm starting to repeat myself. I really need to talk with you soon, Max, when you've resolved all this at the Abbey. I just know you'll get to the bottom of it." And the bishop rang off. Chapter 28. At Nashbury Feathers. Beware the sins of the flesh. The rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. Soon afterward, Max left the running knight and pilgrim, setting off on the 50-mile journey to Nashbury Feathers, the weekend home of Lady Lyle Livett and former weekend home of Lord Lyle Livett, deceased. Max supposed she was the Dowager Lyle Livett if she had a married son to take over the title from his father. Cotton hadn't mentioned other family, but Max recalled some news story or other about the son of Lord Lyle Livett who, being somewhat of a rake, had been sent to spend his days raking in warmer climates. DCI Cotton had related to Max something of his conversations with the Dowager, for Cotton had stopped by Nashbury Feathers on his way to the nunnery. Of course, the attempted poisoning had brought the matter to Cotton's attention initially, but now it had all landed squarely back on his desk. "The wife," Cotton had told Max, "is concerned about what the coroner may find. That's only natural. But again, she seems mostly to be concerned because of the insurance angle. It can't be death from a heart attack from where she stands, or she would prefer it not be. Yes, more money for her if it's murder or accident, as the policy is written. What's her theory on what drew him to the nunnery? Lord Lyle Livett had had a very public religious conversion," Cotton said, "about which his wife is highly derisory. She thinks he knew a scandal was coming and was trying to do pre-wash publicity. Cotton interrupted himself. "I don't want to put preconceived notions in your head, but I think she knew her husband very well." Cotton had then sort of squinted at Max and added, "You'll be lucky to get out alive." "What do you mean?" But Cotton, grinning, had just shook his head. "You'll see." And so Max had driven up the long, tree-lined drive to Nashbury Feathers and found himself admitted to the fine old manor-house by a housemaid wearing jeans and a T-shirt that advertised her support for the Monkslet Badgers. He had been announced. Actually, he had just heard his name being bellowed outside, followed by some sort of hushed admonition, and then she had come back into the hallway to lead him into the presence. The interview took place on a wide terrace stretching across the back of the house, with a view over rolling green hills to the sea, a view interrupted only by the strip of blue water in the swimming pool. Max sat beside the bereaved wife, pulling a lawn chair near her chaise lounge, but downwind of the cigarette she held in one hand. The Dowager Lyle Livett was of middle years, to all appearances frozen there in time by the skilful wielding of a plastic surgeon's knife, and wore a bikini that left nothing to the viewer's imagination. Her hair was of an artificial champagne blonde shade, and of a texture usually found on a child's doll, with dark fake eyelashes adding to the largely plastic illusion. Max wore his clerical collar, feeling as if he had stumbled into a bad French farce. It was an impression compounded when he was asked if he'd like the maid to bring him a martini. Cotton had recounted how Lady Lyle Livett had saved the remaining fruit-cake brought from the nunnery by her husband, observing that you could live off the stuff for years, really. But she had been planning, she told Cotton, to foist it onto the maid when her husband wasn't looking, or failing that, quietly tip it into the rubbish bin. The remainder had been analysed at the instigation of Lord Lyle Livett, as Max knew, and the tainted berries found. After refusing the martini and exchanging some preliminary pleasantries and expressions of condolence, Max asked her, "How was your husband in recent days? Did anything unusual happen that could be behind this unfortunate incident?" Max's choice of words seemed to remind her that she was supposed to be in mourning. She pulled a little sad face, but just as quickly wiped it away, perhaps thinking outward signs of mourning might cause wrinkles, or perhaps already tiring of the pretense. "Nothing, really," she said. "That blonde DCI asked me that, too. Ralph was about the same, irritable and difficult to live with. Staggeringly full of himself, the usual." "And before? Around the time when he visited the nunnery before, in the fall?" "He was up to something, but I don't know what. Preoccupied." "Worried?" "Maybe. And that wasn't like him. Ralph tended to just bowl through obstacles in his life. He was a doer, is how he put it. That's shorthand for bully." "And he came back from that visit with the fruit-cake?" "Right. We had it as our pudding one night for dinner not long after his return." "What did he eat besides that?" "A pork roast and vegetables. Nothing different from what I ate, except that ruddy fruit-cake he'd brought back from the Abbey." "You didn't have any?" "I don't like fruit-cake. I don't know a living soul who does, do you? I gave mine to Scooter, the dog, who thankfully didn't much like it either. Ralph did, though. Part of his general contrariness to like what most people can't stand, if you ask me." "And this incident encouraged him to revisit the Abbey?" "Mm-hmm." She reached for a bottle of suntan lotion and began anointing her bronzed arms and shoulders. "Keeping up with the tan is hard work. God, I miss Rome." "Lovely city," agreed Max. "Did you not think it strange he'd return? To the Abbey, I mean." "Yes. He said something about repair work and money, and then he decided he needed to explore his spiritual side. It was enough to make a cat laugh. I didn't really listen. Whatever it is he was up to, I can tell you this. It'll make the Profumo scandal look like a vicarage tea party." She smiled winningly and added, "No offence. I'm sure you throw lovely parties at your vicarage." "So you think visiting his aunt was just a pretext?" "There's no question about it. He didn't care a toss about her, and going to see her was just an excuse. But for what, I don't know. The nuns aren't allowed visitors except on set occasions or in an emergency. But for years he didn't visit. Couldn't be bothered." This reference to Dame Meredith made Max slightly uncomfortable. He had not visited his own aunt very often. It was a duty, a chore, an obligation, rather than something undertaken with joy, as it should have been. "You have to understand, my husband was always on," the Dowager Lyle Livett said. "Always putting on a performance, you know. Except when he was around me, of course. For me, he didn't bother. Hadn't bothered in ages." Max did see. As with most marriages, he supposed, the spouse saw the whole picture, the good and the bad. Max was still searching for Lord Lyle Livett's good side. He had to have one, Max reasoned, didn't he? His publicity people had gone into overdrive to broadcast that he was at the Abbey seeking spiritual renewal. What a load of bollocks. "Trust me," she added,
If he was there for spiritual cleansing, it was because a scandal was about to break and he was doing some preemptive image enhancement. Spiritual cleansing. Ah! He actually used those words, thinking I would swallow that. He must have thought I was as gullible as the reading public. Believe me, I know him too well. She corrected herself, first trying on and quickly abandoning her grieving widow expression. Knew him. There is no question in your mind this was murder. It was not a question. Suddenly a cagey look came into her heavily made-up eyes. She retrieved a pair of sunglasses from the small table that held her cigarettes, suntan lotion, and a beach-read paperback, Torrid Tuscany. I wouldn't know, would I? I wasn't there. But I also don't believe he just dropped dead of a heart attack and hit his head on the way down a well. Ralph would never be that considerate, for one thing. For another, he had just received a clean bill of health from his doctor. I do apologize for having to ask, said Max, but do you believe he would be engaged in any activity that was, sexual in nature? At this she let out a loud bray of laughter. It was quite a contagious laugh. If I were casting an actress to play a Wild West brothel madam, thought Max, I would pick Lady Lyle-Livett for the role. My stars, Vicar, that was nicely put. But in a nunnery? Max smiled, seeing how he might better have rephrased the question. I was speaking generally, said Max. How he comported himself generally. The answer is yes. If I were a betting woman, which I am, I would give you even odds he was unfaithful, although I would also bet he confined that sort of activity to London. She paused, thinking. But he could have been up to anything, really. I'd also offer even odds on financial malfeasance, bribery, arms trading, oh, you name it. He might draw the line at human trafficking, but only with the greatest reluctance, and even then he'd first ask about the size of the profit margin. That broad answer seemed so oddly definitive Max could think of nothing further to ask. But it was becoming clearer that Lord Lyle-Livett's visits to the nunnery were completely out of character, and might indeed be what his wife believed them to be, attempts to divert the attention of the media or to polish his image in advance of some unsavoury revelation or other he knew was about to burst forth. There was always the possibility of character change of a bolt-from-the-blue variety, but from what his wife was saying, Lord Lyle-Livett seemed to have reverted straight to type in between his visits to the monastery. No, an ulterior motive for his stays was looking more and more likely. St. Paul may have been converted on the road to Damascus, but as much as Max disliked dismissing the possibility of miraculous conversions, they would, after all, make his job so much easier, Lord Lyle-Livett almost certainly had not had the benefit of such an experience. He had been reading that book, she said, screwing the cap back on the lotion bottle before wiping her hands on a towel, and that may have had something to do with his sudden interest in the place. He read that book in one go, which was not like him. That book? That would be Wherefore Nether Monkslip? That's right. He was highlighting pages and so on. Really, totally unlike him. He barely read a newspaper except to see if he was mentioned. And then there was the letter. The letter? Ralph got some letter from the nunnery. I saw the seal on the envelope. That woman with a crown thing. He opened it, and you should have seen his expression. I swear all the blood drained from his face. Max, instantly on alert, leaned further in toward her, straight into the fumes of coconut oil and cigarette smoke. Cotton had said nothing about a letter, and Cotton would have said if he'd known. Did you see what the letter said, or whom it was from? No, but that is why I remember what happened so clearly. He threw it in the fire and then pretended it was nothing. He said it was some sort of fundraising appeal letter. He was an accomplished liar, just ask his constituents, and quick with a cover-up tale, but over the years I could generally spot when he was lying. Generally. After a while I didn't care. I developed outside interests. Again she smiled, perhaps assessing Max for inclusion in her list of interests. Did he ever mention Piers Montague or Paloma Green in connection with fundraising for the Abbey? No, she said, but she said it too quickly, dropping her eyes. Reluctantly she added,
Piers is a distant relation to Ralph, a third cousin thrice removed or something. She perked up. And a very dishy morsel is he. Could the letter have been from his aunt? Wouldn't that be the most logical person to be in touch with him? I asked him that. He sort of went from snotty to outraged in an instant. He was good at that. And he was adamant that it was not from his aunt. He repeated that it was a fundraiser, and he said it loudly because he hated repeating himself. Once he started bellowing about anything, I knew it was time to keep my head way down and drop the subject. Are you certain I can't have the maid get you a drink, Vicar? Max shook his head. And it was after this he paid his first visit to Monkbury Abbey. His first visit in many years, at any rate. That's right. And that is when he came back with the fruitcake. It seems like some sort of warning, doesn't it, that fruitcake? That's what I thought, too. But instead of heeding the warning, he returned to the nunnery. You don't find that odd? She adjusted her sunglasses, shaking her head. No, I don't. Ralph thought he was invincible. There was something at Monkbury he wanted, and apart from taking a few precautions as to what he ate while he was there, he wasn't going to stay home quivering over some mishap with the fruitcake. She blew a smoke ring. It hovered over her head like a halo before dissolving in the air. I can tell you this for free, she said. He was snooping around there. He told me himself he looked at printouts of their financials. How did he get hold of such a thing? He waited until the cellaress's back was turned, then took a peek. What did he find? He said it all looked balanced. They were doing very well, he said. Everything in order. So Lord Lisle Livett, unsurprisingly, had no compunction about prying where he had no business prying. Max wondered if Lord Lisle Livett had seen a more current or accurate statement somehow on this most recent visit. The visit that had led to his murder. Chapter 29. In Olden Days. No sister may neglect the times appointed for reading, or engage in idle talk during those times, as this would bring harm to herself and distraction to others. The rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. Leaving Nashbury Feathers, trailed by longing looks from the newly minted dowager, Max was struck by a thought. Wasn't it likely Dame Olive would have obtained a copy of Frank's book for the Monkbury archives, dealing as it did with the history, or rather the legends, of the Abbey? So on his arrival back at Monkbury Abbey Guest-House, he went to seek out the librarian, Dame Olive, before the bell could call her to her meal or to vespers. He found her at her desk, so completely focused on whatever she was reading she didn't look up until he had cleared his throat to get her attention. She abruptly closed the book. Much to his astonishment, Max saw it was a copy of Frank Cuthbert's Wherefore Nether Monkslip. Dame Olive blushed. There was nothing salacious in Frank's book, so far as Max could recall, but for anyone with any aspirations to serious historic scholarship, he supposed, it wasn't exactly like being caught reading Robert Graves. As if echoing his thoughts, Dame Olive said, "It is a guilty pleasure, reading this thing. Of course, I could claim that since it mentions the Abbey, even in passing, it is my duty to read it. But I find myself captivated by the somewhat swashbuckling narrative style. The author has quite an imagination. It's transporting. Did you have something you wished to discuss, Father Max?" Max, who was still adjusting to this new view of Frank Cuthbert and his book as anything other than a huge village embarrassment, took a moment before he said, "I don't suppose you could lend the book to me?" Her reluctance was palpable. "I'm not quite finished," she began. "I'm just getting to rather a good part." "There's a good part?" "I promise I'll return it quickly. I'm only interested in the bits about Monkbury Abbey. The sections on Glastonbury and King Arthur's grave and so on probably aren't relevant." "Ah, but you see, it all ties together in a rich tapestry. It's all woven together so beautifully." My, she was a fan. "I promise," said Max, "I will skip over anything not directly relevant." "Your interest isn't connected to the murder, is it? I mean, how could it be? Just a silly little book, after all," she said. Interesting, thought Max. She went rather quickly from rich tapestry to silly little book. It's one thread I'm following up on, Max told her.
I see.
Still she hesitated.
He's rather a mystery writer, is your Frank Cuthbert. He leaves many unanswered questions, some having to do with old crimes.
Well, it's a mystery to many what he's writing about. That much is certain, and he's only mine in the sense that we share a village. She laughed, a light trilling sound. Max thought she probably had a lovely singing voice. What? He asked her.
Oh, just what you said about mystery writers. I'm reminded of something I read recently, that the Bible authors were the original mystery writers.
Max smiled. He had a nagging suspicion she knew more than she was telling him, but that she would dance round the topic until the next bell rang. Thinking that drawing out her knowledge of the Abbey's history might put her more at ease, he asked lightly, conversationally, "Did Monkbury Abbey play a key role in the Crusades?" She paused, considering the question.
That depends on what you mean by key. Monkbury Abbey was always pivotal to the life of Temple Monkslip, which was rather a Crusader magnet, and the residents of Nashbury Feathers were major patrons too. You can see the tombs of some of them in the church. They were killed while on crusade and brought back here for burial. Time has not been kind to some of them. The brass nose of the 5th Earl of Lisle has quite worn away. At one time, rubbing his effigy was thought to be lucky, you see.
The 5th Earl. When would that have been? 14th century? 15th? He asked her to describe what the place might have been like back then.
Smelly, she said succinctly. Even though monasteries were models of cleanliness for the age, the stench must have been unbearable at times. They burned liquefied animal fat in lanterns, for example, and bathing was infrequent.
She folded her small hands atop Frank's ghastly book.
The nuns did have running water. They diverted water from the river into a sort of trough outside the refectory, so they could wash their hands before meals. There was some basic understanding of sanitation, although the hand-washing may simply have been a religious ritual involving no particular bow to hygiene. Of course, the infirmary was built over the river, so the worst effluvia could simply be dumped untreated.
Max smiled. I saw a bumper sticker recently that said, "We all live downriver."
Isn't that the truth? As to diet, you really had to like fish. Fish caught upstream of the infirmary, one hopes. Records show a ton of salted and dried fish being served with mustard sauce. As a special treat, they might have raisins or nuts. But they weren't as isolated as we are today. Men and women from Temple Monkslip would come to work the farm and help with the laundry and to work in the kitchen and the bakehouse. They were often paid in cloth.
Max imagined cash may have been more welcome, but who knew? It was a different time. A bell rang just then. Half expecting her to jump up from behind her desk and run off, Max rose from his chair.
"It's a bell announcing visitors," she told him. "Poor Dame Hephzibah has been run off her feet with all the fuss about Lord Lisle accident."
She added a perfunctory,
"May he rest in peace."
Max nodded, thinking, so accident was to be the official explanation for now, was it? He wondered if that idea had come from the abbess.
"But earlier someone left a trail of water in the corridor leading to the infirmary," Dame Olive was saying. "It often happens when the vases for the flower arrangements are overfilled. Dame Hephzibah got stuck with mopping it up, and she's got too much to handle already."
It had sounded like any other bell to him, but clearly they had a system to help them differentiate. Throughout his time at Monkbury Abbey, bells had punctuated the silence. The women lived all their lives in a Pavlovian way, responding to the ringing of a bell, dropping whatever they were doing on the instant in anticipation of future reward or punishment. "You don't have any particular theories as to why Lord Lisle met his end here, in this place? Who may have been responsible?"
"None whatsoever," Dame Olive replied firmly, "and we have been forbidden to speculate."
Max did not really believe her. The nuns might insist, as he had heard them do, that they didn't know each other well, that they were forbidden or reluctant to talk about their pasts. But he didn't for 1 minute believe you could live in a fishbowl like Monkbury and not develop a sense for the personalities surrounding you. Did anything at all, strike you as out of the ordinary that night? She shook her head firmly. Everything was as usual. Lentils for dinner, Dame Petronilla drying her herbs. She was using coriander to treat poor Dame Meredith. The warm weather brought us all outside, more into the cloister garden, and I have wondered— She caught herself up short with the forbidden speculation. "I'll have to own that in chapter," she said, displeased. Max gazed over her head, as if innocently perusing the shelves of books and folders, as if thoughts of murder were as far from his mind as could be. He wondered what Lord Lisle-Livett had found so fascinating about Frank's book, but was afraid she'd end the conversation if he approached the subject too directly. "The Vikings," he murmured, as if struck by a sudden thought. "Did they venture this far north?" "Ah!" she cried, as though this very topic were never far from her thoughts. "Those were dark days. The Vikings were no gentlemen, and it was always feared they might attack. The nuns became rather clever in dealing with the threat." "How so?" "They learned to hide the gold and silver valuables from the altar, things like that. They replaced the communion chalice with one of wood for as long as the danger lasted. And they were told to lie if need be. Yes, they received a special dispensation for that from their abbess. She must have been a practical soul." She laughed lightly. The small hands in their accustomed gesture flew to shift the oversized glasses. "We lived to see it all, the Crusades, the Norman Conquest." By which time, Max thought, the nuns might really have mastered hiding-places. Might they have become skilled in telling white lies where needed, too? For he was beginning to wonder how much of Frank's nonsense was nonsense. Was there treasure buried here somewhere? "Not to mention fire and earthquake," she went on. "Now, father, if there is nothing more—" There was a lot more, but Max could not formulate the questions that might tease out the truth. And he had the oddest feeling that she would only answer openly if he asked targeted and specific questions. She wasn't going to offer up Abbey's secrets on a plate. Again he tacked the little wooden ship of conversation on which they sailed toward less dangerous waters. "You have visited Glastonbury?" he asked her. He didn't know what made him ask. The famous landmark's physical resemblance to the mountain on which they sat, he supposed. Monkbury was like a large Glastonbury tor with foliage. And hadn't Awena said something about Glastonbury in summarizing Frank's book? "Long ago," Dame Olive replied. "And yes, I've heard the rumours. So apparently has your friend Mr. Cuthbert." Once again, Max's first urge was to deny this close affinity with author Frank Cuthbert, to deny, if need be, that he'd ever met Frank Cuthbert. Instead, he said, "Rumours?" "That the Holy Grail of legend found its way from Glastonbury to here. Utter rubbish. Now, if you will forgive me, Father Tudor, I really must, file these returned books. And some mice have found their way into some of the archives again. I can't bear to kill the poor things, and it takes me most of the day to catch and release them." She hesitated, eyeing him warily. "You may borrow the Cuthbert book if you wish, Father. Just be sure to return it before you leave." Chapter 30. The Cellaress. The cellaress shall be a wise, sober, and stable person, not given to excess in food or drink, or given to squandering resources. In her important task of caring for the Abbey, she must never become puffed up with pride. She is in the final reckoning answerable to the abbess. The Rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. Before he had another go at Frank's book, Max decided to interview the cellaress, the financial linchpin of Monkbury. He retraced his steps of yesterday and followed a sign pointing to the cellaress's office. He paused at the open door of one of the workshops where a nun was working with terracotta. The clay was of a deep red. He remembered from a label he'd seen in the gift shop that they were using a clay from Devon, and the nun was surrounded by shelves holding little pots and mugs and coffee cups with glazes of white and green and blue. He watched as she deftly avoided catching up her long skirts and apron as she went about her messy task. He could almost feel the weight of all that fabric dragging down his shoulders, and he thought how unbearable all those folds of cloth would be come August, if England were to endure another round of the heat waves that had become so commonplace. He and Edwina had planned their ceremony for August, and while he would walk through fire to be with her, he rather hoped that metaphor wouldn't be too apt come the day. He thought this must be the Dame Potter the bishop had mentioned. She looked up from her work with a gentle smile but said nothing, and he was content to watch her for a moment, deciding that his favourite hue for the slip glaze was the white, an off-white shade the colour of parchment. He was consumed by a sudden, somewhat irrational desire to take up pottery-making, to feel the clay between the palms of his hands, irrational only in that he had no artistic ability of which he was aware. But watching her, he felt something of her contentment in this simple, ancient act of creating something both useful and beautiful from an element so ordinary as terracotta. He moved on down the flagstone hallway, and in the workshop next to the pottery, he found a nun at work with a floor loom, her dark hands rhythmically guiding the threads, her veil pinned back out of harm's way. As before, he didn't attempt to interrupt, but watched, mesmerized, as the patterned cloth emerged slowly from the machine. He knew from the gift shop that the nuns made scarves and throws and blankets and placemats in complex, mathematically precise textile designs. The colours here were muted, soft heathers and shades found in nature, tans and pale greens, the designs interlocking as with ferns and leaves. There hung from a drying rack in one corner several altar clothes and vestments in various stages of embroidery. They put him in mind of something William Morris might have designed, or of something Edwina, with her love of colourful, intricately woven and embroidered clothing, might wear. He had a fleeting image of her, back home in Nether Monkslip, knitting some infinitesimal garment for the baby, a jumper with sleeves not much bigger than his thumb. The child would still be tiny in January, when even Nether Monkslip felt the blast of winter. The nunnery was like a microcosm of Nether Monkslip in its population of industrious, resourceful, and talented inmates, plying homey trades that had never gone out of fashion and that were only recently gaining new recognition. Unfortunately, as in Nether Monkslip, murder had invaded this sanctuary of peace. Not really expecting her to be there, he tapped lightly on the door labelled Cellaress. "All praise be to God!" trilled a high, authoritative voice from inside. The lights of a twinkling modem greeted him, and for a moment Max was transported back to the Bishop of Monkslip's spaceshipy office. But this set-up was primitive by comparison. The Cellaress had a printer that was a mate to Max's own unruly destroyer of paper and ink. Dame Sybil looked up at him. She had large eyes and an intelligent countenance, her face flat, white, and heart-shaped like a barn owl's, and with the same alert stare. Round eyeglasses added to the effect. She followed his own gaze to the gadget on her desk and said, "It's not fast, but it often works. The telephone and cable companies want nothing to do with us. We're far too remote for them to bother with. Well, if we paid their exorbitant fees to install the infrastructure, they'd be interested, but we won't. You, of course, are Father Max Tudor. The abbess told me to expect a visit from you. I must say I am surprised to see you here still." "Surprised? How?" Max asked her, smiling. "Well, I rather thought your role might be, reconsidered. I understand the presence of poison was confirmed, and now that someone has succeeded in killing the man, surely it's a matter for the police." Succeeded in killing? Max wondered at the choice of words. She seemed well informed about the poison, but then, Max reminded himself, she was actually second in command of the place, and was probably more in touch with the day-to-day happenings than was the abbess. "Of course," Dame Sybil continued, "I understand how difficult you must find it to leave Monkbury. Those of us who live here would never dream of leaving. It is a choice we'd gladly embrace, most of us." The owlish eyes closed complacently for a moment behind the round glasses. "Most of us." "It is a calling like any other." Max found he was losing patience with her indirect mode of answering. Hers and everyone's at Monkbury, for that matter. He reminded himself he was here on sufferance, and no one owed him an explanation for anything. No one owed him the time of day. But still he believed Cotton's and the bishop's thinking was correct. The nuns might talk to Max at some point about whatever might weigh on their consciences, but they would clam up in an instant in talking with the police. The reasons for that might be to protect themselves, but more to protect the integrity and reputation of the abbey. The outer world must not be allowed to intrude on the holy and tranquil space the women had created for themselves. "Do you have someone in particular in mind, Dame Sybil?" "Oh, no," she said quickly. Too quickly. He let it pass, hoping she'd let down her guard with a change of subject. "I see you have internet access," he said conversationally, "making it easier to keep up." "I'm not really interested in keeping up, Father. Just skimming the headlines brings me down. My eyesight is vastly improved lately, but the headlines strain the soul," she added. "Still, the satellite is indispensable to sales, although didn't I have a job on my hands convincing the abbess? With a modem and a satellite dish, we are part of the world of commerce, as we need to be." "I've seen the gift shop," Max told her. "Most impressive." She nodded. "We are blessed. The response to our products is most gratifying." "They generate a lot of income?" Max ventured. "A lot," she agreed. "The sort of wealth that brings its own problems?" he ventured. "Not on my watch," she said rather sharply. "No, indeed. But yes, corruption and bad management and nepotism can creep in, if one is not vigilant." "Nepotism? Surely not." "With the sort of abbess who might exploit the abbey to enrich her own relatives. We had more than one of those, in the past, of course." They were all so eager to assign their problems to the past, ignoring the chaos swirling around them. "There are controls in place to prevent that now?" "Of course!" She seemed genuinely shocked at the question. She reached out a hand, putting the computer to sleep, and turned her full attention to him for the first time. "Everything we do is agreed upon," she told him. "The abbess monitors the finances closely, and has the final say, of course. And the bishop, of course, keeps an eye out." Not really, thought Max, a situation likely to change now. "But whenever possible, the majority rules," she added. He was reminded of something Dame Olive had said yesterday in the library, something that hinted the majority might as easily be ignored as not. "It sounds idyllic," said Max mildly, "like a utopian ideal of harmony and cooperation." "Doesn't it just?" she said. "The abbess resisted the idea at first for some of our enterprises. She said, 'The lesson of Mary and Martha was that we should focus on God, and not just be busy all the time.' But she has come around." Hearing the triumph in her tone, Max pressed her. "There must be issues where the group is split down the middle." He let his voice rise at the end of the sentence, a gentle hint for her to spill. She shook her head. "The rule is beautifully designed to deal with discord and human failings. Anyway, this group is most companionable. There are so few of us, and perhaps that helps." "You know you can't afford an open breach," said Max. "Precisely." "And if there were one?" "It is not unknown that a sister has been asked to leave. It is gently suggested that the communal life might not be best for her." Max wondered if Dame Sybil realized she had just contradicted herself. First, they all got along just fine. Then it is clear there has been enough tension in the past that someone had been asked to leave. Max decided to change tack for now. He said, "I find it incredible that you manage all this with such a small staff. Admirable and incredible." She nodded, taking the compliment as her due. Easily he could see her in civilian life, on a telephone placing trade orders, or chairing a board meeting, the only sane person in a crazy room. "Basically," she said, "I run the physical side of things so the abbess can attend to the spiritual life of the nunnery." Again the contradiction. A moment ago the abbess had her finger on the pulse of things to avoid inroads of corruption. Now the abbess was living on a higher, otherworldly plane. "You order food and other provisions?" he asked. "Everything, down to the salt for the table. An army marches on its stomach, you know." "This would include ordering all the ingredients for making the fruitcake?" If she knew what he was driving at, which she must do, she wasn't going to give anything away. "Yes," she said. "Everything. I told you." He waited for her to say that ordering berries was generally not part of her job, but she did not rush into that denial. His admiration for her went up a further notch. "And how are most of these goods obtained?" he asked her. "We have a standing order with Messrs. Black and Standford in Temple Monksleep." "And you find them reliable?" "I find them honest and reliable, or I would not deal with them." "What is your background, if I may ask?" "I was in the corporate world," she replied. "In a management position, I'd wager?" "Yes." He knew from her file she had been rather a big noise in London, but he saw little point in pressing her for specifics. The habit of not looking back was probably so entrenched she could hardly remember the time when she had been somebody. She had given up a great deal monetarily to join the nunnery, that was certain. He made a mental note to ask Cotton to look further into her reputation for fair dealing, or not, in the city. "If there's nothing else, father?" she asked, with pointed emphasis and a slight turn of her plump middle toward the computer screen. "There is. Just bear with me a moment," he said. "Of all the people here, I would respect your judgment and opinion as to character and so forth, you having seen so much of the world outside. Yours no less than Abbess Justina's." This blatant flattery seemed to work, even on someone as savvy as Dame Sybil. She sat up a little in her chair and fussed a bit, straightening the hem of her veil. But then, as if recalling herself, she raised a sardonic eyebrow and said, "Of course, I'll not be carrying tales." Dame Fruitcake had said as much, too. No, of course I wouldn't ask you to. Of course he would ask, given half a chance, but she was not to know that. Softly, softly, then. "Out with it, please, father." "I suppose," he began, how to approach this. "What precisely are the requirements for joining the nunnery here at Monkbury?" She paused to consider and said, "We take everyone on a case-by-case basis. One size does not fit all. Generally, the applicant has to be 35 or younger, although we have admitted a few older women. Widows, mostly. The process starts when a woman writes a letter to the abbess explaining what brought her to think she had a vocation. If the person seems reasonable from the letter, we invite her to stay for a week with the community. If neither side is frightened off at that point, we ask for a formal application that includes health and financial history. No one is admitted without a doctor's certificate of a clean bill of health." "I suppose recruitment is an ongoing concern." "Yes and no. We no longer have to actively limit enrollment, as in the past. We are a dying breed. That is not to say we have to take on just anyone who comes along." Did Max imagine it, or was there a particular notion behind her words, a certain unusual emphasis? He remembered her saying earlier, "It is a choice we gladly embrace, most of us." She continued, "The fall in the number of solid vocations is a temporary condition, merely. Religious vocations will come roaring back with a vengeance one day. Until then, we keep the faith, literally. We who have chosen the religious life are not finished yet. I see a spiritual revival taking hold out there. Young people want, as young people have always wanted, to do something relevant with their lives. Isn't that the word they use, relevant?" Max acknowledged that it was. "And authentic," he said. "Authentic is the word I hear most often from the young. They want to lead authentic, relevant lives, lives that make a difference. I'm afraid they've seen their parents chase the brass ring for too many years, and they've seen how unhappy it's made them. There, you see?" Later, Max was to wonder at her certainty. Religious vocations were so thin on the ground. What made her think that trend would be reversed? "Now, back in the days of the Templars," she continued, "we could pick and choose. A trend that, as I say, I see enjoying a renaissance. We have had no end of guests trekking through the church after that silly book was published, day-trippers looking for the Holy Grail. Not that I mind. Our revenues from the gift shop have positively soared." Max sighed. "You don't mean wherefore never Monkslip?" She blew out her cheeks in a show of disgust. "That's the one. What a load of hooey." "Is it?" Max, while privately having the same view of Frank Cuthbert's book, wanted to be sure he wasn't just prejudiced by too many close encounters with it. "Dame Sybil, what makes you say that?" "Well, there was a fact here or there, but it was fact stuffed with the straw of fiction, if you follow. It is true we are very near Temple Monksleep, and it is true villages with the word temple in them have some sort of historical association with the Knights Templar. However, there we reach the end of what we can say with certainty about the relationship. That didn't stop the author from writing the most appalling nonsense and making the most outlandish leaps of logic." "No," said Max, who felt he knew this particular author intimately. "No, that wouldn't stop Frank Cuthbert." "That was his name. So you know him?" "Yes, I know him rather well. He and his wife live in my village, you see. His wife, quite a practical soul, runs a shop selling French food and wine and other imported items. Frank writes, as you know." "Is that what you call it? Well, I mean no disrespect, but if you would like to verify his facts, he need only come and see me. One way and another, I know quite a lot about the history of this area." Somehow Max didn't feel Frank would want to be encumbered by more veracity than was absolutely necessary. "So what do you think is fact, Dame Sybil?" "Well, there's the rub, isn't it? With the Templars and the Holy Grail and all, we have a story so treasured and so often repeated round the English hearth, we may never know on what truth the story is based." "Fiction does have a way of hardening into fact." "The history of the Templars, well, it's like an Aesop fable or a fairy tale, a tale for children. And have you ever noticed that children will insist on the same story being told in exactly the same way each time? My nieces and nephews used to reprimand me quite sternly if I deviated from the received text of Good Night Moon or Runaway Bunny. 'No, no,' they would say, 'it's a young mouse, not a little mouse.' And they would make me start over reading from the beginning. Children, like adults, are quite particular about their stories. Also, children are quite clever. They will do anything to avoid having to go to sleep." There was a wistful look in her large eyes as she said this. He imagined she didn't see these youngsters often, if at all, since entering the convent. "So it is with legends of the Templars and the Holy Grail and King Arthur. All those stories," said Dame Sybil. "If a tale is told in the same way often enough through the centuries, it must therefore be true. Anyway, when it comes to the Holy Grail, those who believe that Christ rose from the dead have a much simpler time accepting that there would be miraculous and verifiable evidence of his resurrection. Quite obviously, belief is a precondition." "You say verifiable evidence?" "Of course. Science and religion are headed toward a meeting place. Any day now, miracles will be confirmed scientifically. Absolutely, I believe that." "And not that science will disprove the miracles?" That earned him a "what kind of priest are you?" look. But she simply said, "How could they disprove a truth, Father?" He was just asking her if she had noticed anything unusual the night of Lord Lyle Levitt's death when a bell rang from somewhere deep inside the cloister. With a nod in his direction, she stood and walked past him, called to her choir stall in the church. The look of relief on her face at getting out of the conversation was unmistakable. Max followed her out, left with the certain feeling that the interruption by the bell had been welcome, and that she knew more about the goings-on at Monkbury Abbey than she let on, and that not all of what she knew was a children's tale. Chapter 31. In Olden Days 2. It is as valuable to read uplifting topics as it is to pray. Both honour the Creator. The Rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. Returning to his room, Max opened the copy of Frank's book that Dame Olive had so grudgingly provided him, noting that the copy was well worn, also that it fell open to the passages regarding Monkbury Abbey and Temple Monksleep. The book was, as Max remembered it, the most exasperating blend of boys' adventure fantasy and utter hogwash, passing as reasoned scientific inquiry. No legend or rumour was too small not to be breathlessly repeated as established fact, or extrapolated into certainty by recourse to the research of delusional and ill-informed experts who seemed to live and work somewhere on planet Mars. Frank's literary influences were difficult to pinpoint. Lewis Carroll meets Tolkien in the Crystal Cave. Max took a moment to admire Frank's photo on the back of the book, in which the author was portrayed, one arm draped over a tree branch and his eyes gazing heavenward, as if it were from there alone he drew his inspiration. As Max began to read, he wondered if there were any way to actively prevent Frank from writing any more books. He didn't suppose hiding his pens and pencils would help. When last seen, Frank had upgraded to a very thin, very expensive laptop that he worked on at the Witch's Brew coffee shop, ostentatiously channeling Ernest Hemingway or another of the great authors. Flipping through the pages, and there were many, Max was reminded how right his first impressions of the book had been. It was the strangest mash-up of Mary Stuart and Thomas Malory. Like a Wiener, Max loved the Arthurian legends and held them to be somewhat sacrosanct, perhaps because his mother's people came from the region of Cornwall near Tintagel, where Arthur was said to have been born. Was said. Now he sounded like Frank, spouting wishful beliefs and wispy tendrils of history. Max continued reading. He had brought a cup of coffee with him from the guest-house kitchen, and it rested on the small desk near his pen and notebook. Max read on, fascinated despite himself, as Frank's narrative made one of its dog-legged leaps of logic from Arthurian legend to speculation about the real, hidden purpose of the Templars centuries later. At one point, Frank's story digressed into a discussion of a comparatively recent find during World War II at nearby Temple Combe in Somerset. Known as the Temple Combe face, it was a painted depiction on oaken wood of a Christ-like visage, originally done in bright blues and reds, the head surrounded by golden stars. The painting had been deliberately concealed in, of all places, an outhouse, tied into the roof by wire and hidden by plaster. Hidden from whom and when and for what reason was not clear. Scientific analysis of the wood showed that it could be dated to the years when the Templars roamed the earth. Leaving that topic for the moment, author Frank jumped back to the Holy Grail. Could this, he breathlessly asked the reader, be the sought-after Grail itself, an image of the living Christ's face, thereby ignoring his own report that the image probably dated from the late 13th century? From here, Frank led the reader to Glastonbury, and why not? There were few spots in England as shrouded in legend, and much of the legend did have to do with King Arthur and his queen, Guinevere. Glastonbury Tor, near Glastonbury Abbey, Frank asserted, without hesitation or a shred of proof, was the site where the Holy Grail, a bejewelled drinking chalice in this telling, had been buried. Along with many others, Frank held that the chalice originally had been carried to Britain by Joseph of Arimathea, and that it was the chalice used at the Last Supper. Max had visited much of the world, but generally had been assisted by as much technology as it now took to move one human from one end of the globe to the other. He marvelled still to think of the wide-ranging travels of the largely underfunded apostles, James to Egypt, Thomas to India, Andrew clear up to Russia. He was also inclined toward the school of belief that Jesus had travelled widely during his lost years. The ancients were anything but stay-at-homes. So to Max, the idea of Joseph of Arimathea's travelling to England was anything but outlandish. What or whom he brought with him, who could say? But Frank stated categorically that Joseph had come to Glastonbury carrying with him the chalice that had ended up, leaping a few more centuries, in the care of the monks at Glastonbury. It had disappeared at the time of the dissolution of the monasteries, along with anything else that could be melted down after first being stripped of its valuable stones. Thomas Cromwell had sent men to denude the church at Glastonbury. The abbot had been hanged, drawn, and quartered as a traitor. Frank also held, on no basis whatsoever, that in addition to the chalice, the monks had been in charge of the Shroud of Turin, that this relict, much more so than the chalice, had been the reason for the abbot's fatal resistance to the plundering by Henry's men. Hurtling across continents and centuries, Frank declared that until it was finally whisked to safety, the Shroud of Turin had found a home not in Italy, but in England. Finally, bringing Monkbury Abbey into the tale, Frank stated without equivocation that sources in the know had assured him an exact copy of a contemporaneous image of Christ in death was in the care of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy, an order whose sole purpose was to keep the secret of their sacred charge until it was safe to reveal it to a desperate world of non-believers. Wherefore Nether Monkslip, 3rd edition, page 546. In Frank's telling, the Knights Templar, frequent visitors to the abbey, had been in on the secret. When they were persecuted out of existence, one of them had escaped with the shroud to Turin. The escaping knight had left behind a copy of the Face, as it was called, which had become such a destination for pilgrims that the abbey would have been financially ruined had the running knight taken it with him. At least, Frank had explained, to his own satisfaction, the odd name of the inn at Temple Monkslip. With the dissolution of the monasteries, the Face disappeared for good, but author Frank maintained that to this day the nuns knew exactly where it was, and as part of their initiation ceremony they vowed never to reveal the secret. Shades of the Masonic rites, thought Max. The story had everything but sacred oaths written in blood. It was all very made for Hollywood, and Max was certain it would end up there. He read grimly on, skipping back and forth between the pages, as it seemed to make no difference where one alighted in Frank's narrative. "Rumours have abounded for years," he read, "that in or around Temple Monkslip could be found a relic related to the famous Turin shroud, a relic long held to have miraculous curative powers, particularly the power of restoring sight. Pilgrims were said to have travelled from all over Europe to be cured by the famous relic. But the Face disappeared around the time of the Reformation, denounced as a fraud, as the worst sort of emblem of a corrupt papacy, a swindle designed to separate the gullible from their coins. Of course, the fact that these coins went into church coffers and not into the coffers of the state did not go unnoticed by the cash-strapped secular authorities of the time." Max sat back at his desk, the small chair creaking as he resettled his weight, recalling what he knew as fact about the Crusades. The launch of the First Crusade had been in 1095, when Pope Urban II put out the call. If you had no aptitude for the monastic life, but were trained in warfare, here was your action hero alternative. You could be a holy Christian warrior, your killing sanctioned and your bravery rewarded in heaven. Judging by today's headlines, thought Max, it was a case of everything old being new again. He thought of the League of the Righteous and their lethal agenda, so recently in the news. And so the Crusaders had swarmed toward Jerusalem, where their erratic behavior had spawned conspiracy theories ever since. It was said, and there were a lot of it-was-saids in the retelling, Frank's and others, that the Knights Templar took the opportunity to seize the folded burial shroud of Christ and carry it off with them during the chaos of the sack of Constantinople in 1204, and that they then had proceeded to worship this most holy of holy relics. This worship had brought about their ruin. To be precise, it became the pretext for bringing about their ruin, used to justify their roundup and extermination. The Templars were accused of, among other things, worshipping a head. It had been speculated that the head they worshipped was actually a face, the part of the cloth that showed when the burial shroud of Jesus was folded into a square. Claims and counterclaims swirled about the famous Shroud of Turin, of course. What was convincing to many was the realism of the image. No early medieval artist painted in such a precise and realistic way. They simply didn't know how. Nor was any medieval artist acquainted with photographic images, for the body image on the cloth is undoubtedly a photographic negative, or a rendering of one. The cloth had been variously dated, with some claiming that parts of it dated to the time of Jesus' life. The Temple Combe face, however, was of a different order. The painted face on wood found hidden in an outhouse, roughly if reverently drawn, amateurish. Was it a copy? Perhaps a copy made from memory? Which begged the question, copy of what? The bearded face in St. Mary's Church in Templecombe, no great distance from the nunnery where Max now sat, was thought by some to be a poor copy of what the Templars had worshipped. For that matter, the image in Templecombe with its bearded man bore some resemblance to— No, it couldn't be. Max had not made the connection before now, but the image that kept appearing on the wall of St. Edwald's Church, despite repeated whitewashings, bore a strong resemblance to the— No. Max shook his head. It could not be. It was the stuff of legends, distorted by retelling after retelling through the ages. The stuff that amateur historians and nincompoops like Frank Cuthbert wrote about, embroidering the few facts into fanciful fiction presented as history. No one took any of Frank's nonsense seriously. No one. Besides, Max thought, somewhat irrelevantly, the face on the wall at St. Edwald's realistically depicted a bearded man with his eyes closed. The amateurish Templecombe painting was of a man with his eyes open. What connection could there possibly be? Maybe, thought Max, it was time to join the others in the treasure hunt, and the church seemed the best place to start. Chapter 32. Spiral. Look always for the miracle in small things. The rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. Light filtered by stained glass threw abstract rainbow stripes down the crisp linen of the altar-cloth before fanning out across the pitted stone floor. Max was reminded of his own St. Edwald's, where the scene, on a doll's house scale, would be similar at this time of day. Radiant, like a rare jewel, like jasper, clear as crystal, with the glory of God. The church cat, Luther, oblivious to all the glory, would be napping on the altar right about now, a habit of which no amount of scolding could cure him. Max glanced at his watch. The St. Edwald's choir would be assembling soon for tryouts for the fall services. He decided now to just let anyone who wanted to participate. What earthly difference did it make? Maybe they'd all improve with practice. This coming Sunday, when, please God, he would be back standing in the pulpit in his church, little Tom Hooser would perch on the pew back until his sister Tildy Ann yanked him back into his seat. Their mother, Mrs. Hooser, would remain oblivious. Max often wondered what went on behind the bland mask she presented to the world. Judging by the results of her housekeeping efforts at the vicarage, she might be entertaining scenes of plunder and destruction, but more likely she was wondering if she'd left the fairy washing-up liquid in the refrigerator again. Max was always finding misfiled oddments like that around the place. It made him wonder how Mrs. Hooser got through the day-to-day, how the children were being brought up, although thus far they were showing an amazing resilience, probably in response to their mother's vagueness. Max slumped down in one of the pews, studying the play of light on cloth and stone as it shifted with the passing clouds outside, and wondering what was there here that had drawn Lord Lisle-Levitt. The church was beautiful, a model of construction for its time and age, but nothing here of financial value was transportable. Still, Max clung to the notion that Lord Lisle-Levitt's interest in the place was financial. No heaven-sent flash of insight, no conversion for such as Lord Lisle-Levitt. Max dredged his memory for the Bible passages surrounding Paul's stunning conversion on the road to Damascus. At last he took a copy of the Book of Common Prayer from the back of the pew before him and flipped through until he found the story in Acts 9:9. And he was 3 days without sight, and neither did eat nor drink. A fine and compelling conversion story it was, particularly as it came from a former professional persecutor of Christians. But it had nothing to do with this case. It was interesting, though, how many references to light there had been here in the place of women who had devoted their lives to emulating Lucy, the patron saint of the blind. Max read on to the part of the story where Paul had been cured of his blindness by a man named Ananias. And immediately there fell from his eyes as it had been scales, and he received sight forthwith, and arose, and was baptized. And that was Paul's story, debated to this day. He had heard the voice of Jesus, and had literally been blinded by the light until Ananias had cured him. The scales had fallen from his eyes. Had Paul had a seizure, some sort of psychotic breakdown? Was he simply exhausted and delusional? Or had he been blessed by a miracle? Whatever had happened, Paul himself had fully believed it had been miraculous. to the extent he had given up all hope of an easy life and likely had died a martyr to his new faith. He may have died in Rome during the reign of Nero, a killer in high places if ever there were one. As Dame Olive's Leonard Cohen put it, the world collapses while the killers in high places say their prayers out loud. But not much given to prayer had Nero been. Wishing fervently that the scales might fall from his own eyes, Max replaced the Bible and rose from the pew. He turned round. It would soon be time for the next round of prayers in the Abbey's daily cycle of offices, and he wanted to take advantage of the nun's absence to prowl around on his own, before the light gave out. There it was again, that drift of phrase set to music, how the light gets in. How the light gets in. Again the line threaded its way across his mind. The date was June 21, the day of the summer solstice, light and day. To the medieval mind there was no guarantee of sunrise, no promise the now unstinting sun would return. All that was left to God's will. Light flooded in from the window. The sky outside was cloudless, with nothing to block the sun. Max, walking toward the choir with its cartoon-like wooden carvings of St. Lucy's life, noticed that a cushion on one of the pew seats was askew. It was not something he would normally have noticed, except for the light aiming straight at the seat like an arrow. Bending to straighten the cushion, he saw there was a hinge in the pew. Probably extra hymnal storage, he thought. Out of curiosity, he lifted the lid to peer inside, and saw, much to his surprise, that he had exposed a spiral staircase, coiling tightly down and undoubtedly leading to the crypt beneath the church. His eyes drifted heavenward. Really, he thought, it was as if God were up there with a pea-shooter sometimes, trying to get his attention by sending little hints and bits of information for Max to stitch together. Max offered up a silent word of thanks before turning his attention to the stairs. He supposed it would be too much to ask God to just tell him who the killer was, so he set his mind to examining the find revealed by the light of the summer solstice. He had read about a similar staircase, discovered on St. Michael's Mount, just off the coast of Cornwall. He felt the natural reluctance of the living to venture into a musty old space, intended for burials and no doubt filled with cobwebs. He thought again of the abbess's tale of the old anchorite. But he was surprised that the expected fusty smell, familiar to him from his explorations of the crypt at St. Edward's, was not what emerged from the opening. Instead, there was the voluptuous perfume of fresh flowers, along with the same clean scent of detergent and polish that permeated the rest of the convent. There was also the scent of candles and a stronger one of recently burned incense. This was no fusty mausoleum, but a recently used space. The smell of the flowers was quite powerful. He was no gardener, but he thought it might be gardenia. What on earth? Treading carefully, he made his way down the staircase to the vaulted crypt below. All was silence. He supposed someone might be down there cleaning or organizing the sweet-smelling flowers, but the silence was complete, and nothing stirred the air to indicate human occupation. He crept along, feeling his way. There were no handrails, and what scant light there was poured in through the open lid of the seat in the choir stall. Wall sconces that long ago would have held torches had been modified to hold candles, the source of the flickering light he'd seen through the trapdoor beneath the belfry. He saw a box of matches on a nearby ledge and used them to light one of the candles. The steps reached a platform, where they widened into a cascading sweep of stairs to the room below. These had recently been extensively repaired or replaced. They were too new and polished to be the originals. Max was starting to see where the money from people like the Gories, and money intended for the guest house, had actually been spent. The room was framed on two sides by rows of marble-faced columns surmounted by arches supporting the floor above. Max looked at the scripture quotation from Matthew in illuminated text over the archway nearest him. "If thou wilt be perfect, go and sell that thou hast, and give to the poor, and thou shalt have treasure in heaven." And under another archway to his right, "Dominus illuminatio mea." Max translated, "The Lord is my light." It was from one of the Psalms. It also happened to be the motto of the University of Oxford. He recalled that Frank's preposterous book mentioned some Oxford connection to the Abbey, as had Dame Olive. Could there be nuggets of fact in Frank's fantastic tale? And here there was yet another statue of St. Lucy. He stood looking at the painted plaster statue of the woman known as Santa Lucia in her home country. It was a depiction of a lovely young woman with curly fair hair and a faraway look in her blue eyes, a look that only the truly gifted artist could portray well. This artist had not been so blessed, but had managed nonetheless to avoid the cloying, simpering, or even demented look of most representations of saints. Max recalled now more of the detail of her legend. Lucy had indeed refused to marry a pagan man, who, out of spite, had turned her over to the authorities for her Christian faith. If she'd ever needed confirmation that her instincts about the guy as marriage material were correct, that had probably sealed it. She had reportedly been blinded as part of her martyrdom, and thus became the patron saint of the blind. Fortunately, the artist had chosen to forego depicting Lucy with her eyes on a tray, a once popular representation for an age even more ghoulish than today's. And the quote carved under the statue of St. Lucy was in English. "And Jesus said unto him, Receive thy sight, thy faith hath saved thee." It was the King James version of the text, and so dating after 1611, long after the dissolution and King Henry's do-over of all things spiritual. Another arch, another carving, all quite fresh and new, or newly refurbished. Sanctae Luciae Sanitates Credentis. St. Lucy cures the believer. But all of this was designed to lead the eye toward the altar, behind which was a stone stairway, which, from its location, Max reasoned, had to lead up to the cloistered area of Monkbury Abbey. The crypt, which undoubtedly predated the present church, held at one end a plain altar with a simple wooden prie-dieu before it, the kneeler covered in a brightly coloured needlepoint pillow. Wooden chairs were arranged in rows on either side. Enough chairs, Max gauged, for all the nuns in the small nunnery. A statue, another quite ancient representation of St. Lucy, was nearby, tucked into a side altar behind one of the vaulted arches. This explained what the mystery person had been doing down here the day he'd had his look around the belfry. They'd been praying, or possibly the sacrist, Dame Olive, had been tidying up after a service. It was a bit unusual that in an abbey named for St. Lucy there would be this small hidden area of worship clearly intended in her honour, especially since the eyesight-restoring miracle worker was well represented in the main part of the church. But then his eye was drawn to the centrepiece of the room, the clear reason for the room's existence. It was an image in a frame, the frame suspended by a chain from the ceiling of the crypt so that it hung directly behind and above the freestanding altar. It was a carving done in a shallow bas-relief, and it was an almost modern depiction in stone of a face. The man's eyes were closed, his face bearded. The skill of the carver allowed one to know the eyes were closed in death. The whole was set into the thick wooden frame ornamented with gold leaf and precious and semi-precious stones. Of course, this was the treasure, not carved in solid gold, but such men as Clement Gorey had enough gold. Clement would understand the historic value. He would also prize it for the religious value, which was incalculable. It looked, Max realized, exactly like the face that kept reappearing on the wall of St. Edward's, the face like that on the Shroud of Turin, the face first spotted by little Tom Hooser, not almost like, exactly like. And if confirmation were needed, hanging suspended by two golden chains from the bottom of the frame was a map, similarly carved in stone in bas-relief. It was a representation of the area in which he stood. That much Max could decipher, even though the names of some places were greatly altered and the topography was crude at best. Nether Monkslip was on this map, indicated by a star. The hair on the back of Max's neck stood on end. Nether Monkslip was miles from the Monkbury Abbey, in a part of the world dotted with dozens of little villages, hundreds.
Why would his own nether monk slip appear on what clearly resembled a sort of treasure map? X marks the spot. Or in this case, a star does. Spot for what, though? Then he saw the labelling beneath the map that explained it all for him, or rather added to his puzzlement. The Church of St. Edwold's, it read, the place of miracles. His eyes closed in sombre reflection, his head bowed. And when he opened his eyes, he saw that at the foot of the altar were traces of what looked suspiciously like blood. Chapter 33. The Orders of the Abbess. The orders of the abbess, or of those appointed to act in her stead, are to be followed without question. The rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. What exactly is going on down there in the crypt? Following his discovery, Max had walked straight over to the abbess's lodge. The postulant, Mary Benton, let him in, the smile disappearing from her face as she correctly read that he was in no mood to be asked to cool his heels. As the abbess walked into the lodge's reception area, he asked the question uppermost in his mind. The blood, if it were blood, put a whole new spin on the case. The abbess lost not one whit of her composure, but the heightened blush of her English rose complexion, darkening from pink to red, was the chink in her armour. "You may recall, Father, that I told you the story of our nun found dead in the crypt?" "Yes," he said shortly. "I remember you telling me a story." "The starving nun that I told you about, who was the voluntary guardian of the crypt?" "What precisely was she guarding?" demanded Max. "I think you know, Father. She was guarding our greatest relic. Over the centuries, the source of our fame, of our prosperity. She was guarding the face." "Tell me," said Max. "Tell me the whole story." "I was just having some tea, Father. Please, won't you join me?" Used to being obeyed, like a queen she swept away into the lodge's dining hall, calling an order to the waiting postulant. "The handmaids of St. Lucy routinely hid the face, as they called it," Abbess Justina was saying, moments later, "as we call it still." She and Max sat at the same rough-hewn wooden table where they so recently had dined, swapping pleasantries and histories in a getting-to-know-you fashion. But Max realized that, in fact, the more Abbess Justina had told him, the less she had said. The strains of the song "Smooth Operator" flitted through his mind. "In years gone by," she continued, "the abbess and her cellaress were often the only ones who knew about the face. Each abbess would inherit a key to unlock a casket where the face was kept hidden, when it needed to be hidden. They were sworn never to tell anyone under pain of expulsion. So I didn't tell DCI Cotton." "Of course not," said Max. "Why bother the police with this?" At least she caught the sarcasm. "How could it have anything to do with murder?" Max ignored that bit of disingenuousness for now. "They hid it whenever danger approached Monkbury Abbey, which, according to Dame Olive, it did routinely," he prompted. "Vikings, raiders, soldiers of fortune." "Yes." She took a sip of her herbal tea, calmly setting the cup back in its saucer. It was, he noted, a cup of fine china. Chipped and well used, to be sure, but not the common pottery the nuns used for their refectory meals. "If you want a quiet life," she added, giving him the full wattage of her charming smile, "don't ever join a monastery. It's been one thing after another here at Monkbury Abbey through the centuries." "With most of the commotions centred around the face. The push and pull of commerce, for one thing," he said. "Yes, I do see." "That's right," she said, not in the least offended. "The face came to us in the time of the Crusades, and it saved a small, struggling house, turning it into one of the magnificent showplace abbeys of its day. It was deposited here for safekeeping by a member of the Knights Templar, a son of the manor house at Nashbury Feathers." "An ancestor of Lord Lisle-Livet's, then. I see. Go on." Could that be the connection, the reason for Lord Lisle-Livet's interest in the place? He might have viewed it as his property.
even have sought to lay claim to it. It seldom was kept on open display, she went on, even though it was known to have miraculous healing properties. That would have been far too dangerous. The crowd control was the biggest job of the dame's sacrist at one time. Only the pre-screened were allowed to see it. Security reasons, of course. Of course. Only the wealthy would have been given access, never the rabble. It made a certain sense, but only if one believed the wealthy were honest and the poor dishonest, or that only the rich required miracle cures. Still, there had been riots throughout the ages when rumours got started of a miraculous sight or relic. A finger bone that cured cancer, a rib that cured gout, a scrap of cloth that aided women in childbirth. According to the archives, the leper chapel is where they hid the face most often, she told him, knowing no one would have the courage to go near such a place. The nuns were inured to dealing with the sorriest of the sore afflicted, men and women both, to comforting those without hope. Leprosy is not highly contagious, but no one knew that then, and the women who volunteered for this service were heroines, pure and simple. Saints, they were. It was rumoured to be haunted, that sad little chapel where lepers would drag themselves to pray. The nuns repeated the ghost rumours to keep people out, to keep them from searching. Anyway, once the danger had passed, whatever that danger was, fire, earthquake, marauders, Vikings, Normans, busybody pilgrims, thieves, the nuns would move the face to the church, where it long remained an object of veneration. Until it disappeared for good, or so people thought. She nodded. More tea, Father? No? She settled back in her chair. No doubt Dame Olive mentioned the fire to you. The Great Fire, as it came to be known, for there were many such disasters in the years when fire was in constant use for cooking and warmth. During the Great Fire, the face was rescued, and the nuns, now realizing the danger, realizing what had nearly been lost, decided a permanent place had to be found for it. There was little sense of fireproofing in those days, but they did understand metal and stone had a better chance of survival. Of course, this was early days, and they couldn't foresee the wholesale destruction to be wrought by Henry VIII on the monasteries, but they had had the not dissimilar experience of Viking raids, and so they built a special hiding place for it, in the crypt. The abbey was prosperous enough that routine visits by pilgrims were no longer encouraged or needed. They might bring it out when funds were needed, put it on display for a time. Like a special exhibit of a Michelangelo or a Da Vinci at an art gallery. Understood. Then, following the recent earthquake, began Max. Yes, following the earthquake. The earthquake brings us up almost to the present day in our history. Until then, it had all been long forgotten or passed off as legend, lost to history. The written sources as to its existence were cryptic, to say the least. Please forgive the pun. And then, of course, there was no nunnery here at all for decade after decade, just a pile of stones, the beating heart of the place gone when the women were driven underground, temporarily. The earthquake revealed the bones of the anchoress. That is correct. A crack opened up in the floor of the church. We got out an electric torch and peered inside. Some of the wall down there had collapsed, probably ages ago. We saw her bones first. And the earthquake, it also revealed the face that she was guarding. That is also correct. That's how the light gets in. And the funds for the new guest house got diverted to repair the crypt. Actually, from what I saw, it was more than repair work and shoring up. There's been extensive decorating and enhancement to the crypt to create a setting for the face. The English rose complexion kicked up a notch. At least she had the grace to look abashed, if momentarily. None of the money went missing, she told him. It's all there, just redistributed a bit. False pretenses, he said. No, there were no false pretenses. The fundraising was officially to benefit the Abbey, full stop. But speaking of fundraising, according to the cellaress, it appears likely that not all the money intended for us actually reached us. Paloma Green could tell you more about that. I'll say no more. She was a born politician, all right. When all else fails, point the finger of blame. Abbess Justina, How many people knew about this, about the crypt? He just missed saying The Secret of the Crypt, which, if it were not the title of a Hardy Boys or Nancy Drew mystery, should have been. Frank could use it as a title in an expanded and revised version of Wherefore Nether Monkslip. There was sure to be one, once word of this got out. "Apart from my sisters, you mean? My nuns?" So they all knew, the nuns, and no doubt were sworn to secrecy, an oath of loyalty, probably sworn when they took their final vows. He should have known. How the light gets in. "And who else?" he demanded. "Who else knows about the crypt?" "Father Tudor, that is, of course, precisely what I have been asking myself all this time." Chapter 34. All the King's Horses. It is written that our treasure is to be found in heaven, where thieves cannot break through to steal. Remember, ye cannot serve God and Mammon. The rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. Max found Cotton helping supervise a team near the well in the cloister garden. One of the Soko people, a woman of perhaps 60 with a halo of dandelion hair, was kneeling a few feet from the well, scrutinizing something that had caught her eye. She took a photo and then, using tweezers, extracted whatever it was, perhaps a thread, from a blade of grass, sealing it in a bag. The sight of the small metal pinchers in her hand sent a little ping of recognition through Max's memory, one of those sudden bulletins the brain issues without reason or further explanation, and Max could not for the moment imagine the relevance. He continued to watch the woman for a moment, and she looked up, giving him a small wave of recognition, for Max Tudor was becoming a familiar sight on these occasions of mayhem. Max returned the wave and went to tell Cotton his tale of the crypt, including the stain he thought might be blood. Cotton's team now had a whole new area to search. Max explained where the entrance could be found in the choir. "The crypt technically is part of the church," he told Cotton, "not the cloistered nuns area, so I think you needn't worry too much about inconveniencing anyone. Although it is evident the crypt connects directly to the cloistered area via yet another stairway behind the altar down there. The entrance at the bell tower is probably sealed from within the crypt. I'm not sure about that. But it is clear that entrance hasn't been used in ages. And Abbess Justina said nothing of this to us, which makes me think their little conspiracy of silence spreads even further up the ladder." Max shook his head firmly. "The bishop knew nothing of this. Of that I am certain. The abbess admitted that she took full responsibility for diverting the funds that were to go to build the guest house, using them instead not just to make repairs caused by the earthquake, an understandable emergency after all, but to enhance the crypt itself, to make a fitting setting for the precious icon that the earthquake had uncovered. The abbess further told me that after the bishop announced his impending visitation to Monkbury, she called the sisters together and basically said that the matter was an internal one that he need not be bothered with. Remember, her word is law. She was buying time. Revealing the existence of the face would unleash a deluge of publicity. Dame Sybil, now the cellaress, was all in favour of the publicity, and she had her supporters in that. Dame Meredith, cellaress at the time of this discovery, was opposed, by the way. She thought the place would become another Euro Disney, and many agreed with her. They came here, you have to remember, to escape the preoccupations of the world outside. Anyway, Abbess Justina became concerned that if the bishop knew, the decision would be taken out of her hands, and she did not want that. So she swore the others to secrecy about the find, as happened at Legbourne. Legbourne? Yes, a famous old monastery where things similarly were hidden from the higher-ups and handled internally. Sexual transgressions, most likely. The reasoning went, how much better to fix the problem at a lower level than to kick it upstairs, where the reputation of the entire place might be put at risk once the scandal became common knowledge. It was thought to be a little local matter, and thus it should remain. The fear was that the establishment might even be closed if the transgressions reported were serious enough. That wasn't going to happen here. It wasn't as if someone was going to accuse the nuns of idol worship or something like that. No, the concern they had, Abbess Justina in particular, was of losing financial control, the hard-won financial say over how Monkbury Abbey was run. It was a power struggle, really. The nuns have done exceedingly well for themselves without the need to be supervised and told what to do by the bishop. This particular bishop, by the way, seems to have been respectful of their autonomy. He's been very hands-off in dealing with them, he told me, only occasionally becoming alarmed by their hewing so closely to tradition. Although, once he hears of this, he will lower the boom? Probably. He won't be happy, that's for certain, and no doubt he will be paying much closer attention to everything they get up to from now on. A fleeting image of his upcoming union with a very pregnant Rowena Owen flitted through Max's mind, a celebration of which the bishop, of course, remained blissfully unaware. It was an exaggeratedly bacchanalian image that came into Max's mind, and one quickly banished. He would have to worry about that when, if, this case was solved, which might put the bishop in a better mood. Although a still-breathing Lord Lisle might have kept him in a better mood. The problem is, and the abbess knows this well, keeping such a fine secret from the bishop was wrong of her. Diverting funds that had been raised for one purpose, to build a new guest-house, to this new secret project made it doubly wrong. She claims, quite insincerely, that the money is not exactly missing. It's just that there will be a little delay in breaking new ground on the guest-house. I take it that means she floated cash toward the crypt repairs and was hoping to cover the difference via one of the Abbey's different income-producing streams. Right. Her behaviour was unprofessional, to say the least. Faithless or disloyal, as the bishop will see it. So much for vows of obedience. It is very possible he will remove her from her post and initiate proceedings for the election of a new abbess. And so much for avoiding scandal. Yes, between the murder and the out-of-control abbess, I'd say the bishop's equanimity will be completely shattered this week. Max sighed. Probably not the best time to invite him to the hand-fasting ceremony. Max was struck by a sudden, visceral longing to be standing in the garden of his lopsided little vicarage or sitting at his desk before the window working on his sermon, his dog Thea at his side or asleep before the hearth. He missed it. He missed everything about St. Edwold's. He missed going for a stroll and a morning coffee in Elka Garth's Cavalier tea-room. He missed the church mouser, Luther, with his preternatural stare. He missed 2-year-old Amy McIntosh, who, if you took your eyes off her for a moment, would draw on the pew seats with her crayons. He missed the church's dour, ghoulish sexton, with his thundering proclamations of impending doom. In a clear sign of his distraction, he even missed the tryouts for the choir rehearsals and the caterwauling shrieks that generally made the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. Most of all, he didn't see how he'd get through the next 24 hours without seeing Rowena. What if something went wrong with her or the baby, and they both needed him? God forbid it. He didn't dare dwell on it. "So," said Max, bringing his attention back to the crime he was anxious to solve quickly, "we find still more layers to this case. I have to wonder whether Lord Lisle used his aunt, Dame Meredith, as an excuse to visit, or if she was the reason for his sudden visits. You think he was trying to cajole the information out of her? Cajole or pressure it out of her. She once had been the cellaress, a person in the know. Would you be surprised to hear he applied some pressure, even as ill as she was?" He and Cotton agreed to meet in 1 hour. Max wanted a moment to clear his head and think through what he knew of the case and the suspects. He set off for the stone bench he had seen along the side of the hill overlooking the river. On his way he passed Dame Hephzibah, who seemed to be trying to avoid him, although she moved so slowly it was a near impossibility. He pretended not to see her, not wanting to add to her distress. This whole mess was surely not how she planned to live out her golden years, The only home she knew being overrun by the authorities, everything turned over, her routine disrupted as suspicion spread through the monastery hallways like a vine growing in time-lapse photography. Dame Petronilla emerged from the infirmary. She was talking with the postulant, Mary Benton, both of them looking perturbed. He hung back in the shadows, unseen by either of them, and unabashedly listened in to the conversation. "How many times," Dame Petronilla was saying, "you are never to leave her side?" The beautifully arched eyebrows over the dark eyes pulled into a frown. "But she told me it was all right," said Mary. "I know some days it seems as if she is on the mend, but she's not as strong as she thinks she is. Letting her do what she wants will tax her strength she does not really have. The doctor was very clear on this, and lights out means lights out, by the way. She— Oh, there you are, Father," said Dame Petronilla brightly. "Dame Meredith is asking if she can see you later today." "I'll make a point of it." "Please get back to your work," Dame Petronilla said to the postulant, who quickly scuttled off to the infirmary. Max stood back to let her pass. He was still keeping an eye on Dame Hephzibah as she walked toward the gatehouse. He waited until she was out of earshot before he spoke. Even though she was deaf, so that out of earshot was quite a relative concept, it was a very long time before Dame Hephzibah had hobbled her way out of what he judged to be hearing range. "How old is she?" Max asked. Dame Petronilla looked startled. "Do you know, I'm not quite certain. She's simply always been here, like the stone carvings. May we expect you in the infirmary around 4, then, Father?" The bell rang for prayer. Immediately she left without waiting for his answer. Max came to the bench carved into the side of the hill, its centre worn by the posteriors of who knew how many generations of nuns and visitors to the nunnery. The bench was in the shade of an overhanging tree, and today afforded a splendid view over the scurrying river below, the fields beyond, and the distant hills. The outline of another tor, its ancient purpose unknown, could clearly be seen as the sun drew shadows on the hill, highlighting concentric terraces. He could hear the sound of bleating sheep coming from the pasture, acting as a counterpoint to the chanting of the nuns, the sweet sounds mingling as they were carried faintly to him on a breeze. Both songs were mournful today, strident and anxious. What was known was changing. What the future held was unknowable. He thought sadly of the rubble that was all that was left of Nether Monkslip's own abbey, of how nearly Monkbury Abbey had missed the same fate. Noah of Noah's Ark antiques lived now in the only building that had been spared, the abbot's lodge. Noah had turned it into a showcase. Everything changing, and the future unknowable. The folly of man was in thinking he could know the future, could account for every unforeseen event, never taking the cataclysmic into account. Max reviewed what he'd learned, turning it over in his mind, deciding how best to approach the matter, knowing what he now knew. For there was no question that he had been dealing with 2 different-coloured threads here, the treasure in the crypt, the nun's secret, the attempted poisoning and now death of Lord Lisle-Livett. Surely the 2 things were connected. Surely? For sure. His eyes rested on the tor in the distance. Just visible along the top were the faint edges of the ruins of a monastery, twin to the nunnery. Tors were an early example of public works projects. The ancients seemed to like hauling earth and stone about. Probably the tor he now sat atop was a burial mound for some forgotten king or wealthy family. The secrets of all these places in England, archaeologists were just now scratching the surface, literally, of what the ancients had left behind. The nunnery was not far away from the Cerne Abbas giant, a hillside chalk drawing of a naked man, another mystifying project of the always-busy ancients. Was it their idea of a joke, a sort of early graffiti, a fertility symbol, a marker for something or someone buried beneath? The black and white sheep, as if in some unspoken agreement, began to shamble in his direction. Max thought again of the ewe who had taken on another's lamb as her own. He smiled at the recollection, then paused. His mind struggled to make a connection, his mind leaping from Cerne Abbas to the lost little sheep. Sheep, lambs, black and white. Nuns, robed in black and white, except the nuns of Monkbury had added the splash of purple to their ensemble. Cerne Abbess. What? It was something the novice had told him, that sad story of the lamb's panic. He sat quietly, trying to still his mind. Rowena was, of course, a devotee of meditation, of cultivating, as it were, the art of doing nothing. He supposed it was a matter of finding that thin place she had described. It seemed to him it was all another name for what he had done all his life. When he couldn't see the solution, he would sometimes put it aside, sleep on it, or work on something mindless and repetitive, as removed from thought as he could get. Let his unconscious mind reveal the connections his racing mind could not stop to see. But his mind would not cooperate. His eyes, refusing to stay shut, roved across the faces of the black-faced sheep, and his mind was soon making a game out of noticing their differences. They had ceased their desperate buying for the most part, and having determined that Max was neither a source of food nor entertainment, they drifted to the further end of the field. Max stood and stretched. It would soon be time for his meeting with Cotton. As he walked back up the hill and past the small forest glen, he saw the novice, Rose Tocketts, in the herb garden, near the rows of berry bushes. She was humming a tune as she worked, a chant he recognized from one of the divine offices. She looked up as he approached. She stood and, wiping her gloved hands, said, "Well, I guess this is providential. I was wondering whether to tell you, and here you are." She reached in one of the deep pockets of her skirts and pulled out an object. The keen young eyes in the square face looked at him apprehensively. "What do you make of this, father?" A few minutes later, Max sat beside her on a wooden bench that ran along one side of the tool shed in the garden. "It is my turn this week to act as chamberess," she said, pulling off her canvas garden gloves to reveal tanned, work-hardened hands. "To some degree, we have all taken over the function of the chamberess, a full-time position which has been eliminated until the number of new recruits to the abbey increases, which may, of course, be never. The nuns take turns, under the loose supervision of the cellaress, in taking care of the nuns' cells. Beyond simple day-to-day making of the beds and so on, each sister is responsible for daily maintenance of her own room, and the guest mistress is responsible for taking care of the guest rooms." She hesitated until he said, "Go on." "You see, it's just that, more and more, the nuns have to take care of their own things, as I say. But there are certain items of clothing that are collected by whoever is acting as chamberess, aprons, things like that. It makes much more sense to just chuck them all together and wash them as one batch." "Okay. And you found this in an apron?" "In a pocket. It's a lucky thing I searched the pockets, or we'd have had smelly wash-water staining everything." Max leaned toward her, because this was, of course, the crux of the matter. "Is there any way to tell whose apron it was?" "Not really. They are one-size-fits-all things, and they tend to get used by whomever. It is forbidden to start thinking of any object as mine, anyway. We own nothing, that's the deal. It is never my apron or her apron, but an apron belonging to the nunnery." "So it is difficult to say who was wearing it last?" "That's right." She was wringing the garden gloves in her hands, twisting them back and forth. This was as far from the sturdy, practical young woman he had met previously as could be. She was frightened, agitated. "I shouldn't be telling you this," she said. "I should have cleared it with the abbess." "But you didn't." He looked at the object she had found, which he held in the palm of his hand. It was a cigarette butt, a filtered iteration of a popular brand. "Where did you find the apron?" "Hanging on a peg with several others. There is a hallway just outside the infirmary." Meaning someone who was not a nun had found their way into the cloistered area beyond the infirmary. Unless he was to believe one of the sisters had taken up smoking. Not entirely impossible, he guessed, although it begged the question of from where she had got hold of the packet of cigarettes. He played out the different scenarios in his mind. Someone offering a nun a cigarette? A nun walking into a shop and buying a packet? It was nonsense. Much more likely that someone had gained access to the cloister from outside, and that would be one of the guests in the guest-house, none of whom he had seen holding a cigarette. That didn't mean none of them did.
It only meant he hadn't seen them doing it. And, of course, there was Xander, with the habit he'd encouraged her to quit. It was weird. Definitely, it was weird. "Why didn't you ask the abbess about this?" he asked. Her face flushed a bright red, and he had his answer. "You were not sure who to trust in the abbey, not any more, were you? Even Abbess Justina?" "Yes," she cried out in what was nearly a wail, "and I'm sure it's too wrong of me to be thinking that way. The abbess, after all. But I don't know what to think any more. What to think or who to believe. I've just been dithering back and forth, what to do. And since you came here, new, so to speak, and couldn't have had anything to do with these goings-on, it just seemed best to talk to someone about it who was completely neutral. You do see?" "Of course I do. Calm yourself, Sister Rose. I think you acted quite correctly under what are unusual circumstances. Given the parameters under which she lived, her every waking moment mapped out by one rule or another, Max thought it little short of a miracle that she retained the ability to think for herself, listening to her own instincts. How many others in the monastery would have done the same, thoroughly indoctrinated as they were after following the rule for years? Max looked at the cigarette butt. In and of itself, it didn't mean a lot. And there was also the possibility it had found its way into the pocket by innocent means, that someone had handed it to a sister and she had pocketed it, that she had found it lying about and picked it up. Or even that someone had planted it in the pocket to incriminate, thought Max. A much darker and more sinister explanation, that. The thought of a betrayer dwelling among these innocents was disturbing. "Thank you, Sister Rose," he said. "You were right to tell me." "There's more, though. The night of the murder, I had the night watch. To wake the others for prayer, you know. I went for a walk by myself, trying to stay awake. I'd fallen asleep earlier and was terrified of doing it again. And I saw someone running. A nun, running through the cloister garden." "And? Yes?" "We don't run. We're forbidden to run." "I see." And Max did begin to see. "Running away from the well?" She nodded. "And there was one other occasion. It was just odd, that time. Outside the church. Outside." "What?" Reluctantly she told him, adding, "I must tell the abbess all this." "I would much rather you didn't." He got a look much like the look Eve might have given the devil as he held out a delicious red apple for her inspection. Tempting as it was, Eve just wasn't quite sure. "You obviously don't understand," she said at last. "I'm on probation here, and I'm the worst case they've seen in years. Well, me and maybe one other. But I'm nearly always the last to get to the choir for the canonical hours. I'm nearly always late to chapter meetings. I burned the bread the other day, 3 entire loaves." Her lip trembled. "I've been punished for all these things countless times, and still I screw up." "Punished how?" She bent her head and shrugged, not able to look at him. "Made to eat my meals alone. Excluded from sitting in the warming room as the others sit having their tea and embroidering. That sort of thing." She hesitated, murmuring, "It gets lonely. But the more I try to do better, the worse I seem to get." Today we would call it bullying, he thought, cutting someone out of the herd, in this case to correct their misbehavior. But whatever the reason, the end result was to make a person feel small and isolated and alone. It was a glimpse into the way of life he had not really seen before, and did not much like. What would Jesus do? Certainly not this. "I must tell." She rose and started to walk away from him, but turning, she added, "Tomorrow morning, in chapter, I must tell. It would be a serious fault to hide this from the abbess or my sisters. Good day, Father. I hope you catch whoever did this." He felt as if he had been given a deadline. But sometimes, he realized, a deadline, inexorably closing in, focuses the mind in a wonderful way. He rose and walked back to the guest house, now late for his meeting with Cotton, but the delay had been worth it. "Among the last things you'd expect to find in a nunnery, isn't it?" Max sat with Cotton in the guest house's living area, case notes spread before them on a low coffee table.
They were alone, the guests having been banished to the kitchen. Max had made one further stop on the way, to look in on Dame Meredith. He had handed the cigarette end over to Cotton. "That or a spliff," Cotton had replied. "Xander smokes," Max told him. "For what it's worth, so does Lady Lyell-Livett." "Forensics should be able to help with the DNA analysis," Cotton said, before sending it off with one of his constables for examination. They sat now, looking at the forensic evidence to date. "Whoever it was left no traces," Cotton was saying. "Probably wore gloves. Although with this type of killing, no knife or weapon, traces are thin on the ground. There were signs of a scuffle at the top of the stairs leading from the cloistered area to the crypt. We may get something there, but we expect to find the victim's traces, not the killer's. The doorway to the stairs is hidden, by the way, in the back of a utility closet. No one was meant to find that crypt in the normal way of things." "Rather interesting, that." He paused, and Cotton waited in hope that Max would tell him what he found so interesting about it, but he waited in vain. "Do you remember the timetable I drew up?" Max asked him. "I've made a few additions and changes that I think may interest you." Cotton took the sheet of paper. He studied it for a long while, his eyebrows inching up and up as he read. He handed it back. "That is interesting," he said. "One for the books, in fact. But you're sure?" "Quite. It's the only thing that makes sense." "I must say your powers of deduction are remarkable." "Undoubtedly," said Max, smiling. "It also helps that I have a signed confession." "A confession to the murder?" "Not that. That would be too much to hope for. But I do know the motive." Cotton stared at him. "I think we will have to be content with that and deduce the rest," said Max. "I don't suppose you could give me a hint?" "I can give you several," replied Max evenly. "One question I began to ask myself was why such an obscure place as Monkbury Abbey attracted so many rich donors. There are many worthy causes fighting over a dwindling number of dollars and pounds sterling, and yet 2 rich Americans and a wealthy lord swan in and start writing checks the moment it is announced funds are needed for an extension to the guest house. They start staying in the existing guest house, which everyone agrees is completely out of character in the case of Lord Lyell-Livett. One could argue the nuns are a worthy and attractive cause, yes, and the guest house needed work, yes, but was there an additional reason? A motivating factor? A factor especially motivating for people both of a religious persuasion and with a keen sense of how to exploit an opportunity. We know these people had caught wind of the rumours swirling round the place, the ludicrous rumours reignited by the sudden popularity of an obscure book by an even more obscure man named Frank Cuthbert of Nether Monkslip. But these were hard-headed people of business and sound financial judgment, both the Goreys and Lord Lyell-Livett. They were not the types to throw a lot of money around based on mawkish sentiment. No, they would want, what? A payoff, proof. But proof of what, I wondered. And then, in doing a little quiet snooping about, I found in the crypt the very thing that had drawn them to this place. I found the face. So, while the wealthy donors at first were, and continued to pretend to be, bent out of shape over the disappearance of their money, they were in fact on a treasure hunt. Somehow they learned what the earthquake had revealed. Probably workmen in the village, while sworn to secrecy, had been unable to resist claiming that they had seen proof of what that crackpot book was claiming. The abbess should have known it was human nature not to be able to keep this knowledge, this wild speculation, quiet for long. I think that when Lord Lyell-Livett stayed at the inn in Temple Monkslip, he heard something. The place was the hub of village life, as such places are. And what were the chances some of the same workmen who had come to work on repairing the crypt were later to be found drinking in their local? I'd say the chances were very good indeed. The inn is in fact the only gathering spot of its kind in the village, and the bar is the sort of snug little place frequented by all sorts of people from all walks of life. And having a pint in that bar, Lord Lisle Livett undoubtedly heard whatever rumours were flying about. He prided himself on being a man of the people, able to talk to people high and low. Whether the lowly always appreciated his condescension may well be another matter. But over a pint he perhaps overheard the workmen talking about the crypt at Monkbury Abbey, about what they'd found there, what they'd seen, what the abbess had in fact begged them to keep to themselves. She was used to obedience, and these men were used to doing as they pleased, especially after a round or two. "Lady Lisle Livett said something of this when I spoke with her," said Cotton. "Her husband had mentioned running into 2 men who had been involved in the repair work in the church. Her husband had said no more than that, and otherwise couched his visit here in terms of his sudden need to restore his soul, or whatever. And then, of course, she never saw him again. And his probing into the matter, we assume, led to his death? Now, why would it? It makes no real sense." Cotton replied, "Because one of the nuns is so unhinged she doesn't want the secret to come out? That was possible. A monastery, like any closed group, can be a breeding ground for that sort of instability. But was it credible? No." Max shook his head. "No, he was murdered for a simple reason, for a straightforward reason. He was murdered because he was recognized. Certainly that's to be expected. He was a well-known man. Not to a group of women who haven't seen a newspaper in decades. Nor to an American, I dare say." Max clapped his hands together. "Okay, let's gather the suspects. Right here in the guest living room should do fine. Oh, please tell me we're not doing the Poirot thing again. The suspects in the library with the candlestick or whatever." Max looked at him. "Fruitcake in this case. And what would you prefer, a car chase? It's the most efficient way to flush out a killer, as Dame Agatha Christie well knew." "All right, whatever you want. Just the guests?" "The nuns, too. Meeting here, we don't invade the sanctity of their cloister any further than it's already been invaded." "All of them?" Cotton looked around him. "We're going to need a bigger boat." "Not all of them will be needed." Max rattled off a handful of names, ending with Sister Rose Tocketts, the novice. "They're all suspects?" said Cotton, incredulous. "They're all involved in some way, as we know, but only one of them holds a key that can help me solve a murder." Part 7. Compline. Chapter 35. Max and the Correction of Minor Faults. A sister found guilty of constant relapse into a minor fault shall be excluded from meals and from the oratory. No one shall converse with her, and she shall work and live alone. She shall not be blessed by anyone, nor shall her food be blessed, until her fault be corrected. The rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. There had been the expected protest from Abbess Justina to the effect that this was an outrage and a sacrilege, but she had been convinced that dragging her nuns down to headquarters one by one was a far worse alternative. Cotton himself requested that she gather her people together and sent Sergeant Essex to collect the guests. Everyone was told to appear at a time nicely chosen by Max not to interfere with the nuns' cycle of prayer. And so they assembled, in pairs and singles, the guest-house inhabitants in the forms of the 3 Gories, Paloma Green and Piers Montague, and Dr. Barnard; the nuns in the forms of the elderly portress, the guest-mistress, the kitcheness, the librarian, the infirmeress, the cellaress, the novice, and the postulant. Dame Meredith was excused from attending. She had taken yet another turn, and Dr. Barnard had decreed she must be spared this sort of ordeal. Max had agreed. They all, thought D.C.I. Cotton, were looking as nervous as pigs at a luau, thrilled to be invited but suspecting a trap. That one nun couldn't stop fiddling with the linen thing around her face, the wimple, and the pretty librarian nun kept polishing her glasses. "Let's start," said Max, "where it all began, with the poisoning of Lord Lisle Livett. He came here to visit his dying aunt, so he said, and, having found religion, to answer the call of God to pray for his own soul. But we suspected that he was drawn here by tales of the vast wealth hidden somewhere inside the abbey. He left instead with the gift of a poisoned fruit-cake. Yet he came back to the nunnery instead of staying away like a sensible man would do. Why? "I can answer that," said Clement Gorey. "He would have felt it was entirely worth the risk. An antiquity possessing miraculous powers would fetch untold sums at auction, particularly with all the free publicity being generated by that recent best-selling book. It's not just a curiosity. It's the Holy Grail, the actual Holy Grail. Sotheby's would have to turn billionaires away at the door if it came up for auction." Yes, thought Max, what Xander called the mandolin. The mandilion, or the face of Christ. The face, a contemporaneous representation of arguably the most famous man ever to live. How many people had been lured by that promise of miracle and wealth and secret solving, all rolled into one great quest, Max wondered. Frank Cuthbert's book had spawned speculation similar to that surrounding the Da Vinci Code, a similar frenzy to get to the truth. "You expressed concern," Max said to the Goreys, "that your dollars from the fundraising were being wasted or misspent somehow, and not used for the new building, and you sensed you were being given the stall and the runaround by Abbess Justina. You, such an important benefactor." "That is correct," said Clement. "Abbess Justina was not forthright about that, to be sure, and the abbess knew she should tell the bishop, but was dragging her feet on that as well. Why? Because she didn't want the place suddenly turned into a shrine, attracting pilgrims and sensation-seekers. "Who could bring in much-needed revenue," said the ever-practical cellaress, Dame Sybil. But for that she got a sharp reproof from the abbess and backed down immediately. That call to obey, thought Max, was very strong. "Yes," said Max to Clement Gorey. "You wanted to know where the money went, but that wasn't the only thing that brought you and your wife here. You'd read about a gold icon, or mandilion, and you wanted to look for it. You were often to be found in the church, where you believed, rightly, that it was hidden. You are a deeply religious man, yes, but one on a treasure hunt. Had you found the treasure, I wonder?" "You don't understand. It's not just any icon. It's the Grail," insisted Clement. "Yes," said Max, astonished at his gullibility, this hard-headed man of business. Miraculous powers, indeed. "Indeed," he said aloud. "And if it fell into dishonest, unscrupulous hands, there would still be a buyer found somewhere for it. It might even just disappear into a billionaire's home, maybe into his private chapel, never to be seen again. At least, not during his lifetime. Even a man with serious means might not want to run the risk of losing this coveted treasure to some other billionaire at auction. You business types tend to be competitive. Isn't that right, Mr. Gorey? Mrs. Gorey?" "I say," said Una Gorey, "how dare you imply— We'll sue for libel." "Slander," said Max calmly. "Please go right ahead if you feel you must. My point is, this kind of treasure blinds people to all common sense. Isn't that right, Miss Green?" Paloma Green exchanged worried looks with her companion, Piers. "What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about some questions that have come up with regard to your art gallery and some previous fundraisers held on the premises. Something in the dossier DCI Cotton compiled about allegations that all the money you helped raise didn't necessarily make it into the coffers of the worthy cause. Oh, and something else about forgeries. What was it, DCI Cotton?" "Forged documentation for some of the work sold out of your shop," Cotton replied. "Manufactured provenances. The usual art fraud sort of thing."
"How dare you?" Paloma said. "There are operating expenses involved in putting on such an event, and if someone landed me with a painting that they claimed was genuine, well, how was I to know differently?"
Twisting around in her seat, she invoked the others.
"You're all witnesses to what he said. I'll sue too."
"By all means, join the queue," said Max. "Your worthy causes don't seem to have been made aware in advance of your operating expenses. Apparently the cellaress had begun to suspect some of the funds you had raised for the Abbey had not actually reached the Abbey."
"I can explain," said Paloma. "I told her it's complicated."
She turned to Piers for backup, but Piers seemed to have discovered a cuticle that needed his immediate attention. "I would bet it is getting complicated, and that your complaining customers are becoming more numerous than the stars. If you're going to run an art gallery, Miss Green, you might want to bone up on how to tell a forgery from the real thing. Just a suggestion. But let us leave the intoxicating environs of the art world for a moment and return to the murder of Lord Lisle Levitt, shall we? And perhaps we should focus for the moment on the how before turning to the who. Sister Rose Tocketts has been invaluable in regard to the how." She beamed at Max. Her sisters turned toward her at once, a flock of seagulls spotting a breadcrumb. "If a murder happens in a nunnery," said Max, "which thankfully does not often happen, the obvious first thing to look at is the habit. At the fact that everyone, with the exception of the novices and postulants, looks basically the same from a distance. And since the handmaids of St. Lucy also have a cowl or hood to cover their heads, well, the solution to the how is obvious. At least part of the solution." Max, speaking quietly now, said, "The choir is divided into individual stalls for the sisters. The divisions are designed to provide a little privacy if one leans one's head back in the stall. But what really affords privacy is the hood pulled over one's head, obscuring the profile. The hood or cowl is only worn ceremonially in the choir or in winter for warmth, and is not otherwise used, certainly not in summer. Which is why Sister Rose wondered at seeing a hooded figure in the passageway. She was being punished for some minor transgression, and so was free to wander about on her own, witnessing things that others missed. By tradition, the hood was not to be pulled up over the head until the nun entered the church proper. It is possible someone forgot, one of those tiny infractions of the rule. There were so many rules it was easy to forget. But Sister Rose noted it, wondered who it was, and assumed it was Dame Hephzibah, who was often forgetful. "Who's forgetful?" demanded Dame Hephzibah, sitting up from what looked to have been a light doze. "My mind is as sharp as ever it was 20 years ago." Some of them might have been thinking that 20 years ago she was already ancient, but no one said so. "But that is not all," resumed Max. "What Sister Rose saw later on, that was even more curious, was someone running, an infraction of the rules of which she was generally guilty, or of which the postulant Mary Benton was guilty. The other nuns knew better. They did not run, and they most certainly did not run about at night during the Great Silence. It would be an exceptional circumstance for a nun to break conditioning like that." Sister Rose looked at Abbess Justina, by a gesture to her lips asking permission to respond. Abbess Justina nodded, her face with its fine high colouring now pale, the pouches beneath her eyes betraying a sleepless night. Hers was a face made for wimple and veil, her bloodless skin as one with the soft marble-like folds of white linen. "But even more so," said Sister Rose, "I wondered that she moved so fast. It was most unusual. She was running at full tilt. Generally only a postulant or novice in training does that, when she first comes here. One of the first things we learn is that we are on God's time, not mankind's. There is no great hurry once one realizes that." She looked to Abbess Justina for confirmation or approval that she was learning her lessons, this bright young woman who was yet so afraid to question or defy authority. But Abbess Justina only continued to gaze stonily at Max. Max said, musingly, "I had often noticed while I was here how well long, heavy skirts reaching nearly to the ground can conceal a person's gait. I thought at one point how Dame Hephzibah looked like one of those figurines attached to a clock that glided out on the hour."
"They all do. I thought the same thing, but this nun was running," Xander reminded him.
"Yes," said Max. "So clearly, at the time of the murder, we have a nun breaking all protocol. Or we have someone disguised as a nun running about." "I don't see how this gets you any closer to the truth, if you don't mind my saying so," said Piers Montague. "No," said Max vaguely. "I don't mind at all. I thought at first, you see, it had something to do with the sheep, with the black and white sheep, you see." Heads turned in confusion. Said several voices at once. "I kept thinking of something else Sister Rose had told me, when she was talking of the sheep and their lambs, that the lambs often didn't recognize their own mothers once the mothers' coats had been shorn, and how sometimes the mothers didn't care about their missing lambs. Perhaps this basic bond of mother and offspring, being disrupted, couldn't always be repaired. Mother and offspring didn't recognize each other once the relationship was severed." "You're losing me," said Xander. "Me too," said Dr. Barnard. "Am I?" "I also remembered, being reminded as I was of the sheep by their constant bleating, that a ewe can be tricked after giving birth into accepting the offspring of another sheep as her own. She will nourish it, treating it as hers. Perhaps, we might like to imagine, not caring that it isn't hers." "And this has to do with a nun's habit, how?" Xander asked. Max returned to them with a visible effort, his mind wandering a landscape many years in the past. "That part is simple. If you want to impersonate a nun, you borrow a habit. A novice or postulant would have to borrow such a disguise, as would one of the guests in the guest-house. Of course, if you are already a nun, you simply pull the cowl over your head to disguise your face. But I believe someone borrowed a habit. The only question to be explained on that subject is when." "Well, telling us who did it might be nice. Save us all some time." This was Xander, who today was looking as if she had not washed her hair for weeks, more likely the result of using hair product, Max felt, than a sudden lapse in hygiene. "Getting to that," Max said. "You really need to quit smoking, you know, Xander. Do it now, while your lungs are still able to recover." "Smoking?" said her parents together. "Thanks, Rev," said Xander. "Just thanks a bunch. I'll never hear the end of it." "No, you won't," said her mother. "Smoking nearly got you into some serious trouble," said Max. "Some evidence was found that may have misled the investigators. Take it as a heaven-sent warning and quit. As to whom the impostor was," he continued, "actually there were two. Let's take them one at a time, shall we?" He swung back around and, pointing at one suddenly wary, alarmed face, demanded, "Who are you, really? And why are you here?" Chapter 36. Max and the Correction of Serious Faults. If, after repeated attempts, a fault be not corrected, the erring sister shall be asked to leave the nunnery. The rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. Max let his eyes roam over the faces of the group. Only one face continued to show any signs of apprehension. Interesting, thought Max. He said, "You all know that song, I am sure, from the Sound of Music. How do you solve a problem like Maria? Without fail, whenever I saw Mary Benton about the grounds, she was doing something absolutely marginal, something out of line for a postulant in a religious order. It was not mere incompetence or nervousness. It was a sort of fretting, of fighting and struggling against the many restrictions of the life. It was not just her actions, but her appearance that struck me as all wrong, up to and including her perfectly groomed eyebrows." They had all, of course, by this point, turned to stare at the face with the offending eyebrows. Various glances were exchanged. The abbess was nodding as if to say, "Of course." She said aloud, "I simply could not put my finger on what the problem was. Of course." Max said, "I should think that grooming one's eyebrows is nearly impossible to do without a mirror," he said, "and having a mirror is a violation of the rule of St. Lucy. Of course, she might have used the polished bottom of a copper pot or her reflection in a window. And so what if she did? I asked myself. Perhaps she was simply guilty of the sin of vanity. This attention to her appearance didn't make her a killer, it simply made her not fit in. I found it curious, definitely odd, an anomaly to be explained away. Where, after all, would she get tweezers? It wasn't until I recalled observing Dame Petronilla in the infirmary using tweezers to pluck the thread from an old pillowcase she was restitching that the mystery was solved. A personal grooming item like that in her cell might have been discovered, so here and there Mary must have borrowed the tweezers. All right, we were still in the area of minor infractions, of a forgivable vanity, an inability to readily let go of habits from civilian life. That must plague most postulants to an extent. But then it also led me to the next step, to wonder if she was making herself attractive for someone, in order to please someone else. Why else, really, would she worry about a detail so minor, so frivolous? And that led me to wonder which person around here she would want to impress with her good looks. If we looked at young and attractive men, it would likely be Piers. If we spread the net to include somewhat older men, it might be Dr. Barnard or Lord Lisle-Livett himself. Forgive me, Mr. Gorey, but you did not strike me as a candidate for this young lady's affections. I should think not, Clement said, ardently seizing his wife's hand. I'm a happily married man. Mrs. Gorey's perpetual glower made Max wonder anew at the mysteries of married love. But it was undeniably true that he could not picture Gorey being unfaithful, certainly not with a girl not much older than his daughter. Clement's affection for Mrs. Gorey was apparently genuine, nor could Max see Mary Benton being irresistibly drawn to Clement, no matter how hard he tried or how wealthy he was. "And I'm not involved with Miss Benton," cut in Dr. Barnard. "Of course not," said Max. "Your heart's desire is elsewhere." Dr. Barnard's gaze drifted to the floor. He looked, thought Max, suitably abashed. Paloma suddenly could not seem to take her eyes off Piers's profile, willing him to look at her. "There was one further oddity I couldn't fit into this scheme," said Max. "I saw a flash that seemed to come from a shiny object like a mirror. The flash came from one of the windows of the nuns' dormitory. It was as if someone was signaling to someone outside, but to be honest, I didn't put that construction on it at the time. I simply observed. I think now it might have been you, Mary, with your mirror, signaling to your accomplice, using some prearranged code." Vehemently, Mary shook her head. "You're wrong," she said. "Of course, it could have been someone else," agreed Max, "but it was definitely a signal." "So, Mary Benton is the killer?" Xander asked. "No," said Max. "No, she's not. Mary is here as a plant, a spy. Or, to put it more accurately, she is the red herring in this case. What was needed was someone attached in some way to the nunnery, someone who could be here day and night to hunt for the treasure. She was not here to kill, but to assist the man I believe is her lover." "What?" This came from various voices around the circle. "You, Mary, came here several months ago. I commented, you may recall, on your lingering tan. You said you had finished your art history course in Italy last winter and come here following a holiday. I think you went on one last holiday with your lover before you took up your place here at the nunnery." "Not all widows are grieving," thought Max, reminded of Lady Lisle-Livett. "But why? Why would I?" "For the millions the icon was reputed to be worth. That would make the deception worthwhile. For the small sacrifice of a few months of your life, you could live like a queen forever afterward. Someone was needed who could wander about freely in a nunnery. Someone female, of course. Someone whose presence would not be questioned. However, the rules about lights out and so on, that constantly got in your way, didn't it? As did your instantly recognizable postulant's habit, with its short skirt and veil. That is why you borrowed Dame Meredith's habit whenever you could, a habit which was left folded on a chair in her infirmary room, near her bed."
"Oh, my," said Dame Petronilla. "I wondered why it was always folded wrong. The habit is a blessed garment, and should not have been refolded any which way. But several times I noticed it folded wrong. Once it was even inside out. I wondered if it kept falling onto the floor by accident, or if Dame Meredith kept knocking it over, and if Mary or Sister Rose were refolding it wrong."
"And so you kept refolding it in the prescribed way?"
"Yes," she said.
"As for you, Mary," continued Max, "by using this ruse you were freer to roam about. Even if seen coming or going during the great silence, with the cowl over your head, you'd be far safer from detection than if wearing that immediately identifiable short outfit. Wearing the long habit, you could have been any of a dozen sisters on a legitimate errand."
"Besides," interjected the abbess, "a postulant is not allowed to walk about after Compline, but must go straight to her cell for quiet reflection."
"Somehow," said Max, "I don't think taking time out for quiet reflection has ever been an overriding priority for Mary Benton."
"Bugger this,"
Mary Benton said, reaching up to remove the short veil and headdress that bound her hair back from her face, and shaking loose a cascade of auburn curls.
"The damn thing itches and it scratches my scalp, and it's ruddy boiling hot, especially in the great bloody outdoors, where they always seem to be sending me to pick lettuce or to milk the sodding goats or some feudal forelock-tugging activity like that. I don't know how the rest of you lot can stand wearing that whole kit in summer, and for God's sake do yourselves a favour and buy a frigging tractor."
She unbuttoned and rolled up her sleeves next, completely unself-conscious, ignoring the stares of her amazed audience. She had, Max noted, a brightly coloured tattoo of a seahorse near the elbow of one forearm. "The infractions of the rule were without end in your case," said Max sternly. But inwardly he was smiling. The ruse was so ridiculous, so poorly planned and executed, and it had failed in its objective after all. The icon, the face that had caused so much scrambling, so much disruption of the placid lives of these good women, remained hidden, safe and undisturbed. How long that situation might have lasted was anyone's guess. Mary would have been allowed into the secret when she took her vows, but would she have lasted that long? "You were always doing something that just didn't fit, dropping things, creating a commotion, talking during the great silence, and, most of all, wandering around after lights out. I overheard you being scolded over this by Dame Petronilla. However, if caught in your postulant's clothing, you would pretend you didn't realize what time it was, but of course you knew exactly. You had to wait, you and your compatriot, for everyone else to be asleep so you could carry out your search of the grounds, or so you could meet up. This explains why you were always so sleepy and yawning, you and your friend." The friend in question was squirming under the attention, mostly under the attention of Paloma. The light was dawning in her brain, and she looked stricken by the betrayal, as well she might. "Tell me, how did you come to hear of the treasure? For you've been here since before Frank Cuthbert's book made such a splash."
"There was an American girl here for a while as a postulant."
"That's right," said Dame Fruitcake to Max.
"Remember, I told you about her? Very chatty and over-friendly, like a big puppy. Like to share."
"Yes, I wondered if she weren't a mole of some kind, sent by someone to scope things out. And when her garrulousness became apparent, the nuns, trying to keep their secret, might have told her she wasn't suited to the life. But DCI Cotton's people looked into that. She did indeed attach herself to a missionary order when she left here, an order better suited to her temperament."
"Right," said Mary. "I met her while I was travelling around myself, killing time waiting for a plane. She shared with me that she knew of this fabulous secret treasure."
"Which you told Piers about straight away. And you and Piers put your heads together and came up with this plan to infiltrate the convent from the inside. Clever of you. It almost worked."
"I found nothing, though," she said disconsolately.
That's too bad. I didn't pay enough attention to Xander's declarations that she could hear people moving about the guest-house at night, for I assumed, as she did, that was Paloma and Piers meeting up after hours. Nor did I quite register the importance of the fact that Xander heard the bolt to the guest-house door slide open at night, something that could not be done from inside the guest-house, but only from the outside, by someone in the cloister itself. It is a safety precaution, of course, meant to separate the nuns at night from the guests, who, after all, are not vetted in any way. There could be a serial killer asking to stay here, and the nuns would welcome him or her, because their rule says that they must welcome anyone seeking refuge, a place to stay, a place of safety. Max looked at Piers's Hollywood handsome face, the face tanned more deeply on the left side of his face than his right. For Piers's earlier claim to have just returned from a 2-week trip driving alone around Britain could not be true unless he spent half the time in a tanning bed with his face turned to one side, which was just possible, but unlikely. What was more likely was that he'd been driving around a sunny country, a country other than England, with its right-side driving gear. For if he'd been driving in England, he wouldn't have such a deep tan, and what tan he had would be on the other side of his face. Why, Max had wondered, did he lie? The answer had been easy once he came to think about it. Piers was lying to conceal an affair from Paloma. It had little to do with the case, but he'd been at the wheel of a vehicle with controls on the left-hand side. He might have been somewhere sunny driving about, but most certainly he had not been in England. Max studied Piers's expression as he pointed out this fact to him and to the others. From Piers's guilty glance at Paloma, Max's suspicion was confirmed. Piers had been having a dalliance with Mary Benton, somewhere out of Paloma's sight. A last fling before they came to the Abbey to look for the treasure, she in disguise. And if Lady Lyle-Livett's hints were to be believed, Piers might be having an affair with her, too, or at least be in her sights. Perhaps Piers had been the reason for her own Roman holiday, which Mary Benton might be very unhappy to hear of. Tempting as it was, Max saw no reason to chuck Piers completely into it with all these ladies. Let them get it sorted later, amongst themselves. Besides, thought Max, it was nothing to do with the case, just one of those annoying details that needed to be slotted into place. "So which one is the killer?" asked Dr. Barnard. "Piers or Mary?" "Neither," said Max. "I have quite another person in mind for that role." Chapter 37. None So Blind. May the scales fall from your eyes, that you may see the truth. The rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. We began by looking for a poisoner, and it's still someone with knowledge of herbs and poisons that we seek, Max told the group. Someone who knows, for example, that certain plant poisons do not show up on a routine toxicology screen. Several of the nuns, Max noticed, stared ahead in a way that told him they were desperately trying not to let their eyes slide in the direction of one of their sisters. Putting aside the poisoning of Lord Lyle-Livett's fruitcake for the moment, what if the goal was not to kill someone, but to discredit someone, to cause someone to hallucinate, perhaps, or to impair their vision so their testimony was worthless? What if we were looking for someone who knew all the ins and outs of belladonna, for instance? Belladonna means beautiful woman, something I rather forgot when talking with Dame Petronilla, the infirmaress, about ingested poisons, poisonous berries, and so forth. Belladonna is poisonous if eaten. Again, those black berries to watch out for. They look harmless, and children are attracted to something that looks so sweet and edible. But belladonna got its beautiful name because it dilates the pupils, and this was thought to make a woman attractive to men. Such a dangerous practice. At a minimum, it can cause blurred vision and sensitivity to light. If you've ever had an eye exam that required dilation of the pupils, you will know what I mean. You can't see your hand in front of your face, and to walk outside into the sunlight without sunglasses is nearly painful. Outside of an eye exam, it is difficult to see the use of it, unless you wanted to temporarily blind someone. And why, I ask, would anyone want to do that? He left a significant pause. Most waited expectantly for his answer. In one case, the answer was known and written plain in the expression on the face. I'll tell you what I think. I think you would do that, temporarily blind someone, so that if they were a potential witness to something or someone, they couldn't see well. This potential witness, let us say, if she had poor eyesight to begin with, well, putting a solution of belladonna into her eyes would certainly make it hard for the witness to recognize, say, the contours of a face shrouded by a coif and wimple, a veil and hood. Without the usual identifying features of hair color and style, the habit does what it was designed to do, make all nuns look as alike as possible. If one has difficulty seeing, if one is elderly, say, this would nullify their ability to witness anything. Of course, the same goes for someone wearing a hat, a scarf, an enveloping cloak of some kind. Abbess Justina looked over at Dame Hephzibah, an expression of kind concern on her face. Dame Hephzibah seemed not to think anyone could be speaking about her in the context of failing eyesight. All clues pointed to a poisoner with a better-than-working knowledge of plants, and poisonous plants in particular. And that could only mean Dame Pet, the infirmeress, with her knowledge of medicinal herbs, was involved. Or it could simply mean that she was being set up to absorb all suspicion. The only other person with some knowledge of plant life was the novice, Sister Rose, who was studying the properties of plants with Dame Pet, and who seemed to have a natural affinity for dealing with the plant and animal worlds here at the Abbey. It was also just possible that Dame Ingrid, in creating her fruitcake recipe, had a better-than-working knowledge of which berry-producing plants were poisonous or had medicinal properties. But once I remembered how belladonna got its name, and the use of belladonna to dilate the eyes, I realized there was one other sort of person who would be fully familiar with its properties, and that person would be a trained ophthalmologist. His own eyes flashed with anger as he turned with deliberation and pointed across the room. That person would be Dr. Barnard. In the U.S., an ophthalmologist is a trained M.D., somewhat different from the requirements here in the U.K. The doctor shifted uncomfortably under the spotlight of the priest's regard. Isn't that a fact, Dr. Barnard? That atropine, from deadly nightshade or belladonna, is used by doctors to dilate their patients' pupils before eye surgery? This was one of the little facts he had picked up from Awena. Yes, of course it's true, and anyone would know that, or be able to look it up. So what? What are you implying? What indeed? Max, knowing he was right, also knew he'd have to approach from a slightly different direction in order to prove it. But then Dr. Barnard made it easy for him by saying, "And how am I supposed to have gotten here?" He scoffed. "Climbed the hill, then climbed over the walls? You forget I arrived after Lord Lisle-Livett was killed." No, although it is just possible. A skilled climber could have managed it. Well, how then? He glanced down at his slight paunch. I'm no skilled climber, and there is no other way into the Abbey. The place was designed to keep men out, remember. You arrived by boat, said Max simply. That stopped Dr. Barnard cold. The effort it took not to swivel his eyes over to meet his accomplices was palpable. Instead, he fixed his stare for too long a beat on Max's face, clearly trying to think his way out of the dilemma. Max, sensing his advantage, began to hit his stride. You waited until you knew the nuns would be at Vespers, reducing the already slim chance you would be observed. You dressed in some sort of concealing garment like a hooded fisherman's coat or slicker. You must have looked like a yellow monk, and this is what Dame Hephzibah saw when everyone thought her delirious. You rode up to the black door over the river that at one time was used for dumping refuse. Sister Rose mentioned in passing to me the terrible problems there once had been with sanitation. There had to be somewhere an opening into the river that made this dumping possible. St. John's College in Cambridge has just such a door. Interestingly, it is said to be the site of a murder, but that was a murder for another day and age. This is a modern tale. a tale of greed. Alongside another tale, and that is a tale of revenge. You rode up to this door, conveniently left unlocked for you, thus bypassing the need to get in through the gatehouse, the only other means of entry to a place that, as you say, was designed to keep out the world of men. You moored the boat on the rusted old pins driven into the wall, and in that place you waited for your accomplice. The steps of your plan were so carefully worked out, as in sequence dancing. One wrong footfall would put everything out of alignment. Your partner had to keep in perfect step with you. Partner? Yes, of course you had a partner. Now, the poisoning of Lord Lisle-Livet had all the hallmarks of an impulsive act, perhaps immediately regretted, a seeking of petty revenge. But for what? Was it done by someone defending the Abbey, someone trying to drive people or a certain person away? Monkbury Abbey recently has become the focus of media interest, because of the rather silly book that has captured the public's imagination. It is said that an icon of special value to the faithful has been hidden here for centuries. The face, as it has come to be known. Its value might be intrinsic, or it might be an object of pure gold. It might even be a golden chalice, the holy grail of legend. So it seemed obvious from the outset that the overriding motive here was greed. Greed motivates nearly every visitor in the guest house. "Not me," Xander told the room. "I don't give a rat's. I just want out of here." "Me too," said Piers. Max ignored them both. When a wall collapsed during an earthquake, exposing the face, the nuns were thrilled, but they didn't want, most of them, the notoriety, the crush of visitors stirred up by Frank Cuthbert's book. Finding the face just confirmed Frank's crackpot speculation, but the nuns, again most of them, didn't want anything to do with it. They didn't want sightseers with treasure maps, the way Paris and London, and in particular Rosslyn Chapel, became overrun with visitors when Dan Brown published his book. The nuns wanted, actually, to keep this miraculous and lovely find to themselves, at least for the time being, while they figured out what to do. But first, repairs must take place, the walls must be shored up, or the shrine honouring the face would be destroyed. This is where creative accounting came into play. The nuns couldn't ask for money for such a secret project, and so money intended for the new guest house was diverted to refurbish the crypt, to create an altar for private worship of the icon, a project of which the bishop almost certainly would not approve, and to shore up the crumbling masonry. Wall coverings, pews, kneelers, and so on were needed, and after a while people like the Gories, who after all had contributed in good faith to the guest-house renovations, began to ask where the money went. The Gories beginning to suspect fraud, the abbess began to stall them. The pressure was on, because the abbess's desire to keep this quiet was not universally embraced, was it? The abbess said nothing, but she shook her head either in disagreement or remorse. Once I saw the face for myself, I wondered whether Dame Sybil, the cellaress, might be all in favour of revealing it and inviting in the tourists. For in talking with her, I wondered at her calm certainty that the ranks of applicants to the nunnery would one day swell. What made her so sure? Was it the certainty of the fanatic, or the certainty of someone with a marketing tool up her sleeve? The marketing tool being a relic that would not draw just sightseers and the curious, but religious converts. "I knew for myself that the face was miraculous," said Dame Sybil. "It saved my failing eyesight. Would you expect anyone, to keep that knowledge hidden from the world? Marketing, call it that if you will, but I am no snake-oil saleswoman. The face is real. It is a miracle, one entrusted to our care. The world had to know of it." Max smiled his benign and patient smile. "Belief is a miracle worker, no question about it. The placebo effect is always quite real." "It is real in and of itself," insisted Dame Sybil. Obviously taking up a cudgel that had been used many times before, she turned to the abbess and said, "And it is wrong of us to hide it." "Sisters, we must leave that for another day," said Max. Only indirectly does it have anything to do with the murder. Now, where was I? Yes, renovations and groundbreaking on the new guest-house are delayed, while the abbess pretends there is resistance among the nuns and among the villagers to the modern plans for the building, while the abbess and Dame Sybil in particular debate what to do about the find, how much to tell the world, if anything. Abbess Justina looked suitably abashed at her part in this cover-up, as well she might. She was not the first nor the last person, thought Max, to overstep her authority, telling herself she was acting for the greater good. No doubt she felt she was protecting the integrity of the nunnery, of its great standing in the history of the region. No doubt she was. And no doubt she was concealing the truth not only from donors, but from the bishop. Definitely forbidden. Then, of course, said Max, to add to this mix, we had Lord Lisle-Livet's sudden interest in all things holy, an interest that, given his character, we assumed could only be finance-based. He joined a crowd of other people whose real interest in the abbey lay not in its holiness. Paloma Green was here to protect her involvement in the fundraising scheme that entangled the Gories and others. A significant amount of the money raised at her fancy fundraiser appears to be missing. Paloma had suffered a scandal recently in which the provenance of one of her acquisitions was questioned, an old religious icon from Russia. It turned out to have been stolen years before from a church. So she couldn't have another scandal following so soon on the heels of the last, and the donors who bought paintings and photographs from her shop were starting to ask awkward questions. Like the Gories, Paloma wanted to know where the money went. Piers Montague was here for much the same reason. It was his donated photos that were auctioned off, and he wanted to know that the money went where he was told it would go. Beyond that, he was here on a treasure hunt with Mary Benton. This case had more than a few layers of greed. There was a monetary motive in connection with the Gories, the Americans. As Clement Gorey looked set to protest, Max held up a forestalling hand. But it was not greed so much in their case. It was more of an honest bafflement about where their money had gone, if not into the new guest-house, and an interest in the face, to be sure. Again, in the case of Paloma Green, it was not greed so much as the fact her gallery's reputation was on the line. "Thanks very much," she said, "and too right, too. As I told you already, I organized the fundraiser. Piers and I both had a lot at stake." "Your gallery couldn't take another blow right now," Max nodded, "and Piers had even more at stake than you knew." Piers shrugged noncommittally, but he turned his full attention to Max now, hanging on his words as if to memorize them. "Was it a sort of lust for the icon that brought Lord Lisle-Livet here?" Max went on. "He said it was to see his aunt, but he was always snooping around the place, so we assume, knowing something of his nature, that the desire to own, to steal, this most rare artifact brought him here. But what if that weren't the whole story? Even more to the point, what if he were telling the truth for once, or part of the truth, that he was here to see Dame Meredith?" They all exchanged puzzled glances. "I have told you this was a tale with themes of greed and revenge. But there was yet a third motive, the most powerful motive in the world, and that motive was love. Lord Lisle-Livet came here to see Dame Meredith, to be sure. He was summoned here in a letter she wrote him, but Dame Meredith was not his aunt." "So, who was she?" Paloma asked. Max turned to a certain face in the audience, and looked across the room to a second face. "She was his mother." There was rather a shocked recoil at this. Max gave them a moment to absorb the implications. Lord Lisle-Livet was the natural son of Dame Meredith, and Dame Meredith, knowing she hadn't long to live, wanted to tell the truth at the last, to clear her conscience. She was set to spill the beans to Lord Lisle-Livet about his true provenance, how he came to be in this world, how she was his mother. Worse, from his point of view, she wanted to tell everyone affected by his birth the truth. to set things right before she went to meet her Maker. She had a tremendous need to unburden herself, having carried this secret too long. But what she didn't know was that the person she confessed to initially in order to do the right thing, her own son, a man who was her own flesh and blood, mind, was an avaricious, unfeeling monster. She had summoned him to her bedside, and he had arrived knowing full well what the subject of their discussion would be. He knew this because his own father had told him the truth and had sworn him to secrecy. And Lord Lisle Livett, being the sort of man he was, had come prepared to make sure Dame Meredith wouldn't or couldn't tell the truth to ease her conscience. Because the truth would mean he was not the legitimate heir to his father's estate and fortune. According to a formula used by the family since the dawn of time, only males of the legitimate bloodline could inherit. Illegitimate children, and I gather there were dozens of those over the years, could not inherit. Female heirs were always left out in the cold. Funny how no one had a problem with that, except presumably the females concerned. The true motive for Lord Lisle Livett was less about the icon than about covering up the fact that Dame Meredith, his aunt, was in fact his mother, and that he was the product of an illicit liaison between his biological father and the woman who had been Meredith Fitzwilliam in her former life, before she became a nun. There were several shocked intakes of breath at this, several hands that flew to cover mouths fallen open in amazement. Even nuns long schooled in serenity and calm were too shaken by this revelation not to let it show. This was their own quiet Dame Meredith, who had dwelt with many of them for years, for decades. This would take some getting used to. Max went on. Meredith Fitzwilliam was the younger of the two Fitzwilliam sisters. Her sister married, but it seemed she could not have children. The terrible irony was that Meredith's affair with her sister's husband produced a son, the longed-for son to inherit the title. But the problem, of course, was that it was an illegitimate child. So, after much anxiety and unhappiness on the part of the father, he hits upon a scheme. Since the child is his own, and he sees no reason why it shouldn't inherit, he persuades Meredith not to give the child up for open adoption, but to allow himself and his wife to raise the child as their own. There is one catch, and that is that Meredith must never name him as the father. Of course, to protect her sister, she agrees to keep this secret. She has many a chance to regret it, but keep her promise she does. She doesn't agree because there is money riding on it, but because she knows how much her sister wants a child. Guilt, no doubt, played a huge role here, and so she went abroad somewhere, and when she had given birth, her sister and brother-in-law adopted it. Xander cut into his narrative. Adopted the baby. Wow, it's like something out of Dickens. Not adopted, no, said Max. Not in the legal sense, you mean. To the world, the child is presented as the natural child of Lord and Lady Lisle Livett, not the adopted child, but the natural one. But how? Lady Lisle Livett, the sister of Meredith, simply went away with her husband on a long tour of Europe and the Middle East. She returned with a child. No one questioned it. Why would they? Had the woman who raised Lord Lisle Livett been duped, or had she chosen to believe what she wanted to believe, as people so often do? That her husband was guilty of such a monstrous fraud would have been difficult to accept, perhaps especially when a much-wanted child was offered to fill what she felt was a void in her life. The thin ice of a marriage such as theirs might require a suspension of disbelief, a refusal to look down, knowing how fatal that look might be. Apart from the longing of Lady Lisle Livett for a child, the question has to be why the elaborate deception was needed. And the answer is the child's grandfather. He had been despondent at not having an heir, and this seemed like a godsend. He was not, of course, to be made aware that the child was not legitimate. Meredith takes the veil soon afterward, and her sister, who doesn't know the awful truth that her husband is the father of the child, thinks only that Meredith got in trouble, and she, Lady Lisle Livett, is helping her out. Time passes, and the more it passes, the more Dame Meredith wants to spill the beans on this setup, not just because of her guilt at the part she played, deceiving her sister, denying her own child, but because of the way this son was turning out. She saw when he visited over the years, as a child and a young man, how he had become corrupted by this wealth. She came to see the money as evil, even as a sort of punishment. She had sinned with the child's father, and here standing before her was the sorry result. Might he have been a more worthwhile human being had she raised him herself? These were the kinds of questions with which she tormented herself. "What would have happened to the estate if the ruse had been discovered?" asked Una Gorey. "That is a very good question, for it cuts to the heart of the matter. The estate would pass to an heir of the Montague family. To Piers Montague, to be precise." "You are joking," said Piers. "You must be joking." Max shook his head. This subterfuge took place for the silliest of reasons. The Montague family was considered common and decadent, and they did not want Piers, the only viable candidate, the nearest legitimate blood heir, to inherit the stately home and all that went with it. It was thought he would never amount to anything and would waste the inheritance. Max turned to a dumbstruck Piers. The hand that had been poised to smooth back his hair had stopped mid-air, and he seemed not to realize it. "I am sorry at the way this sounds," said Max. "I am only describing how Lord Lyle Livett, father and son, thought about the situation. So Ralph Percival succeeds in due course to the title and the estate, becoming the 15th Earl of Lyle Livett. But that is just the beginning. I know many of you remember the famous kidnapping case out of Nashbury Feathers nearly 20 years ago." "Of course," said Clement Gorey. "It was tabloid fodder for ages. Dozens of books have been written about it." Max nodded. "The baby, who was the only legitimate heir to the title, although no one apart from his father realized it at the time, was kidnapped. The younger brother, who was a late and unexpected arrival when Ralph, let's call him Ralph for clarity, when Ralph was 20. Ralph had this baby kidnapped. Ralph knew the sort of people who would do that for the price of a meal, let alone for a handsome fee." "How can you possibly know about this?" demanded Piers. "Stay with me," said Max, resuming his narrative. "Why the kidnapping? Again, the title and attendant properties had to go to legitimate offspring only. The remaining legitimate heir would be Piers, a distant relative, a cousin thrice removed, or something of that sort. And Meredith, dying, knows this, and summons Piers to the nunnery." Paloma looked at Piers. "You didn't tell me?" "Frankly, I thought she was batty. She didn't say anything about any inheritance. She just sent a message asking me if I would come and see her to discuss a matter to my advantage. It was a tremendously old-fashioned summons, and I was intrigued." Max pictured the dying nun, drugged on a dozen medications, penning the fatal melodramatic summons. How was she to know it would lead to murder? He said, "Ralph comes to hear of the cryptic summons via the letter Dame Meredith sent him, knows full well what it is about, and races to Monkbury Abbey, despite the poisoning attempt, to do whatever it takes to keep Piers in the dark about his inheritance. Kill Piers or kill Meredith, or both. Ralph may even, in a state of heightened paranoia, have associated the poisoning attempt with an effort to get him out of the picture so Piers could inherit." "How do you know all this?" demanded Abbess Justina. Max reached inside his jacket and pulled out a thin sheaf of onion-skin paper, covered from side to side in small, spidery handwriting. "This is the handwritten testimony of Dame Meredith Fitzwilliam. It is what she herself calls her dying confession. She wanted the truth to come out before the entire world. In this document she tells of the events that brought her here, of the guilt that tormented her, making her conscience work overtime. Her sin was nothing new, that of conceiving a child out of wedlock and giving it over to be raised by her own sister. That her sister had no idea the child was her sister Meredith's, That was what Dame Meredith could not forgive herself for. The cover-up was not that unusual either. Many grand families have gone to great lengths to keep their estates and bloodlines intact. What was unusual was the level of deception. That is what Dame Meredith berates herself for the most, that she betrayed her own sister with this illicit liaison, and then compounded the error with this monstrous substitution and all the lies that attended on it. "And Dame Pet?" asked the abbess now, more softly. "How does Dame Pet and the poison fit into this story? Or does it?" "Dame Petronilla, yes. For that story we also have to reach back into the past, to a time when Dame Petronilla was Miss Petronilla Falcon, a young nanny in the charge of a small baby born at Nashbury Feathers, ancestral home of the Lyle-Livett family. The baby named Fontaine Percival." "The baby who was kidnapped?" This was Clement Gorey. He looked to his wife for confirmation. She nodded. "When was it this happened? 15 years ago or more, right?" "Closer to 18, Max answered him. "It was a case often compared with the 1930s kidnapping of Charles Lindbergh, Jr., the son of aviator Charles Lindbergh and Anne Morrow Lindbergh. The tragic difference being that while the Lindbergh baby's little body finally was discovered, 2 months after the ransom had been paid, there was no such closure, no such small, cold comfort for the Percival family, Lord Lyle-Livett and his wife. The ransom was paid as demanded, but after detectives had been led on a wild chase over the countryside, the baby never was found, dead or alive. As is often the case, the blame for this tragedy spread quickly, and many innocent people suffered. The nanny, for instance, was accused of neglecting her duty, being otherwise occupied with her fiancé, when she should have been watching the baby. A charge, I hasten to add, that was baseless, but a charge that was trumpeted repeatedly by Ralph Percival, the heir to the family's fortune. The engulfing investigation burned everything in its path, and when it was over, when the media had found new stories to cover, it had changed many lives. Many of the people who worked for the family suddenly found themselves let go, and then found themselves unemployable. No one was willing to take a chance on them, you see. Probably most particularly in the case of a nanny. The what-ifs loomed too large. What if the accusations were true? The same was the case with her fiancé, who was studying to be a doctor, a pediatrician in fact, and who was suspected and cleared of being in collusion with the nanny. The child had been ailing with a mild cold, and the doctor in training had looked in on him once or twice. The innuendo in this sort of case is always enough to destroy lives, particularly in the case of a nanny and pediatrician. What parent would ever entrust either of them with the care of a child? His career was derailed as much by the ruin to his reputation as by the emotional wear and tear of the repeated dunning by the press, who blithely and irresponsibly repeated Ralph's accusations, working the sensational story for all it was worth. Imagine opening each day's news to find vile, baseless allegations printed against oneself. The implication was that the young, attractive nanny had been too busy cavorting with her fiancé to attend to her duties. But the baby was asleep. It was night-time, and she told investigators no sound came through the baby monitor. So what she was expected to do, other than what she did do, is a mystery. Still, this all got twisted into a seedy story of a licentious woman abandoning her responsibilities to a helpless child. The voice of reason, as so often happens, got shouted down. It was so ugly a story it is perhaps no wonder she chose entering a nunnery as the only way to prove she was the person she always had been, diligent, hard-working, smart, loyal, and deeply religious. The truth is, the nanny loved the child, stolen as she slept. But the truth was no match for Ralph Percival, the victim's brother. He kept saying the kidnappers entered the house while she was otherwise engaged. The words were neatly strung together to imply, without actually saying, that she was busy entertaining her fiancé. But denials were fruitless. Otherwise, there was no juicy story to run repeatedly in the morning and evening news. Ralph Percival even tried to claim she had left the window unlocked so her lover could enter, and that is how the kidnappers got in afterwards. Ridiculous. But it was necessary to make everything sound demeaning and tawdry. Dame Petronilla looked up from studying her tightly clenched hands. "I couldn't afford a solicitor on the wages he paid," she said, "so I just took the abuse. I never should have done that. But I thought it would all go away. It was so ridiculous. Accusations not worth responding to. Until you're there, you've no idea how insidious that kind of lie and suspicion can be." Max paused, as if she might go on, but from her expression she had retreated back into the memories of those life-altering days. After a few moments he continued, "When first we spoke, you mentioned that you had some training as a nurse, not that you had been a nanny." "I know," she acknowledged, "the glib lie. How easy it is to fall into the custom of eliding over the entire truth. I was hoping, of course, that no one would make the connection between me and Nashbury Feathers. Then when Lord Lisle-Livett was killed—" "It was inevitable it would come out." Max finished her thought. Resuming his tale, he said, "So, after a time of what I think we can rightly call persecution, you joined the nearby nunnery, and your fiancé, broken by the whole thing, left for the United States to finish his training in a different area of specialization. But he couldn't stay away long. When he had completed his studies, he returned and set up shop in the village of Temple Monkslip, to be near the woman he could not forget. Perhaps he carried with him the misguided hope they could reignite the old flame. He had given up a promising Harley Street career, been forced to give it up, actually, because of the taint of scandal that followed him everywhere. And so he became a GP in a small village and called himself content, although he was hardly that. He never married, still carrying this torch for Petronilla Falcon, the woman he had loved. He would come to the nunnery on occasion, eventually becoming the official doctor for the place, but his former fiancée avoided him and begged him to stay away from her. Loving her still, he did as she asked. By this point in Max's narrative, all eyes had swiveled toward Dr. Barnard, who kept his own gaze straight ahead, his face revealing nothing. Then, one day, Dr. Barnard heard of Lord Lisle-Livett's interest in the nunnery. There is one watering-hole in Temple Monkslip, the Running Knight and Pilgrim, and Lord Lisle-Livett staying there was news in a small village where nothing much happens. Every word of Lord Lisle-Livett's conversation got repeated, particularly the fact that he seemed as fascinated by the icon, the face, as anyone else. One of the men who worked on the wall repairs had a story to tell, and tell it he would, to any and all comers, for the price of a pint. For the price of several pints, he would talk of vast golden treasure, precious beyond counting. He was making it up as he went, of course. The nuns would never have allowed him to set eyes on the face. During the repairs, they found another temporary hiding place. Anyway, the next thing you know, Lord Lisle-Livett is staying at Monkbury Abbey on what he calls a religious retreat. The doctor knows Lord Lisle-Livett well enough, as does the whole English-speaking world, to know he must be up to something. The doctor, making the logical leap, thinks he is probably after the icon. Lady Lisle-Livett doesn't know what her husband was up to, but she reaches the same conclusion. Lord Lisle-Livett got awfully keen on a return visit to the Abbey, despite the apparent danger to himself. But in fact, and Dr. Barnard was not to know this at first, Lord Lisle-Livett had a more sinister motive. Still, whatever he was up to, it is enough to alarm the doctor, to have Lord Lisle-Livett in such close proximity to the doctor's beloved Petronilla. It doesn't mean she's in danger, necessarily. It is probably more in his mind that he can't stand the thought of this man anywhere near someone as innocent and unspoiled as he knew his old love to be. And perhaps the good doctor thinks he has a chance to set things right, to undo history, to win her back by slaying the dragon, this time, to do the thing he had, in his own mind, singularly failed to do when he had the chance years before. There was a slight, almost imperceptible nod of the doctor's head. "I still don't get it,"
said Xander. "What does this have to do with the kidnapping?" "When it comes to the topic of greed, Xander, I'm afraid it has everything to do with it. Greed on a monstrous scale, surpassing any sort of passing interest Lord Lisle Livett may have had in the icon. For this greed involved the betrayal of innocence, the destruction of the family that raised and nurtured him, the greed of the viper in the nest." "I still don't—" began Xander. "The inheritance," said Max simply. "The inheritance that, in the mind of the man who organized the scheme, was worth any amount of betrayal of those who had cherished and sustained him. An inheritance worth killing for, to his twisted way of thinking. Not only were money and land attached to the inheritance, but prestige. Perhaps above all, prestige. There was a title belonging to one of the most noble of ancient families in Great Britain, and having carried the title so long, Lord Lisle Livett, as we will continue to call him for now, was not about to relinquish it, not when just one woman of no consequence to him stood in his way. Even if that person was the woman who had given him life." "You mean Dame Meredith?" "Yes, of course. Sadly, of course. Dame Petronilla, now the infirmaress, was a nanny at the time of the famous kidnapping, when the nearly newborn son of the 14th Earl was taken from his crib. The accusations flew, and a close rereading of the news stories of the time shows that behind every accusation and innuendo stood the young Ralph Percival. His father, the 14th Earl, still being alive, Ralph, then aged 20, was the heir presumptive. He was a spendthrift, an alcoholic, and a drug user. A liar, a thief, and a complete wastrel, but he was the heir, and unless he became completely unable to function in any capacity, he would remain the heir. The Lisle Livetts were not the first nor the last family of noble blood to have to deal with a black sheep, of course. The dissolute heir has been a staple of some of England's livelier spots of history. But these accusations, as I say, all from the same source, were so relentless and unrelenting, the nanny and the doctor came to suspect what I know from Dame Meredith was the truth. They suspected young Ralph, the heir presumptive, of masterminding the kidnapping, enlisting and paying off some of his connections in the London drug trade. The few £1,000s he spent were as nothing stacked against what he was going to lose. "But why would he do that?" Xander asked. "And how did Dame Meredith know Lord Lisle Livett was behind the kidnapping?"
"It may be hard for you or anyone normal to understand, but Ralph was livid when the child was born. There was probably a lot of plain old jealousy behind this reaction. His mother, meaning the woman who had raised him, the then Lady Lisle Livett, had been barren all her adult life and was thought to be well past her childbearing years. I am certain it never entered Ralph's mind there might one day be competition for him, the only child of this couple, that he might be given a brother, when suddenly new medical techniques allowed this baby to come along with the potential to snatch away the title from 20-year-old Ralph. For the woman who had raised Ralph believed he bore no trace of the Lisle Livett bloodline, and his father knew, of course, that the boy he had raised as his son was illegitimate. The parents' joy at this new arrival, the legitimate heir, mind, must have been enormous, like Elizabeth in the Bible, who thought she was barren and who greeted her miraculous pregnancy with such happiness. But then the parents both started to think in terms of how they were locked into this deception, a deception that was no longer necessary. Remember, she had only pretended to have given birth to Ralph. A real heir existed now, a real 15th Earl of Lisle Livett. Could they legally undo what had been done? This idea Ralph Percival could not bear. What if his parents went so far as to tell the truth, at least so far as Lady Lisle Livett knew it, that the woman who had raised him had not given birth to him? Then, under the terms of the estate, he would be ousted, and his newborn brother inherit. Of course his parents wouldn't toss Ralph out on the street, nothing so melodramatic as that. In fact, Ralph would continue to live in what to most of the world was unthought-of splendour, riding his horse around the rolling green hills of the estate. But he wouldn't inherit the title. and he wouldn't be able to pass it on to his heirs. He wouldn't be able to enjoy the pomp and ceremony, the bowing and scraping to which he was entitled as the 15th Earl. So he did what any lunatic would do. Cold-bloodedly, cold-heartedly, but probably also in a mindless fit of jealousy and pique, he arranged to have the baby kidnapped. I don't think he knew or cared what happened to the child. It may have been spirited out of the country and put up for adoption somewhere where few questions would be asked. Once the baby was legally declared dead, Ralph could reign unchallenged. He remained the 15th Earl of Lisle-Livet in place of his brother. His mother, the woman who raised him, died shortly afterwards, preceded in death by her husband, the 14th Earl. The only living witness to the entire scheme, and the only person who suspected Ralph of complicity in his brother's too convenient disappearance, was his birth mother, Dame Meredith, who years before had taken the veil. But even she could not really grasp that her own son was capable of such an evil deed. Certainly she had no sense of danger when she asked him to come and visit her. She was dying anyway. Who would harm her? A sick woman with weeks to live, at best. Unfortunately, the answer was her own son would try to harm her, her very own flesh and blood. The boy who she had dotingly treated as her nephew, never telling him the truth, telling herself that she had secured his fortune with this deception. But the deception and the fact she had evaded scandal, had evaded ownership of the wrong she had done to her own sister, that weighed more heavily with every passing year. Were the lies surrounding his birth made manifest in the man he grew to be? She saw less and less of him as the years passed, and perhaps she told herself everything would be all right. But then came his sudden devotion, his intense interest in his dying aunt. Maybe she also believed he was mostly after the gold treasure buried in the crypt, for that would have been in keeping with what she had grown to know of him. Then, when he began pressing her, had she told anyone? Whom had she told? Had she confessed? Was there any record of her confession? I think she realized. In fact, I know she suspected him. And she wrote out her confession to the affair, to the illegitimate birth, and to her suspicions about Ralph. "He came here to kill her," continued Max, never knowing that she had outwitted him. "I am very glad, at least, for that. She saw through him." Max paused and looked around the room, at all the waiting faces, some puzzled, some concerned, and two with the look in their eyes of something very old that has caught up with them at last. The expression in those eyes was of sorrow and relief. Xander again was the one who voiced the question in most of their minds. "And his mother never knew? I mean Lady Lisle-Livet, the woman who raised him?" "No. The woman who raised him as his mother never realized she was raising her own nephew. His hair and eye-coloring were dark, like his father's, in fact, and she never looked beyond that vaguely Hispanic surface appearance. She was too elated at having a child at last to ask too many questions. Sometimes one just does not want to face the truth. There was a family resemblance that I think she willfully ignored. A suspicion of her husband's infidelity with another woman was one thing, the sure knowledge of his infidelity, and with her own sister, that her mind would refuse to accept, even had such an idea occurred to her. And so nearly 20 years passed, and one day she found herself, to her great joy and amazement, pregnant with her own child. The joy was short-lived because that child was kidnapped, a crime that exhausted the resources of the police and of MI5. I remember the case well. As a young man, I wanted so much to be a part of the investigation, and was frustrated to be assigned to a different department at the time. It was the case every man and woman in law enforcement wanted to solve. "And the baby was never found? That poor woman, the poor father." This from Una, who seemed genuinely distressed. A mother's heart, imagining what that worry would have been like, what the loss of this small and much longed-for child would have been like. Max warmed to Una for the first time. Max thought of his own unborn child, his and Awena's, and the anguish he would feel in similar circumstances, and he thanked God the child would never be a vulnerable target the way Lord and Lady Lyle-Livet's child had been a target. He or she would be an ordinary child, at least in the eyes of the world ordinary, never to be exposed to vultures as this young innocent had been. He shook his head. Not a trace was ever found, no. The kidnappers were thugs like the Lindbergh kidnappers, but they had probably learned from the mistakes of the original kidnappers, too. The ransom money was picked up, but the baby was never returned. The chances were great that the child was already dead, as is nearly always the case, sadly. And its father and mother, after weeks of worry and anguish, just collapsed from grief. "The father had a stroke and lingered a short while," said Dr. Barnard. "The mother died of a heart attack. But there was not a doctor in the world who would not blame their breakdown on grief." Max nodded, locking eyes with the doctor. "However, they did not die before everyone associated with that house was dispersed, in a spurt of fury by the 14th Earl. The gardener, the maids, the cooks, and, of course, the nanny. Everyone leaving under a cloud of suspicion. He couldn't stand to have any one of them around. You can sort of see his point. The man was driven to the edge. But the saddest story of all was the butler. After repeated questioning by the authorities, who became convinced he had deliberately left a window unlocked to aid the kidnappers, the poor man shot himself. There is to this day no evidence he had anything to do with it, or even that he was the one who left the window unlocked. But he cracked under the strain, and the certain knowledge his career, in which he took immense pride, was over. So there you have it. Is it a coincidence the nanny would end up in the same convent as the birth mother of Lord Lyle-Livet? Not at all. Consider the fame of this nunnery, and its proximity and long historical ties to the manor house where all these sad events took place. He looked at Dame Petronilla as he said this. She shut her eyes tightly as if the dim light in the room were too harsh, and he thought he saw a nearly imperceptible nod. So many years of carrying that burden of grief and guilt, thought Max. How wrong, wrong, wrong it all was. "So who killed Lord Lyle-Livet?" said Una. "Was it some sort of conspiracy?" Max answered obliquely. "Dame Meredith could easily have drugged him to render him weak and helpless. She had access, there in the infirmary, and knowledge. All the nuns have some knowledge of nature's remedies. But I think it was Dame Petronilla, the real expert on plant poisons, who had a hand in this." He made the statement and waited. She would not meet his eyes, so he said gently, "When the motive is love, there is no force stronger. How far would you go to protect a loved one, to avenge the harm done to them?" "But why?" asked Xander. But Dame Petronilla answered, "Because, child, I loved him once. I love him still." "Pet, don't." "No," she said to Dr. Barnard. "It's over." Chapter 38. Ties That Bind. Detachment is all. The rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. "I saw Lord Lyle-Livet by chance when he visited the monastery," began Dame Petronilla. "Normally my duties keep me in the infirmary, separate from the main compound, and in choir our view of visitors is deliberately cut off by the screen. So I don't see the guests as a rule, even at meals. They are seated apart, as you know, and more often than not, when I have a patient, I take my meals privately in the infirmary. But on this day I was free. Dame Meredith was in hospital receiving treatment, and, God be praised, all the other sisters were in good health. So I had all day to work in the herb garden. I was in heaven. And then he came wandering by. While I knew someone from the peerage was staying with us, for the abbess announces the weekend's visitors in the chapter meeting, I never expected Lord Lyle-Livet, the man I knew as plain old Ralph Percival.
Of course, he was the sort of man to use his title from the moment he came into it, and on every occasion. But on seeing him, I recognized who it was right away. He, of course, did not recognize me. Had no need to, for I wasn't important then or now. I was the hired help. He never visited the nursery and never set eyes on me except in a grainy, long-shot newspaper photograph or two from the time. And in any event, the years and the habit and the lack of make-up made me, I dare say, unrecognizable from the woman I was back then. I had been a redhead then, but when I saw him I quickly pulled the cowl over my head and moved away before he could see me plainly.
Everything about your persona had changed with the years, I dare say, said Max.
She nodded. We leave everything about our old lives behind, or we try to. We try very hard.
So you called Dr. Barnard, and you told him that by some unthought-of, unlooked-for chance, Lord Lisle-Livett, Ralph Percival, was at Monkbury Abbey. The man who had falsely accused not only you but many others, derailing careers and causing a suicide, a man who, for the most purely evil motives, had altered the course of all your lives.
She nodded. Perhaps, if you had known the butler, his name was Phil Jameson, if you had known him, you would have known what a tragedy atop a tragedy his death was. He was simply the nicest man. Leroy, Dr. Barnard, and I were just devastated when he killed himself. We both came undone. He was going to be best man at our wedding. He was so dear, so excited about it. Do you remember?
She turned toward the doctor, her eyes welling with tears as they sought his.
Her voice caught as she tried to continue. They all waited quietly.
The only sound to be heard, coming from the open window, was the lazy droning of the bees, cruising from flower to flower.
On top of everything else, she said, it was too much to bear. And when he died, the press was so cruel. The butler did it. That was too easy a joke for simple minds not to make a play on it.
Max prompted her. So you called Dr. Barnard?
Yes, I called him from the cellaress's office.
And you told him to get out to Monkbury Abbey as soon as he could, on whatever pretext?
Yes, I simply—
She turned to the abbess, her handsome face now haggard, the picture of distress.
I know how utterly and completely wrong I was in all of this, abbess. I have broken so many rules, I who was committed to comfort and healing, that I should have stooped to this. I am deeply, deeply sorry for all of it.
Her face flushed a bright red. Max knew she must be reliving the disgrace of those days, the shame she had been made to feel by unthinking persecutors who told themselves they were simply doing their jobs, and he was sorry for it.
"Tell us everything you know, Dame Pet," said Abbess Justina.
Relief showed on the infirmeress's face at the use of the nickname, at the compassion and implied forgiveness.
"We will worry about what to do about all of it later. Right now it is more important that the whole truth come out."
Max, picking up the thread of her story, said, "The phone call brought the doctor out here. Of course, he would move heaven and earth for you, wouldn't he? But maybe you only wanted to talk, perhaps to have your sighting confirmed, to speculate on what could have brought your mutual mortal enemy, the former Ralph Percival, here. He could, after all, have come looking for you, for some obscure reason of his own. But Dr. Barnard thought he knew what brought him here, and that gave him an idea." The pair exchanged glances. "Or was it you, Dame Petronilla, who had the idea?"
"I think perhaps it was, since you knew about the icon, that it was real,
and you told the doctor, and no doubt, like you, Dr. Barnard saw a way to get what he had long wanted more than anything in this life, a confession, even an apology. Ridiculous hope that, but it seemed a heaven-sent situation. Dr. Barnard would promise his enemy secret access to the icon, dangling this precious artifact before the eyes of Lord Lisle-Livett in exchange for the truth of what had happened to that poor child that fateful night. He wanted above anything the admission of the elder brother's participation in that nefarious scheme. I am perhaps giving you too much the benefit of the doubt, but isn't that what you had in mind, Dr. Barnard? To extract the truth from him, promising your silence, in exchange for your revelation of where the icon was hidden. Dr. Barnard, staring at his folded hands with their white knuckles, would not answer. I prefer to believe that is how it happened, said Max softly. At least at first, wasn't that the plan? Of course, you could not know that the icon was not really uppermost in his mind. You could not know his real and deeply wicked reason for being at Monkbury Abbey. Dr. Barnard would not look up, perhaps unwilling just yet to seize the lifeline Max was trying to throw his way. He must have laughed at you. I would imagine that is what he would do. You had it all so wrong, and it was such a hopeless idea, idealistic in the extreme, to try to make a pact with a demon like Lord Lisle-Livett. But perhaps the chance to bargain, to use this one bargaining chip you had, blinded you to the fact that you were dealing with a man so dishonest that he would never allow you to walk away knowing the truth. Perhaps you struggled, and in the struggle he was killed? No, Dr. Barnard said simply. Is that what happened, Dr. Barnard? Max persisted. Because otherwise I have to believe you came here to murder cold-bloodedly the man who had ruined your life and the life of your beloved. The man who had in fact taken away the blissful union you had planned to have together. The children you might have had, the house with the white picket fence, not to mention the career that had been derailed by this man who dared put himself above all the rest of us, who had achieved the pinnacle of respectable society by having had kidnapped, and possibly having had killed, his own half-brother. "You must leave her out of this," said Dr. Barnard, his voice ragged with urgency. "Would that I could," said Max. "Once she had tipped you off that Lord Lisle-Livett was here, how could thoughts of revenge not inevitably follow? You'd be less than human had such thoughts not flitted through your mind. Perhaps she begged you to do nothing, but she did agree to admit you to the grounds by leaving the black door over the river unlocked, or by admitting you herself. I might believe you if you said you told her only that you had a plan to expose Lord Lisle-Livett, to wring a confession from him, but that was only to gain her cooperation in this scheme. You wanted most of all to be sure no blame would attach to Dame Petronilla." She began. "No," the doctor interrupted. "Say nothing. Please, say nothing more." "How could you not know what was in his heart?" Max asked her. She did not reply, studying her tightly folded hands. Max had the impression she did not herself know the answer. Barnard said, "She knew nothing of my plans, I tell you." Max waited, looking patiently to her for an answer. Finally she turned to Max and said, "I thought we could expose him for the horrible fraud he was. I knew Lord Lisle-Livett had some financial motive or other in being here. He worshipped no god but Mammon. It was also certain that whatever light of publicity he chose to shine on the Abbey, it would be to the detriment of our peace here, and to the advancement of his own career. I didn't think he was above stealing the mandillion if he thought it was worth a lot. Fortunately, the rumours of its being pure gold were false. The value was in its antiquity, its very mysteriousness and rarity, its possible holiness, and its new-found celebrity, if I may use the term, brought about by that silly book." How poor Frank Cuthbert, author, would despair at hearing his book thus characterized, thought Max. The wonder of it was how much that silly book had played into the tangle of events at Monkbury Abbey. "But I never thought beyond setting Lord Lisle-Livett up for a fall." "Dame Petronilla, please, you surely—" "I swear it. It was wrong of me to want revenge of any kind, I know that. I know that was where I took the first wrong turning. But I never wanted this, to take a life." "It was an accident," began Dr. Barnard. "It had to have been an accident." Max decided to relent. "I will say I don't think it was either of you who killed him, as much as you may have wanted to. No, that was another person entirely. Here is how I reconstruct what happened. In chapter, Abbess Justina announced the guest house was hosting an important visitor. And when you got a close look, Dame Petronilla, you knew exactly who he was. Older, more polished and urbane, rounder and balding, not the 20-year-old kid you'd rarely set eyes on 18 years ago. But back in the day, he was Ralph Percival. In the intervening years, you've had no access to the newspapers or broadcasts. I would imagine that after your experience with the media, part of the peace accorded you by the Abbey was that you could avoid the daily news. So if Lord Lisle Livett had appeared on television at any time in the past 18 years promoting some bill or position or cutting a ribbon or riding to hounds or whatever he was doing, you wouldn't have known about it. But on closer inspection, his face with its superior expression, that strutting walk, oh yes, you recognized him as the self-important little man whose false accusations had led to the guilty parties making a clean escape, while suspicion ruined so many lives. Max turned to Dr. Barnard, now watching him closely. Dr. Barnard has lived in the U.S. all these years, and, unlike people living in the U.K., he has been spared the sight of Lord Lisle Livett on television. But once he was pointed out by Dame Pet, oh yes. She told the doctor of this unprecedented interest in the nunnery by Lord Lisle Livett. They talked, coming to no resolution then as to what to do, but the seeds were planted in the doctor's mind. And when Lord Lisle Livett scheduled a return visit, well— "If he'd not come back, he'd still be alive," said Dame Petronilla. "Was the poisoning a warning, then?" Max asked, but she did not reply. "Soon the pair of you began to speak of a way to force the truth from Lord Lisle Livett," Max continued, "of a way to establish an alibi for yourselves. And, as you spoke, you were overheard." The pair exchanged startled glances. "You were overheard by Dame Meredith." It was a simple plan, really. The first step was to neutralize any witnesses. The novice was given a drink before her watch began. There was nothing easier than to add a sleeping draught to her tea. Dame Hephzibah, now, she was more of a problem. You had to nullify her ability to witness. She had complained that her failing eyesight made her eyes tired and sore, so you gave her some eye drops. But what was in those eye drops was belladonna. That way her eyesight, always bad, would be terribly blurry. She might also suffer confusion from the drug, a common side effect. That is how desperate you were that your scheme work. I don't think poisoning an elderly woman was in the usual repertoire for either of you. To take any chances with an elderly woman's health. "No," Dame Petronilla said, stung by the accusation. "It was an accident. She got it on her hands somehow and rubbed her eyes." "Hush!" commanded Dr. Barnard. But the fight seemed to have gone out of Dame Petronilla. She could accept being an accessory to the murder of Lord Lisle Livett, but not a poisoner of helpless old Dame Hephzibah. As strange a distinction as it was, Max could somehow see the logic. "She rubbed her eyes. Her eyes were always dry, you see. She complained they bothered her. Old age, you know. If I'd known, if I'd realized— but I didn't." "And this is why she couldn't see?" said Max. "I don't buy it. I think she ingested some of it, too. Her symptoms were severe, even taking her age into account. Her confusion was extreme." Dame Pet turned to Dr. Barnard accusingly. "Did you—" "Hush," he repeated, this time in a soothing voice. "It will be all right." Max went on, relentless now he was so close to the truth. "To be honest, I don't think she was completely hallucinating that night. She just couldn't see clearly what she did see because of the drops in her eyes. She said she saw a yellow monk. We thought she might mean a Buddhist monk or nun. I apologize, Dame Hephzibah, for doubting you." She looked around at the others, an I-told-you-so expression on her face. She did see someone that, with her compromised eyesight, looked like a figure wearing a yellow monk's robe with a hood, and she said she saw a white nun, too, at which point her testimony was completely discounted. What she meant, of course, was that she saw either the novice, Sister Rose, in her white novice's habit, or Dame Pet in her white nursing habit. I am now inclined to take her at her word. She could see, not well, but she was not having hallucinations.
"But Dame Pet was in the choir," said the abbess. "We all saw her. She wouldn't have had time to commit the crime."
"There," said the doctor, rallying. "You can't get around that, can you? She was in the choir, her presence vouched for, by a group of nuns, no less."
"Yes, it all does seem very airtight, doesn't it?" said Max mildly. "But no, it was not airtight at all." He turned around, gathering their attention to him. They were all preternaturally still. The nuns especially looked perplexed and anxious, and he was sorry for it. He began to speak. "What we are dealing with here is an elaborate double bluff. Seeing the nuns in their all-enveloping habits every day, it is easy to see how a woman or a man could impersonate a nun. It would be the easiest thing in the world to do. But what if this particular plan took things one step further? What if a person dressed in a nun's habit to act as a decoy, providing an alibi for the nun? And what if, simultaneously, a nun dressed in street clothes for the same reason, to provide an alibi for her partner?
"Okay," piped Xander, thinking it through. "I can see that possibility, but how? How exactly did they do it, and why?"
"The time of the murder had to be carefully established so the alibis would hold. Lord Lyle-Livett's death was surrounded by such a lot of deliberate hubbub that no question could be raised about the apparent time of his murder. Once I began to think of the timing as being very deliberate and specific, very much of the essence, as it were, I began to wonder why. If it weren't done in such a way as to clear all those nuns in the choir, one in particular. There they were, all lined up and accounted for. There are so few of them these days that one missing nun would immediately be noticed." Abbess Justina was nodding her head as he spoke.
"It was always evident that my sisters were innocent of involvement in this."
"It was evident as far as the eye could see," said Max. "But was that in fact the case? Were all the nuns in choir for Compline?"
She nodded emphatically. "All 31. We always sit in our assigned places. An empty place would be obvious, I tell you, like a missing tooth."
"Ah," repeated Max. "An empty place would be obvious, yes."
"So?"
This was Xander. "So, there were 31 bodies in the choir stalls at the service, but not all of them were nuns. One of them was an impostor dressed in a white nun's habit." He turned quietly. "Which can only mean—" Xander's coal-lined eyes widened as she took in the implications. Max said, "It was in fact Dr. Barnard who had taken Dame Petronilla's place. Because she was recovering from a cold, or so she said, no one noticed that her low voice was just a whisper that night."
"Dr. Barnard?"
Several of them spoke at once, heads swiveling, looking for confirmation of the impossible. It was Max who provided it.
Dame Olive spoke up excitedly. "My stall is next to hers in choir, and while I know this sounds odd, I thought she had a slightly different, odour about her that night. At first I imagined it was tobacco, but since that was impossible I discounted the idea. But she was always working with different herbs, so it could have been anything, really. If she were in a hurry, she'd dry herbs in the infirmary oven. Lately she often smelled of coriander. She'd been giving it to Dame Meredith for her upset stomach caused by the chemo, poor thing. She'd also use it as a massage oil to help with Dame Hephzibah's arthritis. But if any of us had kitchen duty, well, you never knew what you were getting. I can always tell when Dame Petronilla on my left or Dame Agatha on my right had kitchen duty, because they would smell of whatever we would soon be eating or had just eaten. Fish days were often rather unpleasant, or I might get the scent of flowers if it was someone's day to place fresh flowers on the altar or in the refectory.
Thank you, Dame Olive. I am certain your perceptions are correct. But she was not quite finished.
That night I had the idea Dame Pet had been working in the cloister garden with its fruit trees. It was that smell of coriander, but mixed with a stronger scent of citrus. Rather a woody, spicy smell it was. Coriander is quite popular in aphrodisiac blends.
She added,
or so I am told.
Thank you, Dame Olive, said Max again. Probably you were picking up the scent of Dr. Barnard's cologne mixed with the odour of tobacco. Here is what I think the plan must have been. He returned his gaze to Leroy Barnard's face. You, Dr. Barnard, arrived at Monkbury some time after the Vespers service, which begins at 6, and before Compline, which begins at 9. You arrived not on foot or by car, but by boat, and you were met at the Black Door, the door beneath the infirmary, opening onto the river, by Dame Petronilla. There was a trail of water leading down the short corridor to the infirmary. Perhaps it was not water from an overflowing flower arrangement, as Dame Olive thought, but water dripping from your yellow rain-slicker. In any event, that is the yellow monk Dame Hephzibah saw. You followed Dame Pet to the examination room in the infirmary, where you exchanged your outer garments for her robes, probably staying behind the screen in the examination room in case anyone walked in. You put on her white nursing habit, and she put on the clothing you wore beneath the rain-slicker, your raincoat and trilby hat and neck-scarf. She even put on your wellies, so she was covered from head to toe. Even her shorn hair peeking from under the hat would be a match for yours. Your patient, Dame Meredith, appeared to be asleep, and so was the novice assigned to watch her. Dame Hephzibah, in her gatehouse, had been blinded by the belladonna, so there was no one else to see. Even if there had been, from a distance, the impersonation was close enough no one would suspect. Then you, Dr. Barnard, in disguise, walked to the church for Compline, and Dame Petronilla, dressed as you, sat at the bedside of Dame Meredith. No doubt you had given Dame Meredith something to make her sleep, too, although she did not take it. She needed her wits about her. Why all the subterfuge? To establish that Dame Petronilla could not have been murdering Lord Lyle Livett. Your main concern, Doctor, was to provide the woman you love with an alibi, just as you were her main concern. Again, timing was all, and the system of bells helped. When the bell rang at 5 minutes to 9, Dame Pet, rather her impersonator, had to stop what she was doing and leave. This allowed just enough time to keep a prearranged rendezvous with Lord Lyle Livett. Dame Pet had promised to meet him in the crypt and show him where the treasure was hidden. He was to wait there for her, which of course he could be counted on to do. I think your secret plan, Dr. Barnard, was to kill him immediately, and to set his enormous Rolex ahead, smashing it to jam the works, pinpointing the time of his death as occurring during the service of Compline. You then would continue on to take Dame Pet's place in the choir stall. That is what happened. Almost. Because when you got to the crypt, Dr. Barnard, in your disguise, Lord Lyle Livett was already dead, wasn't he? Yes. I don't know that I could have gone through with it. Please believe that. I wanted to. But as you say, he was dead already. His watch was broken, with the time set ahead. Everything as you said. Everything as I had planned. But I didn't do it, and neither did she. I know it. But you suspected she had, Max said, for whatever reasons of her own. And this is why you didn't raise the alarm. How could you, anyway, dressed as you were? How could you ever explain the charade? So you carried on into the church for services, wondering the while who had saved you the trouble of killing your worst enemy. The doctor allowed himself a sigh of relief, his rigid shoulders dropping as if a yoke had been removed. That is it, exactly. I couldn't believe my luck, if I can call it that. At the same time, I couldn't figure out who had killed him, for me, so to speak. So I just carried on, as you say. In the choir, I kept my voice low, almost inaudible. Dame Pet had already established that she had a cold and could not fully participate. As soon as Compline was over, the great silence started for the night, of course, which made everything easier. No one was going to stop me to look me in the face and start chatting about anything. I returned to the infirmary, where I told Dame Pet what had happened, although I wasn't sure she believed me.
"But wait a minute," said Xander. "Sister Rose knew the doctor, or someone dressed as him had been there with her since before Compline, at 9. Why couldn't he have nipped out and done the killing and come back?"
If she woke, she'd have no way of knowing what time it was. None of them are allowed to own a timepiece. As it happens, she slept through most of it. It wasn't just chamomile in the tea given her by Dame Pet, but something more potent, added by the doctor from his bag. I believe she also received a 3rd dose.
3rd dose?
Asked the abbess. Of Dame Meredith's sleeping draught, yes. Sister Rose, dozing off and on, had no idea what time it was. It's a wonder the pair of you, trying so desperately to cover up for the other, didn't actually harm her or Dame Hephzibah with this cocktail of drugs to which you subjected them. Of course, you had no way of knowing Dame Meredith was also trying to put Sister Rose temporarily out of commission. Dame Petronilla, for the first time, looked completely stricken. Lord Lisle-Levitt's death was one thing, but something happening to Sister Rose or old Dame Hephzibah was another matter. Sister Rose looked stunned, just realizing her narrow escape. Her dark eyes narrowed in a kind of anguish. Possibly, thought Max, she had thought to be safe here, and was just realizing there was no such place, no place of safety out of the line of fire. DCI Cotton was wishing Max had shared some of these little investigative insights with him ahead of time. But no, Max, ever the Lone Ranger.
"So who killed Lord Lisle-Levitt?" demanded Xander.
"I think it must have been his mother, don't you?" "What?" This time they all, without exception, looked mystified. "His mother, Dame Meredith." Chapter 39. The Devil You Say. Verily it is said, give the devil his due. The rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. "Why don't you start with the fruit-cake, Dame Petronilla?" Max suggested. Dame Petronilla heaved a great sigh, exchanging a glance with Dr. Barnard, and turning to Max, she began to speak.
"Yes, it was months ago, on his first visit in years. I took one of Dame Fruitcake's baking pans that she had left sitting out, full of batter, ready to go in the oven. We have a kitchenette over at the infirmary that has a small oven. I mixed the berries into the fruitcake batter, baked it and wrapped it and left it for Lord Lisle-Levitt as a gift." She paused, blushing. "I know how petty and small that sounds. How petty and small it was. I could not myself believe that someone such as I, someone whose sole interest was in caring for others, could become so filled with hatred that I did this to him."
"With the intent to poison him? To kill him?"
"No, never. I swear it, Father. I was just so outside of myself, filled with rage, consumed by it. I didn't really know what I was doing, but my aim never was to kill or seriously injure him or anyone. His wife or a guest could have died, and that was never, ever my intent. I easily could have killed him if I'd wanted to. I had the knowledge and the resources to do it, but I never wanted—" She turned and looked at Dr. Barnard. "I never wanted this. I may have wished him dead 100,000 times, but I could never kill him or anyone. With my bare hands?" She turned up her palms and looked at them. "Never," she repeated. "I was trained to heal, not to harm."
And Dr. Barnard had sworn to be a healer when he took the Hippocratic Oath, thought Max. It didn't appear to have stopped him. Max looked at her, at this woman whose life had been dedicated to love and forgiveness, and he thought how difficult those concepts were in practice. He believed her. About the berries in the cake, at least, he believed her. He was not sure he believed her disclaimer that she did not know what the doctor might be planning. Did she just convince herself that what she suspected could not be true? She had loved the man once. Max imagined she loved him still. People in love did all manner of strange things, and would believe all manner of stories that would shield them from the knowledge that their beloved was a killer. His mind flashed to his parishioner Chrissa with her abusive husband, a case of love gone wrong if ever there were one. How far would Chrissa's ego go to shield her from the knowledge she willingly had made a foolish, hideous, life-threatening mistake in marrying such a man? Dame Petronilla had told Max she'd given up nursing because it was hard to watch people die. It must have been harder still to have the child in your care disappear into probable danger and you be blamed for it. Aloud he said, "There is little doubt Lord Lisle Livett came here to do away with Dame Meredith if he couldn't reason with her. Even if she had promised to carry her secret to the grave, could he trust her to keep the promise? But she made no such promise, the woman who stood between him and a fortune. Instead, she declared that she must tell the truth, for his sake as well as hers. They were at perfectly opposed purposes, this dying woman of religion and her unholy son. Dame Meredith was ill, but she was not completely bedridden. She was also highly motivated, needing to set things right before she passed. Here is how I reconstruct what happened. Obviously, I must estimate the times in certain instances." He took his revised timeline from his pocket and read aloud. 8 p.m. Dame Petronilla goes to Gatehouse and doses Dame Hephzibah with belladonna, then returns to the infirmary. 8:45. Dame Meredith slips away from her bed to meet her son, Lord Lisle Livett, in the church. She knows from eavesdropping that Dame Petronilla has lured him with the promise of showing him the crypt, so Dame Meredith arranges an earlier meeting. She has not taken the usual sleeping powder provided her by Dame Petronilla, but has used it to sedate her minder, Sister Rose. 8:50. Lord Lisle Livett meets Dame Meredith at the top of the crypt stairs. They argue. According to her confession, he slips on the age-worn stone and falls down the spiral stairs to his death. His watch is broken, and she adjusts it forward to 9:10, so she and her sisters are alibied. She returns to the infirmary. 8:50. Meanwhile, Dr. Barnard, arriving by small boat, has already entered Monkbury Abbey via the black door on the water. 8:55. Dr. Barnard, dressed as Dame Petronilla, entering the crypt from within the cloister, goes to keep the meeting with Lord Lisle Livett, but finds him dead. 9. Compline begins. Dr. Barnard goes through with the prearranged plan to take Dame Petronilla's place in her stall. 9:30. Compline ends. The great silence begins. Dr. Barnard returns to the infirmary. He tells Dame Petronilla he has found Lord Lisle Livett dead. Dame Petronilla, still disguised as Dr. Barnard, gets in the waiting boat and rows to Dr. Barnard's car, which is parked in the woods. 10. Dame Petronilla drives up to the nunnery and obtains the key to a room in the guest-house from the vision-impaired Dame Hephzibah. Meanwhile, Dr. Barnard carries the body of Lord Lisle Livett up the stairs and through the cloister garden, and pushes it down the well. The body must not be found within the off-limits cloistered area, which might implicate Dame Petronilla. She returns from the guest-house to the infirmary. Just before 10:10, Dr. Barnard sets up a hue and cry, a terrified yell, as if Lord Lisle Livett were just being murdered. 10:10. Hidden by trees, Dr. Barnard returns to the infirmary. He and Dame Petronilla exchange clothing, and she hands him the key to his room in the guest-house. 10:20. Dame Petronilla wakens Sister Rose from her drugged state. 10:20. Dr. Barnard loses himself within the Abbey grounds in the confusion of the discovery of the body.
Good grief, said Xander when he had finished. Are you sure of all this?
As sure as I can be without confirmation from Dame Petronilla.
He looked at her, and she said, That is more or less correct. I hid an extra habit in the guest house so I could change there. It reduced the risk of being caught out in disguise.
So I am right in thinking the plan all along was to kill Lord Lisle-Levitt? Because otherwise such an elaborate ruse seems totally unnecessary. It's overkill, if you'll pardon the expression. Temporarily blinding Dame Hephzibah with eye drops was not just improvised, it was the first step in your plan.
I didn't mean,
she began, but Max held up a hand to stay her. He had heard enough. And poor Sister Rose, he said. She was expecting a major scolding from Dame Petronilla for having fallen asleep, but the scolding never came.
I didn't understand myself why I would nod off so suddenly and completely, said Sister Rose, even given the fact we rise early each day. Now I see—
On top of the early rising, said Max, and all the manual labour under a hot sun, you were overdosed with a powerful drug meant to give Dame Meredith several hours' respite from her illness. It was enough to fell a horse.
Dame Petronilla had pulled out her rosary beads and, eyes downcast, was silently saying over her prayers. A series of 33 beads, one for each year of Christ's life, helped mark her progress. Max's eye drifted to the distinctive red and black beads. He could see that one of a group of 7 beads was missing, just as Dame Petronilla seemed to realize that her count was off. She looked down at the strand in her hands, a puzzled look on her face.
"What is it, Dame Pet?" he asked her, suddenly alarmed.
"I'm not sure, but one bead is missing. Not to worry. They're quite safe, rosary peas. That is, unless the coating is broken."
"And what happens if it is?"
"Why, if it gets in the bloodstream, it is a deadly poison."
"This woman must be barking."
Max turned to DCI Cotton.
"Get the medical examiner over to the infirmary, now. Say it's a suspected poisoning, self-inflicted."
"Dame Meredith," said Cotton.
It was not a question.
Epilogue. Max had learned immediately on his return to Nether Monkslip that Crissa Baker, the woman he'd gone to see in hospital before leaving for Monkbury Abbey, had upon her release returned to her husband, ignoring the temporary safe-house Max had arranged for her use until she could find her feet. All the resources of the village would have been at her disposal. People who knew Crissa loved her. No one understood it. Max's heart sank at the news. There was literally a dropping sensation, as if his heart had plunged from a great height. How could she? How could she? And most of all, why? When he had thrown her a lifeline, why? He thought of another Cohen lyric, where Leonard spoke of finally hanging it up, hanging up his robes on a peg at the Buddhist monastery on Mount Baldy, and driving down from that particular mountain after 5 long years.
"I finally understood I had no gift for spiritual matters."
It had been at that moment exactly how Max had felt. What did he know of anything? What ability did he have to absorb, let alone impart, wisdom? He who couldn't even talk a woman into saving her own life, into running from the man who was breaking both her body and her spirit. At that moment Owena had entered the room. He opened his arms to welcome her. "You've heard about Crissa, then, have you?" she said, lifting her face to his. She always seemed to know, when he was happy, or when he was distracted, or when he was bereft, as now. He gathered her body to his, holding her tightly, as though his heart really would fall and shatter without her there. "Some people have no centre to them, Max, and no sense that our time here on earth is short. They cling to any passing branch in the river, never noticing that it's carrying them straight over a waterfall. I don't think there is much else you can do for her, except to let her know you're still here."
Until he kills her one day.
He may very well do that. We've both known it to happen.
I don't understand. She's not a stupid woman.
Of course she's not. She's one of the brightest people I know, and the most loving. I will go and see her. But I won't waste my breath trying to talk her into anything. Just knowing you have people who care can make you stronger. Things may change. We'll have to wait her out.
They sat then on the sofa by the fire and began to knit together their days by talking of many things. The upcoming hand-fasting ceremony consumed them both, not to mention trying to come up with the name for the baby on the way. They had had little chance to talk about the events at Monkbury Abbey, and Max, still thinking it through, had not been inclined to talk about it.
Of course, Rowena said, rosary peas. They were originally from Indonesia, but now they grow almost anywhere with a tropical climate.
The nuns got in a shipment of rosaries to the gift shop, made from these rosary peas, said Max. The rosaries were made by missionary sisters. Only Dame Petronilla recognized the red and black beads for what they were when they arrived. She pulled them from the shop, confiscated and destroyed them, just to be on the safe side. But she kept one set of beads for herself because they were so pretty and unusual. They weren't dangerous unless they were broken open and ingested, which she had no intention of doing. As I say, only Dame Petronilla recognized the rosary pea for what it was. For the fact is, each pea contains a poison even more deadly than ricin. And when Dame Meredith saw them being used by Dame Petronilla, and commented on the pretty beads, Dame Pet told her what they were, never imagining.
And Dame Meredith stole the one when Dame Pet wasn't looking, broke it off the chain.
That's right, effectively unleashing its poison. They are safe enough left alone, but once the coating is broken, I suspect her idea was to keep it close by, just in case things got to looking too bad, in case the treatments got to be too horrid or hopeless for her to endure any more, or in case she saw everything in her life, past and present, closing in on her, which is exactly what did happen.
What a completely sad ending to a sad story.
He agreed. It is terribly sad, and they doubt she'll regain consciousness. A waste of a good person, over a mistake so old.
So it was really about that horrible old crime that came back to haunt them all?
Rowena said. Nearly 20 years on, yes. But we will never know what happened to that small child. That is the one question I wish I could answer, for everyone's sake, including mine.
And Dr. Barnard and Dame Petronilla? Well, we can't call her that any more, can we? But it seems right that they would be together at last. I guess we'll get used to calling her plain old Petronilla Falcon, now that she has left the order.
Leaving really was the only thing, the best thing she could do. Her vocation, as she now sees it, was not so much one of choice, but of fleeing the world. The nuns talked of that a lot, how a true vocation was a running toward God, not away from man, or words to that effect. I would say running away from yourself fits in there somewhere, too, as not leading to a true calling for the life.
Is that what Dame Meredith was doing, too? Running away?
I suppose. But I like to think she found some contentment, until, well, anything like contentment was blown apart when Lord Lisle-Levitt came along, desperate to save his title and his money.
Poor woman, said Rowena. How desperate she must have been.
I think we have to take it as given that she was not herself. She had been writing a letter to leave behind, addressed to the abbess and the community as a whole. If she'd been guilty of murder, I think she would have admitted it, and I, for one, don't think she was capable of that. But she admitted to all the old scandal and subterfuge, to the fact that she was Lord Lisle-Levitt's natural mother, and how she had conspired to hide his true origins from her own sister, to the fact that she had betrayed that sister in the first place and then indulged in a cover-up that went on for decades. It must be said, Lord Lisle-Levitt, unpleasant a man as he was, had a right to know who he was. But his father's telling him, in this case, was a very big mistake.
Just think how the truth all those years ago, as disagreeable as it may have been, would have spared everyone years down the line.
Max said, Dame Meredith was mostly guilty of being naive. Perhaps it is a trait that overtakes someone in the life there, or that was always part of a trusting nature. She actually thought she could convince her son to give up the blood money, as she thought of it. In her letter she quoted the rich man and the camel passage from the Bible, how it is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into heaven. Lord Lisle believed without a doubt she would give the game away if he didn't do something fast, for she had said as much in the letter she wrote to him. To his mind, she was absolutely unhinged to be talking the way she was. Give away money? Never! He tried coming clean with her, at least his distorted idea of coming clean. He told her what he'd done to his baby brother, and that he would surely go to prison for it if this all came out, thinking she would want to spare him. Well, that was all she needed to hear to be completely horrified. He overplayed his hand, forgetting that those maternal bonds had never really been forged between her and him. All she could think was of the nightmare her sister had gone through, and how she, Dame Meredith, must make it right before her time ran out.
I can see that. Everything in her training, in who she was, and who she was trying to be, cried out for the truth to be told, and the one thing a man like her son feared the most was the truth.
Do you know, Max added musingly, I even saw the family resemblance, but at first I wrote it off to the fact the son resembled his father in photographs I'd seen of them both. Dark hair and eyes, and olive-skinned. Both men had the same body type, with the massive chest over an otherwise small frame. Only much later in the case did I realize that what I was noticing also was Lord Lisle's resemblance to his mother, his facial resemblance in particular to Dame Meredith. They both had that rather aristocratic cast to their features, her face much thinner and more drawn because of her illness, of course. Without the distractions of hair colour and style, what is left are the basics, the planes of the face, the angle of the nose, and the width of the brow. Even then I missed it. I just had this tantalizing sense that I was seeing a familiar face when I visited Dame Meredith in the infirmary.
There is no question she tried to commit suicide?
None, according to Cotton's medical examiner. It all just collapsed on her, all of her life. The despair and the weight of guilt overwhelmed her in the end. For there was one added element. During all the medical testing and treatment she had undergone, Dame Meredith learned she carried a gene for a progressively debilitating disease that had likely been passed along to her male child. This, as much as anything, made her want to have it all come out, to want to tell her son all of the truth. She felt so guilty, not about depriving him of an inheritance, what did a nun care about that, after all, but of maybe having handed along this disease that amounted to a death sentence. So she thought, I must tell my son the truth. It is the least I can do for him now. Unfortunately, she found him to be not grateful, but more determined to keep what was his at all costs, to keep the truth of his parentage hidden.
Rowena said, I wonder how alike the brothers might have been, had the younger one survived, that is. The thing with two siblings born that far apart is that, fully related or partly related, they have little in common from a generational standpoint, exacerbated by the fact they were practically raised by different parents.
I don't follow, said Max.
Parents in their 20s are different from parents in their 40s. They are practically different people from their younger selves. Child-rearing techniques evolve like any other skill.
I'm sure you're right. I can only hope I'm ready. I don't want to just practice on this little one. I want to be, I don't know, perfect, I guess. Everything a child can look up to.
His eye caught on the crèche scene in his office, purchased from the Abbey shop. He'd decided not to pack it away, but to leave it on display year-round. The little painted figures brightened his bookshelves,
which otherwise mainly held the heavy religious tomes inherited from his predecessor. "I nearly forgot," he said, and striding over to the desk he handed her a small package, wrapped in white cotton cloth and tied with a yellow bow. "As I was leaving the nunnery, Dame Hephzibah rushed out, well, for her it was rushing, and handed me this gift." Awena unwrapped the present to reveal one of the tiny christening dresses Max had seen in the Abbey gift shop.
"Oh, Max," breathed Awena, "I've never seen anything so beautiful. I'll have to write and thank her. What kindness!"
Just then a little car trundled by, laden with flowers for the hand-fasting ceremony. The windows had been rolled down to allow the blossom heads to wave free. The white car, with its burden of summer flowers, Max recognized the marigold and cornflower and pink roses and daisies, was on its way to Awena's cottage, where the ceremony was to be held the next afternoon. "I thought the day would never arrive," said Max, and resolutely he tucked the case of Monkbury Abbey into the back of his mind. But the memory of Dame Meredith would be a constant in his prayers for years to come. The hand-fasting ceremony of Maxon Tudor and Awena Owen was to become the stuff of legend, the sort of event destined to be woven into the lore of the village. The details were to be embellished and improved upon in the telling, although in truth it was as perfect a day as it could be, from beginning to end. The preparations for the hand-fasting had been underway for weeks. The heavens cooperated with nightly meteor showers in the clear skies over Nether Monkslip. Max and Awena would stand before the village and speak the vows they had written, promises that would seal their unity and affirm their greater strength as a couple. The service would invite air, fire, water, and earth to witness the healing power of their love. The celebrant, having poured cleansing water over Max and Awena's hands, would then lightly bind together their hands with a silken handkerchief as the words of blessing were spoken. The pair would promise to support each other through good and bad times and daily renew with word and deed the loving foundation of their lives. The day itself continued a warm and languid trend, although the villagers under the somnolent clouds had been anything but idle. Indeed, all of Nether Monkslip had been in a fizz of activity. No one could recall a social occasion to match it since the owner of Totley Hall had brought home his bride many years before. "But this," Elka Garth, in charge of organizing the food, told one and all, "will be even better." And of course Elka herself had gone into overdrive, keeping the ovens at the Cavalier tea-room and garden going practically night and day to produce the magical baked goods for which she was known. There were summer berry tartlets, including almond tartlets made with raspberries and glazed with red currant jelly, each piped with tiny rosettes of whipped cream, and there were glazed figs and melon cubes and small squares of chocolate cheesecake. She had rented several tables to hold the food and worried there would not be enough room for it all. Elka, Susanna Winship had decided, was often happiest when worried, in having something or someone to fuss about. This, thought Susanna, would be her shining hour. Even Elka's normally feckless son Clayton had pitched in, helping his mother with the washing up, and even though he chipped a few dishes in the process, it was generally agreed his attempt at helpful participation was a miracle in and of itself. Max, seeing the arriving delicacies, the red, black, and white currants on the pies, biscuits, and cakes, and the summer berries of every kind, had a sudden flashback to the doings at Monkbury Abbey, which he quickly erased from his mind. But Dame Ingrid had not forgotten him, and had produced a specially decorated fruitcake, his name entwined in icing with Awena's. Enclosed was a note wishing them happiness and pointedly assuring them that this cake she had made herself. Courtesy of the Grimaldi brothers of the White Bean restaurant, there were dozens of appetizers in bruschetta and artichoke hearts, mozzarella cheese, cherry tomatoes, and basil leaves speared together on a stick, the whole painted with pesto sauce. In addition to the food, there was a world of things to drink: cucumber water, lemonade, and, of course, wine. Lots and lots of wine, provided as a hand-fasting gift by Madame Cuthbert of La Maison Bleue. Then there were the marzipan creations for which Elke was most famous. Elke had thought long and hard about this, wanting to symbolize what many saw as a mystical union between two people operating on similar spiritual planes. In the end, a fiery sun and half-moon seemed to symbolize it best, each candy decorated differently and with exquisite precision. Of course, the pièce de résistance was her hand-fasting cake, a towering confection of white pastry and icing decorated with summer blossoms of every colour. Small figures representing Max and Awena stood atop the cake, holding hands. Elke, not quite believing she had pulled it off, took dozens of photos for her website. Orders from bride and grooms-to-be already had started to pour in. And then there was Awena, the bride herself, resplendent as all the meteors of heaven on a clear night, in a foamy, ashes-of-roses dress she had made herself, a dress that shone and glittered with 1,000,000 beaded and appliqued flowers in oranges, reds, and yellows, colours chosen to represent both the warmth of the summer sun and the approaching changes of the harvest season. Her dark hair, with its streak of white at the temple, had been braided through with vines and flowers. The ceremony was held on Lammas Day, a day to celebrate the first wheat harvest of the year, and officiated by a woman from Awena's childhood in Wales, a woman of wide-ranging druidical beliefs, who yet operated within the confines of the established church. Druidism, recognized in the United Kingdom as a religion, did not particularly speak to Awena's own beliefs, but was flexible enough that a universal mind was acknowledged in the ceremony, a ceremony preceded by a brief civil union in Monksleep-super-Mare to placate the authorities and Max, who had insisted on it. Sitting in the congregation for the hand-fasting were Awena's sisters from Wales, Max's mother, and assorted cousins and nieces and nephews belonging to both of them. DCI Cotton was there, of course, along with Sergeant Essex, to watch Max and Awena promise to live lives full of courage and love. Also in attendance were the Bishop of Monksleep and his wife, she in a fascinator hat and beige mother-of-the-bride type of linen suit. They both looked determinedly game, if rather bewildered by the proceedings, and they may have stumbled a bit over the responses, but as the bishop had told Max on receiving the hand-fasting invitation, "I don't see how Awena can meet us halfway unless we try to do the same for her beliefs and customs, and I hope I'm not too old to learn new things." The generosity of the statement summed up everything Max loved and admired about the man, completely describing how the bishop had achieved the highest reaches of his calling. Music was provided by the small, high voices of the Nether Monksleep Angel Choir singing a cappella, and, for the after-festivities, by the St. Edwald's Rock of Ages band, which seemed to get better as the night wore on and the wine disappeared. As a special request from Max, they played I'll Never Find Another You by the Seekers. Max and Awena, laughing, held hands as they followed the age-old custom of jumping over an antique sword to symbolize the cutting of old ties. The dancing and whooping and celebrating went on into the wee hours. There was no one to complain of the noise, for the entire village was there. And, for a little space of time, Max and Awena came to know that it was true, that happiness was not in the future, and never in the past, but right in the here and now.